At 40 below, the snow does not lie. The cold turns it to something like wet plaster, and it takes a perfect cast of everything that crosses it. Every vole, every fox, every caribou, and it holds that cast like poured stone until the spring thaw breaks it. A man who can read snow can read the whole night written out on the ground in the morning. Every visitor, every kill, everything that came near his door and stood and thought about it and moved on. So when I tell you that something walked a slow circle all the way around my cabin in the night, on two legs, in prints I could have dropped both my fists into, I am not telling you a feeling I had in the gloom. I am telling you what the snow showed me at first light, plain as ink on a page. And I am telling you that the circle had no beginning and no end. It did not come from the trees. It did not go back to them. It was simply there all the way around the cabin, as if the thing that made it had started in the air and finished in the air, and in between had walked one full ring around the four walls I was sleeping inside of. I am a backcountry ranger in the Brooks Range, in Arctic Alaska, the most remote country left under the flag. This is what happened the autumn I went north to check on an old man who had stopped answering his radio, and learned why some of the men who winter out here do not all come back. Let me square away the small business quick, the way you do before the weather closes a window, because there is weather in this one and the window does not stay open long. If you want to be along for the next run, subscribe to the channel and switch that notification bell on, so you are in the plane with me the next time I fly out towards something I should probably have left alone, and press the like button while it is on your mind. It is nothing to you, and it is a great deal to a story like this, which only reaches the right ears when enough of you give it that small shove. Then do me a kindness down in the comments. Put down where you are tonight, the town and the country, and the time showing on your clock as you listen. I like knowing how far north and south and across the world a single story travels in one night, and how many of us are awake out here in the quiet together. And I will not insult either of us by pretending. I have been at this long enough to know your thumb has not gone anywhere near that like button yet. So here is the whole of it. Press it now, while we are still on the gravel strip with the engine warm, and I give you my word I will not raise it again once we are in the air. Go on, press it. Good. Let us get loaded and fly. The first thing you have to understand is the size of the country, because the size of it is the whole reason a thing like this can be true and still stay hidden. The Brooks Range is the northernmost mountain range in this nation, a wall of bare gray peaks that runs east to west across the top of Alaska, above the Arctic Circle, dividing the boreal forest of the interior from the great empty tundra of the north slope that runs on to the frozen ocean. Most of it lies inside a national park called Gates of the Arctic, and that park is the size of a small country, and it has no roads, none. No roads in, no roads through, no maintained trails, no signs, no campgrounds, no cell towers, nothing. You get in by bush plane or by boat or by walking, and once you are in, you are as alone as a person can be on the surface of this earth. There are valleys in that range that no human being has ever set foot in. I believe that with my whole heart, and after the autumn I am going to tell you about. I am glad of it, because I think some of those valleys are not empty, and I think it is better that we have never gone to look. My name is Hollis. I have worked the Arctic backcountry for 9 years, which is a long time for that work because most people do not last. The cold breaks them, or the dark of the long winter breaks them, or the loneliness does, and they go back south within a season or two. It did not break me. I came north because the south had nothing left for me that I wanted, the details of which I will keep, and I found that the bigger and emptier and colder the country got, the quieter the thing inside me got, until up here, in the biggest, emptiest, coldest country there is, it finally went silent altogether, and I could breathe. Some men need people. I needed the opposite of people, and the Brooks Range is the most of that you can get. The work in a place with no roads and no trails is mostly about the few people who do come, and the few who live out there year-round. In the short summer there are float trips, hunters, the rare hardy backpacker, and we keep what track of them we can. But my district had a handful of permanent residents too, subsistence trappers and old sourdoughs who lived the old way, at cabins scattered across hundreds of miles of country, men who had been out there longer than the park had existed, and had a legal right to stay, and who wintered alone in the deep cold, with a wood stove and a rifle and a radio, and a big part of my job was keeping a loose watch on them, especially through the freeze-up in the winter. because out there a broken leg or a failed stove is a death sentence, and the only thread between those men and the rest of the living world was a scheduled radio call once a week to the dispatch office in the village. The village at the south edge of my district was a small Gwich'in community, a few hundred people, Athabascan people whose families have lived in and around that range for thousands of years, who know that country in a way I will never know it no matter how many years I put in. I flew in and out of there, kept my gear there, knew the people a little, and there was an old man there, an elder named Joe Tritt, who I had come to respect more than almost anyone, a quiet, dignified man who had trapped and hunted that range his whole life, and who, when he spoke, said exactly as much as he meant and not one word more. I mention him now because of one thing he said to me, later, and because the way the village people felt about certain country up in that range is part of this, and I did not understand it until it was nearly too late. In the last part of September, with the freeze-up coming on and the first real snow already down in the high country and the daylight shrinking fast toward the long winter, an old trapper named Amos Tiller missed his radio call. Amos was one of mine. He was somewhere past 70, and he had wintered alone for 40 years at a cabin far up a side drainage in the heart of the range, about as deep into that empty country as any person lived, a place you could only reach by landing a ski or tundra-tired plane on a gravel bar in the river, and then making your way up the valley on foot. He was a hard, capable, solitary old man, and he had never once in all those years missed a radio call, because he knew as well as anyone what missing one meant. When he missed the first one, dispatch was concerned. When he missed the second a week later, it became my job to fly out and check on him, because a man like Amos Tiller did not miss 2 radio calls unless something had gone very wrong. I chartered the bush pilot I always used, a lean, weathered man named Sig On, who flew a battered little Super Cub on tundra tires and had been landing it on gravel bars and ridgelines in that range for 30 years. Sig was a man of few words and dry ones. He had quit smoking when the doctor told him his heart would not take it, and he chewed nicotine gum without pause, and his one stated goal in life was to get through one more season and then fly south to Arizona to be near his grandchildren, who he spoke of more often than he spoke of anything else. He was the best bush pilot I ever flew with, and the most careful, and that is why, what he said when I told him the destination has stayed with me. I told him we were flying up to Amos Tiller's place on the side drainage. Sig stopped chewing for a second. Then he said, "That whole upper valley, the village people will not trap it. You know that. Amos is the only one who ever would, and he is from outside, like you and me." I asked him what he meant. Sig looked at me with his pale, flat pilot's eyes, and he said, "I mean, I have flown this range 30 years, and there is country up there the local folks leave alone, and they have better reasons than I have ever had, and Amos Tiller wintering up that drainage alone, all these years, always struck me as a man pushing his luck in a place that does not forgive it." And then he started chewing again, and went back to loading the plane. And that was all Sig On would say, but he had never said anything like it before, and it sat with me as we took off. The flight up was its own kind of beautiful and lonesome. We flew for over an hour above an emptiness that does not have a bottom to it. Gray peaks and golden tundra going to white at the heights, river valleys winding silver through all of it, and not one road, not one building, not one light, not one mark of a human being for the whole horizon in every direction. The bigness of it pressed on me the way it always did, and as we turned up the side drainage toward Amos Tiller's valley, the country changed in a way I felt before I could name. The peaks closed in, the valley narrowed and deepened, and the autumn color drained out of it, so that the upper valley, where Amos kept his cabin, lay gray and white and still beneath us, the spruce thin and black, the slopes already deep in the early snow, and Sig brought us down low to look for the cabin, and his easy patter went quiet, and he flew that valley with both hands on the stick, and his jaw working hard on the gum. Before I take you down onto that gravel bar, where this turns into the longest night of my life, let me ask you the one small thing while we are still up here in the daylight with the engine running steady. If this account has a hold on you, reach out and like this video, and subscribe, so that the next person who needs to hear something like this can find their way to it. It is the easy thing, the warm, dry, safe thing, done from a place where nothing can reach you. Almost no one in this story did the easy, safe thing while there was still time. You can. We found the cabin. It sat where Amos had built it 40 years before, on a bench above the river. A low sod-roofed log cabin with a cache on stilts beside it, and a meat pole and the gray remains of a winter's woodpile. And the first wrong thing was the one a bush pilot notices before anything else. And Sig said it out loud as we passed low over the bench. No smoke, no track. In the deep cold of a freeze-up, a living man keeps his stove going day and night, and there should have been a thread of wood smoke from the stovepipe and a packed trail of boot prints in the snow between the cabin and the woodpile in the river. There was nothing. The chimney was cold. The snow around the cabin lay smooth and unbroken, no human track at all, as if Amos Tiller had not walked outside his own door in days. Sig put the plane down on the gravel bar a half-mile downriver, the only flat landing in that whole valley, a hard short landing on frozen gravel that he greased the way only 30 years can teach a man to. We sat a moment in the sudden silence after the engine died. Then Sig told me a thing I should have weighed more heavily than I did. He said the weather was turning. He said a system was coming down off the slope that was going to drop temperature and snow into that valley within a day, maybe less, and that once it socked in he would not be able to fly back in to get me, not for days, maybe longer. He told me to go up to the cabin, find out what I could find out fast, and be back on that gravel bar in 3 hours, because after that he was flying out with me or without me, and if it was without me I was wintering in until the weather broke. I told him 3 hours would be plenty. I believed it. It was a half-mile to the cabin. How long could it take to check on one old man? I shouldered my pack and my rifle, and I started up the frozen river toward the cabin alone, while Sig stayed with the plane, and the cold pressed down out of a low gray sky, and the valley held a silence so complete that the crunch of my own boots in the snow sounded like a thing I should be ashamed of, too loud, an intrusion, in a place that had gone very still and seemed, the whole way up that river, to be holding its breath and watching me come. I reached the cabin in about 20 minutes, and from the moment I came up onto the bench, I knew that whatever had happened to Amos Tiller had happened outside, in the open and not in his bed. The unbroken snow I had seen from the plane was not quite unbroken once I was standing in it. There was old track, drifted nearly smooth, days old, and reading it was the first piece of the thing. And it is the piece I keep coming back to, because I am one of the few people alive who can read snow like that, and I almost wish I could not. Here is what the snow told me. Some days before, Amos Tiller had come out of his cabin in a hurry. I could see it in the gait of the drifted-over prints, long strides, the prints of a man not walking but going somewhere fast, out from the cabin door and across the bench toward the tree line, and I could see what he had been doing, because Amos had been a careful old hand and he had come out with his rifle. I found the one dropped brass casing later, fired once, and his tracks did not stop or fall at the tree line. They went into the spruce, and they did not come back out. 40 years that man had wintered in that valley, and his last act had been to come out of his door fast with his rifle, fire one shot toward the trees, and walk into them, and the snow held no record of him ever walking back. And around his tracks, over them, beside them, were the others. I crouched over them for a long time in the cold, and the longer I looked, the less I liked what I was reading. They were the prints of something that walked on 2 legs, like a man, but they were not a man's. They were too long, and too narrow at the heel, and too spread at the front, and there were marks at the front of each one that a boot does not make, that a bare foot does not make, the marks of something between toes and claws. The stride between them was longer than mine by half again, and the depth of them said the thing that made them was heavy, far heavier than its size, pressing those prints deep into snow that barely took my own weight. And they did not behave like the tracks of any animal I have ever cut. They did not wander or forage or cross the bench on their way to somewhere. They circled. They came out of the trees where Amos had gone in, and they circled the cabin, once, twice, many times over the days, a worn ring of them in the snow all the way around the 4 walls, the way a thing paces the edge of a thing it has not finished with, and every circuit passed close by the door, and at the door, every time, they stopped and stood and faced it before moving on. I went into the cabin. The door was shut but not barred. Inside it was cold as a tomb, the stove long dead, and it was tidy, an old solitary man's tidy, the bunk made, the few dishes clean, the wood in the box, everything in its place. A cabin a man had walked out of meaning to come right back, and never had. His winter food was all there. His other rifle was on its pegs. His journal, the trapping log every one of those men keeps, was on the table, and I read the last entries, and they are the only documents in this whole account, and they were short, the way a hard old man writes, but they told their own piece of it. The last week of entries changed. They started ordinary, weather and trap lines and the freeze coming. Then, a few days before the end, a line that said the dogs would not go out, that his 2 old trap dogs had taken to the cabin and would not leave it, and growled at the night. Amos had no dogs that I ever found, by the way. I do not know what became of them. Then a line that said something was working the edge of the bench after dark, that he had heard it on the snow, heavy, and that it had paced the cabin in the night. Then a line, the second to last thing the man ever wrote, that I have not been able to put out of my mind, that said only this. It said the tracks in the morning were wrong, that they came up to the cabin but did not leave it, that there were prints arriving and none departing, more arriving every night, and never any leaving, as if the thing that made them came each night and never went away, as if it were still here, adding itself to the snow around his walls night after night, and never once leaving. And the last entry, the final thing Amos Tiller wrote, was one line, in a hand that had gone shaky, and it said, "I cannot stay in here with it out there one more night. I am going to go and finish it, or it will finish me." And then he had taken his rifle, and gone out fast, and fired one shot into the trees, and walked into them, and the snow says he never came back. I stood in that cold cabin with the dead man's journal in my hands, and I understood several things at once. I understood that Amos Tiller was almost certainly dead, somewhere up in those black spruce. I understood that I was a half-mile from a bush plane, with a pilot waiting, and that the only sane thing in the world was to walk back down that frozen river right now, get in that plane, and fly out and bring back a team in numbers and in daylight. And I understood, with a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature, that I had been on that bench for the better part of an hour reading those tracks, and that the light was already failing, because at that latitude in late September the day is short and getting shorter, and that the gray afternoon was sliding toward the long blue dusk, and that I had badly misjudged how much of my 3 hours I had spent kneeling over the story written in the snow. I left the cabin and started back down the river fast, and I had gone no more than a few hundred yards when I heard, behind me, up on the bench by the cabin I had just left, the crunch of something heavy stepping down into the snow. One step, then a long pause, then another, slow, deliberate. The exact unhurried weight of the thing that had paced that cabin for a week. And it was up there now, in the failing light. And it had come out, and it had my track to follow, a fresh warm track leading straight down the river to the plain. And I did the math no person ever wants to do, which was that the thing was between me and the cabin, and the plain was still most of a half-mile ahead, and the light was going, and I was not going to make it to Sig before whatever was behind me decided what it wanted to do. I did not run. That is the one thing I did right, and I did it on instinct from 9 years in that country. Because you do not run from a predator. Running makes you prey. Running tells the thing behind you that you are a thing that flees and can be chased. I walked. Fast, steady, my rifle in my hands now, not looking back, putting one boot ahead of the other down that frozen river while the light drained out of the sky and the steps came behind me, matching my pace, never closing, never falling back, pacing me the way the prince had paced the cabin, all the way down that river in the gathering dusk, close enough by the end that over the crunch of my own boots I could hear it breathing, a deep, slow, wet sound, in and out, far too large, far too close, and I have never wanted to turn and look at a thing less in my whole life, and I never did. I came around the last bend of the river to the gravel bar, and the plane was there and Sig Owen was standing by it, and he took one look at my face and at the country behind me, and he did not ask one single question. He had the engine going before I reached the wing, and as I threw my pack in and climbed up after it, I looked back, finally, just once, down the river the way I had come, into the blue gloom under the spruce, and I saw it, for less than a second, at the edge of the trees where the gravel bar met the forest, a tall, narrow, wrong shape, standing upright and motionless and watching, taller than a man, the gloom and the distance mercifully taking the details, and then Sig had the throttle open and we were bouncing down that frozen gravel bar, and the shape did not move, it only watched us go, and then the tundra tires left the gravel and we were climbing, and the valley fell away below us, gray and white and still, with that small dead cabin on its bench, and that small upright shape at the edge of the trees, and I have never been so glad to leave a place in my life. Except we did not leave it. That is the part one have not told you yet. Because the weather Sig had warned me about came in faster than even he had thought it would, and it caught us in the air, and it did not let us out of that range. The storm came down off the north slope like a wall, and it caught us before we were 10 minutes out of Amos Tiller's valley. One moment we were climbing through gray air with the range spread out below us, and the next the visibility closed down to nothing, a white roaring blindness of snow and wind, the little plane bucking and dropping, and Sigon, the calmest man I ever flew with, had both hands locked on the controls and was saying low, steady things to the airplane the way Roy Naquin used to talk to his swamp, a constant murmur of, "Do not do that. There you go, easy now, hold together." He could not climb over it, he could not see through it, and he made the only call a 30-year bush pilot can make in that situation, which is that he was not going to fly a Super Cub blind into a mountain, and that he was going to put us down on the first thing he could find to put us down on, while he could still see the ground at all. What he found was a long open ridge bench, wind-scoured and nearly bare of snow, and he set that plane down on it in a crosswind in a whiteout in landing that I will not try to describe except to say that I have thought since that Sigon earned his whole life in that 1 minute. We came to a stop intact, more or less, and Sig shut it down, and we sat in the screaming white with the wind rocking the wings, and he spat his gum into a wrapper and put in a fresh piece and said, "Well, we are down, and we are not going anywhere until this blows out. Could be a day, could be 3. And then he told me the thing that turned a survival situation into the worst night of my life. He said the ridge bench we had landed on was, by his reckoning, only a couple of miles overland from Amos Tiller's valley. We had not gotten out of that country at all. We had come down right on the lip of it. There was a shelter cabin on that bench. That was the one piece of luck in it, and it was the reason Sig had picked that bench over any other, because he had known it was there. It was an old Park Service patrol cabin, a tiny one-room log shelter kept stocked with a stove and firewood and emergency rations for exactly this kind of situation, a place for a downed pilot or a stranded ranger to wait out the weather. We got the plane tied down as best we could, and we fought our way the 100 yards through the whiteout to that cabin, and we got inside, and we got the stove going, and for the first time in hours I let myself believe we might be all right, that we would wait out the storm in a stout cabin with a fire and food, and fly out when it broke, and put that gray valley and the thing in it behind us for good. We were not all right, because the thing from the valley came across those 2 miles in the storm, and it found us. It started a few hours into the night, when the storm was at its worst, the wind a solid roaring wall against the cabin walls. Over the top of the wind I heard it, the crunch of a heavy step in the snow outside, close to the wall, then the long pause, then another. And I looked up, and I saw that Sigon had heard it too, that he had gone still with a stick of firewood in his hand, his head cocked, listening, and that the easy dryness had gone out of his face. The steps came around the cabin, slow, deliberate, the same weight, the same patience, the same unhurried circling that the snow around Amos Tiller's cabin had recorded over a week of nights, and it was here now, 2 miles across a mountain in a whiteout that should have killed any living thing caught out in it, circling our walls in the screaming gloom. Sig asked me, very low, what it was. I told him the truth, which was that I did not know, and that I had seen its track, and that it had taken Amos Tiller, and that the one thing I was sure of was that we were not going to open that door, not for anything, until the sun was up and the storm was gone. Sigon was not a man who frightened easily, but he was a man who had flown that country for 30 years and listened to the things the village people said, and quietly believed more of them than he let on, and he did not argue with me. He set down the firewood and he picked up the rifle, and we put our backs to the far wall, and we watched the door, and we waited. It circled us all night. Hour after hour, that slow, heavy step in the snow, around and around the cabin, close against the walls, and every circuit it would stop at the door, and stand, and we would hear it breathe, that deep, wet sound, on the other side of 2 inches of old spruce, close enough that twice I saw the door shift very slightly in its frame as something leaned its weight against it, testing it, patient, and then the steps would move on and circle again. It did not roar, it did not throw itself against the door, it did not try to break in. It was in no hurry at all. It had crossed a mountain in a killing storm to be at our door, and now that it was here it simply waited, and circled, and breathed, and let us feel it out there, and I came to understand, over those hours, that the patience was the worst of it, that this was a thing that had all the time in the world, that had paced Amos Tiller's cabin for a week before he broke and went out to it, and that it was prepared to do the same to us, to wait at the edge of our light and our warmth, until the waiting did to our minds what it had done to that old man's, until one of us could not stand it one more hour, and threw open the door and went out to finish it or be finished. Near the worst hour of that night, it tested us a different way. The steps stopped, the breathing stopped, and after a long silence, from just outside the door, in the gap between the gusts of wind, there came a voice, an old man's voice, thin and frightened and cold, and it said, "Hello, the cabin. This is Amos Tiller. I am froze near to death out here. For the love of God, let me in." And it was good. It was an old, solitary man's voice. Exactly, but Amos Tiller had been dead in those spruce for days, and I had read it in the snow, and I put my hand hard on Sigon's arm, because Sig had started up off the wall, and I held him there, and I shook my head, and I watched the understanding come into his face, that the thing at the door was wearing a dead man's voice to call us out into the night. It tried only the once. I think it was not very good at it yet. The way the journal said the tracks were still learning, still adding themselves night after night. It went back to circling after that, and the wind covered the rest, and we sat against that wall with the rifle, and did not sleep and did not speak and watched that door until the small window grayed at last with the slow Arctic dawn. And in the first gray light, the circling stopped and did not start again. The storm had begun to break with the day, the wind dropping, the white thinning. We waited a long time before we dared open the door. When we finally did, the snow around the cabin told the same story Amos Tiller's journal had told. A worn ring of those long, heavy two-legged prints, all the way around the walls, many circuits deep, every one passing the door, and at the door, the snow packed flat where something had stood and stood and stood through the night. And the prints came in toward the cabin from the direction of the valley, but there was no clear line of them leaving. They came, and they circled, and at some point in the dawn they simply stopped being added, with no trail going away, exactly as the old man had written, prints arriving and none departing. And I have never been able to explain that, and I have stopped trying, and it is the single detail out of all of this that visits me most in the night. The storm blew out by midday, and Sigon got us off that ridge. He dug the plane out and checked it over with his hands shaking from cold and no sleep, and he found it sound, and he flew us out of that range in clear, hard blue air, the country below us blinding white and beautiful and utterly silent, and neither of us said one word the whole way back to the village. And when the gravel strip came into sight under the wings, I felt something in my chest let go, that I had been holding since I first knelt over those tracks on Amos Tiller's bench. We reported it the only way it could be reported. Amos Tiller, overdue trapper, found to have left his cabin in distress and not returned. Presumed to have died of exposure or a fall in the backcountry after firing on what was likely a bear at his cabin, body not recovered. A team went in when the weather settled, in numbers, in daylight, and they searched the spruce where his tracks led, and they found one of his mittens, and a long way on, in a place no man drags himself to with a wound, what little the country had left of Amos Tiller, and they wrote it up as a bear, because a bear is a thing the world believes, and the bears in that range are big enough to be believed, and I signed the report, and I did not write one word about the prints that circled the cabin, or the ones that arrived and never left, or the voice at our door in the storm. There was no place to write it that would not have ended my career and changed nothing. The wild north takes people every year. The reports keep the rest. I lost 2 fingers off my left hand to that night, frostbite, from the cold of the ridge and the long hours against the cabin wall with no sleep and no movement, and I did not even feel them go, and they took them later in the clinic in town, and I wear the gloves now that hide it. And when people ask, I tell them frostbite from a bad night in the backcountry, which is true, and is a fraction of the truth. They ache before weather. They are a clock that keeps the time of that ridge, the way another man's knee keeps the time of a gorge 1,000 miles south of here. And I have come to think that all of us who have stood at the edge of one of these things and lived carry some small part of our bodies that the country kept, as a kind of toll, a reminder, a mark that says you were close, and you got away, and do not think for one moment that getting away was free. I went to see Joe Tritt, the old Gwich'in elder, when it was over. I do not fully know why, the same way Emil down in his swamp did not fully know why he went to his old woman. The same way I think every one of us, when we have brushed up against one of these things, goes looking for someone older and closer to the old knowing to tell us we are not insane. I told Joe Tritt that Amos Tiller was dead, and where, and how, and I told him, because I could not tell someone. about the tracks that circled the cabin and arrived and never left. Joe Tritt listened to all of it without one change in his face. And when I was done, he was quiet for a while. And then he said only this. He said, "That valley is one of the ones we do not go into. My father did not go into it. His father did not. There are a few places in this country that belong to something else, and we have always known which ones, and we leave them be, and we are still here after all this time. And that is not an accident." He did not name it. He did not explain it. He did not pretend to know more than he knew. He just told me, gently, that the old people had always known to stay out of that valley, and that Amos Tiller had wintered in it alone for 40 years because he was from outside and did not know, or knew and did not believe, and that knowing and believing in time is the whole of the difference between the ones who come home and the ones who do not. And then he made me coffee, and we talked of other things, and that was the most anyone ever told me, and it was enough. Here is the part one have never put in any report. The part that is the reason I am telling you all of this tonight. I still ranger that country. I cannot leave it. The big silent white emptiness of it is the only thing that ever quieted the thing inside me. And most of it, the daylight miles of it, the caribou rivers and the gray peaks and the long gold autumn tundra, is the great love of my life and always will be. But I do not fly up that side drainage anymore, and the park has quietly let Amos Tiller's cabin fall in on itself and does not send anyone up that valley, and I have made sure, in the small ways a man in my position can, that no permit ever sends a soul up there again. And I do not winter at a remote cabin alone anymore. Not for any reason, because of the one thing that has happened since, that I have told no one until now. 2 winters ago I was weathered in for a night at a different patrol cabin, far from that valley, ordinary country I trusted. And deep in that night, over the wind I heard it. The slow, heavy step in the snow outside, the long pause, the circling, around and around the walls, close, patient, and at the door. Every circuit, the stop and the stand, and the deep wet breathing on the other side of the wood. It had found me again, or one of them had, 100 miles from that valley, in country that was supposed to be safe, and it circled my cabin the whole of that night exactly as it had circled Amos Tiller's, and once, near the worst hour, a voice that was Sig On's voice, who had flown south to Arizona to his grandchildren 2 years before, and was alive and well and warm in the desert, called to me from outside the door, and told me his plane was down, and that he was hurt, and asked me to come out and help him. I did not answer it. I did not open the door. I put my back to the far wall with my rifle across my knees, and I watched that door until the dawn, and in the morning the snow had the ring of prints around the walls, and the prints came in and did not leave. And I packed my gear and I walked out, and I did not look back. So if you take one thing from a tired old Arctic hand tonight, take this. If you are ever wintering somewhere truly remote, somewhere truly cold and far from the lights of other people, and you wake in the night to the sound of something heavy walking a slow circle around your walls, around and around, patient, in no hurry, stopping at your door to stand and to breathe, then you must understand that it is not trying to break in. It does not need to. It is going to wait at the edge of your light and your warmth as long as it takes, until the waiting wears your mind down to where you cannot stand one more circuit of it, and you throw open the door and walk out to face it, the way a hard old man finally did, because the not knowing became worse than the dying. Do not open the door. Do not answer the voice, no matter whose it is. Do not walk out to finish it. Keep the fire up, and your back to the wall, and wait for the light. The circling stops when the sun comes. It always stops when the sun comes. And in the morning you walk out into the cold and the brightness, and you go. And you do not look back at the ring it left in the snow. And you do not ever, as long as you live, winter alone again in the country where it found you. Because the snow does not lie. And some nights, it writes the same circle around your walls that it wrote around the walls of every man who did not come home before you. The only difference between you and them is whether you have learned, while there is still light to learn it by, to sit still inside your 4 walls and let it circle, and never once go out to see what is making the prints that come, and never leave. You made it back. Welcome to Dark Tales, where the stories do not end when the screen goes black, they follow you into the hours after. Before I begin, tell me one thing in the comments. What city are you in tonight, and what time does the clock read where you are sitting? I keep a small map in my head of everyone who listens, and I want to know where you are. If this is your first visit, The subscribe button is right there, and the little bell beside it makes sure the next story finds you the moment it is ready. Stay with me, breathe slow, and let us step into it together. The first one landed in the river right beside our boat, with a crack like a rifle shot. It was a rock, a smooth river stone the size of my fist, and it had not fallen, because nothing fell from a clear gray sky over open water. It had been thrown, hard and flat and far, out of a wall of rainforest where we could see no one and hear no one, into the one strip of open daylight for miles. My partner laughed and said a limb had dropped. I did not laugh, because I had heard it cut the air before it hit. The second one was bigger, and it did not land in the river. It landed in the boat, between us, hard enough to crack the aluminum. I am a backcountry ranger in the Olympic rainforest, on the far western edge of Washington state, the wettest forest in this country, and one of the least seen. And what I am about to tell you is the reason I will not go up the river past the last bend, and the reason I tell every backpacker who asks about that upper valley the same flat lie, which is that there is nothing up there worth the walk. We will get to the river. First, a moment of housekeeping, and I will keep it short, because I do not like to stand in the open longer than I have to in this one. If these accounts are the kind of thing you want more of, then subscribe to the channel and turn the notification bell on, so you are in the canoe with me the next time I go somewhere I should not. A like helps more than you would think. It is the quiet thing that decides whether a story like this one ever reaches the next person who needs to hear it, or sinks without a trace. And when you have a minute, leave a mark in the comments. Tell me your town, your country, the place you are sitting tonight, and the hour on your clock as you listen. I like knowing how far a story carries in a single night, and how many of us are awake out here in the wet quiet together while the rest of the world sleeps. That is the whole of the business. Now come down to the river with me, back to the morning before any of it started, and let us begin. To understand what happened in that valley, you have to understand the forest, because there is no other forest like it in this country, and the things that are true in an ordinary woods are not true here. The Olympic Peninsula sits in the far northwest corner of the lower states, a thumb of land jammed between the mountains and the cold Pacific, and the storms come in off that ocean and hit the wall of the Olympic Mountains and dump their rain year-round. More rain than almost anywhere on this continent, 12 feet of it a year in the deep valleys, and out of all that water grows a temperate rainforest that has to be walked to be believed. The trees are giants, Sitka spruce and western hemlock and western red cedar, hundreds of feet tall and 1,000 years old, and big leaf maples with trunks like cathedral pillars. Every limb of them hung so thick with moss that the whole forest drips green light down onto a floor of ferns and rot and fallen logs as big as houses. It rains, or it has just rained, or it is about to rain almost every day. And the moss, that endless deep moss on every surface, does a thing to sound. It swallows it. The rainforest is one of the quietest places I have ever stood. A hushed, dripping green cathedral silence. And that silence is the first thing that ought to have warned me, because a forest that quiet hides a great deal of movement, and you do not hear a thing coming until it wants you to. My name is Garrett. I have worked the backcountry of the Olympic for 11 years. I grew up in a timber town on the edge of the peninsula, the kind of town that the mills built and then abandoned, and my father and my uncles all worked the woods, falling the big trees until there were no more big trees they were allowed to fall, and the town began its long dying, the way those towns do. I left for a while. I came back, because the rainforest was in me the way the swamp is in a Cajun and the high cold is in a sourdough, and the Park Service was hiring backcountry rangers, and I took it. I have never wanted any other work. The deep valleys of that forest, the great mossy quiet of them, are the love of my life, and I am telling you this so you understand that I am not a man who fears the woods. I have spent more nights alone under those dripping trees than I could count. It was never the forest I learned to fear. It was one valley in it. The work is what you would expect, made harder by the rain and the rivers. I patrol the trails, what trails the rain leaves us, clearing the constant blowdown. I check the backcountry permits and the trail registers. I watch the rivers, because the rivers in that forest are the real danger, glacier-fed and fast and prone to rising feet in an hour when the rain comes hard, drowning more hikers than anything else in the park. And I run search and rescue when someone does not come out, which in that country is its own special misery, because the forest is so dense and the canopy so thick that a helicopter cannot see the ground. The dogs lose a scent in the wet, and a person off the trail in that green tangle is harder to find than almost anywhere on earth. I have carried out my share, and most of them, the honest ones, were the river. A bad ford, a slip on a wet log, a flash rise that caught a camp on a gravel bar in the night. And then there was the upper valley, and the people the upper valley kept. Up the largest river in my district, past where the maintained trail ends, past the last bend that any sane backpacker turns around at. The valley narrows and climbs toward the mountains, and the forest up there is old in a way that even the rest of that ancient forest is not. Never logged, never really walked. A deep green roadless tangle of giant trees and fern and fallen wood that runs up into the unnamed country below the peaks. Almost no one goes up there. There is no reason to. The trail ends, the going gets brutal, and the guidebooks do not mention it. But a few people went up there anyway, over the years, the strong and the curious, the ones who wanted to see country no one else saw, and a strange number of them did not come back, spread out over the decades, blamed on the rivers, on the terrain, on simple bad luck, the same as everywhere. But I had been there 11 years, and I kept the records, and I had started, the way Emil did down in his swamp and Wyatt did up in his hills, to see the pattern that the word river was hiding. The upper valley took people, and we almost never found them. The man who first put words to it for me was an old timber cruiser named Mose Tyndall. A timber cruiser is the man who used to go out ahead of the logging and survey the timber, walk the country alone for weeks, mark the big trees, map the ground, and Mose had cruised that whole peninsula for 40 years, including the lower part of that very valley, back before it was protected. And there was no one alive who knew the deep forest the way he did. He was past 80 by the time of this story, lean and bent, one leg shorter than the other from a log that had rolled on him in his 30s, so that he walked with a peeled cedar staff and a hard sideways hitch. He lived alone in a cabin at the edge of the park, and he talked to the ravens that came to his porch, by name, and they seemed to talk back, and most people thought he was a harmless old eccentric. He was not harmless, and he was not eccentric. He was the most careful observer of that forest I ever met, and he was afraid of the upper valley, and Mose Tyndall was not a man who was afraid of much. In the deep wet of one November, a pair of backpackers went up the river and did not come back. They were a young couple, experienced, a woman named Kira Sundberg and a man named Brody Lund, who had come to the peninsula specifically to reach the unwalked upper valley, to camp somewhere no one camped, the kind of trip strong young people dream about. They signed the register at the trailhead, noted their route up past the last bend into the upper valley, and gave their out date. They did not come out. Their car sat at the trailhead through the rain, and on the 4th day past their out date, with a big storm forecast to come in off the ocean within 48 hours, it became my job to go up the river and find them, and to do it fast, before the storm raised the rivers and closed the valley for a week. The night before I went in, I drove out to Mose Tyndall's cabin. I do not fully know why, except that the upper valley scared me in a way I had never admitted out loud, and I wanted the one man alive who knew it better than I did, to tell me what I was walking into. Mose was on his porch in the rain, with a raven on the rail beside him, and he listened while I told him a young couple was lost up past the last bend, and his face, when I said it, went still and old and tired. He was quiet a while, then he said, "You know why I quit cruising that valley, Garrett? I never told you the real reason. I said I had always figured it was the leg." He shook his head. He said, "I cruised the lower valley in '58. We were going to log it before it got protected. I spent 3 weeks up in there alone, marking timber, and in the 3rd week something started walking with me. Never saw it good. Saw it enough. Big, stood on 2 legs, taller than a man, covered in hair the color of wet bark, and it paced me through the timber for 4 days, and it threw rock at me, and it knocked on the trees, a sound like a fence post hit with a maul. Knock, knock, answered from the other side of the valley, and on the last night it came into my camp and stood at the edge of the firelight, and let me see it, and I packed out at first light, and I told the company the valley was no good for logging, and I never set foot past the last bend again in 40 years. And neither did the old people of this country, Garrett, the tribes that were here 10,000 years before me. They had names for it. They did not go up that valley. They knew." I asked him what it was. Mose Tyndall looked at me, and then he looked off up the dark shape of the mountains where the river came down, and he said, "It is the oldest thing in this forest, and the forest is the oldest thing left in this country, and it does not want us up there, and for 58 years it has been telling us so in the only ways it has, the rock and the knock and letting us see it, and the ones who take the warning come home, and the ones who push on past it do not. That young couple pushed on past it. I am sorry to tell you that, but you asked. And then he told me the one rule, the same shape of rule every one of these stories has, and he made me promise it. He said, when the knocking starts and the rock comes, that is it telling you that you have come far enough. You turn around. You do not push on to prove you are not afraid. You turn around, and you come home. Promise me, Garrett. I promised him. I meant it. And I broke it the very next day, for the same reason every man in every one of these stories breaks it. Because there were two young people lost up that valley, and a storm coming, and a promise to an old man weighed nothing against a living person who might still be saved. I did not go up alone. The river was too big and the country too rough for one man. And so I took the only other person who knew that upper country at all, which was Mose Tyndall himself, against my better judgment and against everything sense was telling me, because he insisted, and because he was right that no one else could find their way up that valley as well as he could. So at first light, in a steady rain, an 80-year-old timber cruiser with a cedar staff and a young ranger half his age put a small boat up the river as far as it would run, and then we shouldered our packs and started up the last miles on foot, past the end of the trail, past the last bend, into the upper valley, calling the names of Kira Sundberg and Brody Lund into the dripping green hush. It is hard to describe how the forest changes up there. The trees get bigger, older, the moss deeper, the light greener and dimmer under that 1,000-year-old canopy, and the quiet gets quieter, that swallowing mossy silence pressing in until the only sounds are the river, the drip, and your own breath and boots. We found the couple's sign by midday, a boot print in the mud of a side creek, then a place where they had clearly stopped to rest. A candy wrapper, a scuff of ground. They had made it well up the valley, past where I had hoped to find them safe, and turned around. We pushed on, deeper, and as we climbed, the forest began to feel, the way these forests do in these stories, like it had turned its attention on us, and Mose felt it before I did. He stopped, leaning on his staff, his old head cocked, and he said one word. He said, "Listen," and I listened, and at first there was only the drip and the river, and then it came. A knock. A single hard percussive crack, wood on wood, deep in the timber off to our left, loud, deliberate, nothing like a falling limb or a woodpecker. And a moment later, from across the valley, on our right, an answer. Another knock. The two of them, calling back and forth across us, across the valley, and Mose Tyndall's face when I looked at him, had gone the color of the gray rain, and he said, very low, "There it is. That is it. Garrett, that is the warning. It is telling us we have come far enough." And every part of me that had spent 11 years in that forest knew that he was right, and I almost turned us around. I swear to you that I almost did. And here, before the rock comes and the day turns, is the one moment I am going to step out of the story and speak to you straight, because we are standing now exactly where the warning came, the fork between the smart road and the road I took. So let me say it plainly. I can tell that you have been pulled into this, that you are with me up that valley right now, and I can also tell, because I have done this a while, that you have not actually liked the video yet, or left so much as a word below to say you were here. That is the small, safe, free thing, done from a warm place where nothing can reach you. So do it now, the like and a quick comment, while we are still on the right side of that fork. Mose and I were standing right here, with every reason to turn around, and we did not. You can do the wise small thing that we did not. Go on, then we will go up, because up is where I went. We did not turn around. Brody Lund and Kira Sundberg were somewhere up that valley, and a storm was coming, and I told Mose we would push on a little farther, carefully, just to the next bench, and if we found nothing we would turn back. He looked at me a long time, the knocking still trading back and forth across the valley around us, and then the old man nodded, because he had his own reasons, I think. 58 years of his own reasons, and we went on. Up. The knocking followed us. It moved as we moved, ahead and to the sides, never behind, the way the prince had circled Amos Tiller's cabin, and the screaming had circled that cove in the southern mountains, a thing keeping pace, keeping station, herding. And then the rocks began. The first one cracked off a tree trunk 10 feet to my right, thrown hard, out of timber where I could see nothing. The second landed in the ferns at our feet. They were not meant to hit us. I understood that even then. They were thrown to land near us, to turn us, to push us back down the valley, the same message as the knocking made physical. You have come far enough. Go back. And a part of me, the oldest animal part, wanted desperately to obey. Because being herded by something you cannot see, something with the strength to throw a stone that hard that far, and the cunning to land it that precisely, undoes a person in a way that is hard to describe. But I had found their sign, fresh, and I could not turn back now, and so we pushed on through the rock and the knock, up toward the bench, and the smell began. It rolled down the valley on the wet air, and it was the worst part yet, worse than the knock, worse than the rock. A heavy, rank animal musk, like a wet dog in a soiled stall and something rotten under it, thick and warm and alive, and it came and went in waves as if its source were moving through the timber near us. And Most Tyndall stopped when it hit him and put his hand on my arm and said, "It is close now. It is letting us smell it. That is the last warning before it stops warning." And the green gloom under those giant trees had gone deep with the storm coming on early, and the rain was picking up, and somewhere very near us in that mossy hush, upwind, something large was moving, and we could not see it, and we could only smell it, and hear the knock and feel the weight of its attention. And we went up onto the bench, and on the bench we found Brody Lund. He was at the base of a great cedar, and he had been dead for a day, maybe two, and I will tell you the shape of it and not the rest, out of mercy for the people who loved him. He had not been killed, not the way an animal kills. There were no marks on him of teeth or claw. He had died of his injuries from a fall, or from many falls, the kind of damage a person does to themselves running blind and terrified through that brutal country in the rain and the gloom, off ledges into logs, again and again, until his body gave out. He had run himself to death. Something had driven him through that forest until he died of the running. And when I knelt by him and understood that, I understood the whole shape of what we were dealing with in a way the knocking and the rock had only hinted at, and it put a fear in me that I have never fully been free of since. And Kira Sundberg was alive. We found her because she made a sound, a small broken sound, from inside the hollow base of a fallen cedar a little way up the bench, a great rotted log she had crawled up inside of. And when I came to the opening and put my light in, she was there, wedged back in the wet dark of it, and she had been there for days. And she was alive, and she was not all right, and she was never going to be all right again. She was soaked and starved and hypothermic, and her eyes, when my light found them, were the eyes of a person who has seen a thing the mind does not have a shelf to put away on, and she would not come out. She fought me when I reached for her, a feral, terrified strength, and the only word she had, the only thing she said, over and over, in a cracked whisper was, "Do not let it see the light. Do not let it see the light. It comes to the light." It took everything I had, and everything Mose had, to get her out of that log. And when we did, she clung to me and would not let go, and she would not stand on her own. And I understood that carrying her down that valley was going to be slow and brutal. And I looked up at the green gloom of the sky through the canopy, and I knew, with a sick certainty, that the storm Mose and I had been racing was no longer coming. It was here. The rain had become a downpour, a roar in the canopy, and that meant the river we had to get back down to and follow out, was already rising. We started down. I carried Kira Sundberg on my back, and Most Tyndall, 80 years old and lame, went ahead with his staff finding the way, and the rain came down in a way that only that forest can produce. Sheets of it, the green gloom going to a deep wet twilight in the middle of the day, and the river, when we reached it, was no longer the river we had come up. It had risen feet. It was a brown, roaring thing, full of logs, tearing at its banks, and the gravel bars we had walked up were under fast water, and our boat, where we had left it, was gone, taken by the rise, and it was still with us. Through all of it, through the storm and the carrying and the roar of the river, the knocking went on, close now, on both sides, and twice through the downpour I caught the smell of it, and once, only once, going down a steep pitch above the flooding river with Kira on my back, I looked across a side ravine and I saw it, for less than 2 seconds, standing among the giant trunks in the gray rain, upright, taller than any man, broad past reason, the wet hair on it the color of the bark it stood against, so that it was almost not there at all, and it was not chasing us, it was pacing us, down the valley, watching us go, herding us out the way it had herded Brody Lund to his death, except that it was letting us live, letting us leave, and I have never known why, and the not knowing is one of the things that visits me. We came to the place where we had to cross. The trail outran down the far side, and the river between was a brown torrent now. And there was one place, a wide riffle gone deep and fast, where a person might still get across, and might not, and I knew that if we waited for the water to drop, we would be trapped up that valley for days with that thing and a dying woman and a storm, and that crossing now, in that flood, might kill us. It was the worst choice of my life, and I had seconds to make it. I made it. We would cross. I will tell you that the crossing of that flooding river, with a broken woman on my back and an 80-year-old man beside me, is the hardest physical thing I have ever done, harder than anything in any of these stories I have heard from the others, and I do not fully know how we lived through it. The water took us off our feet halfway across. Mose Tyndall, lame and ancient and stronger than any of us guessed, got his staff wedged in the rocks and got a hand on me, and we fought across that current foot by foot, the cold of it stopping the breath, logs grinding past in the brown water close enough to touch, and Kira Sundberg's arms locked around my throat so tight I could not breathe, and somehow, we came up onto the far bank, all three of us, soaked and broken and alive, and I lay in the mud with the woman still clinging to my back, and I looked across that roaring river at the valley we had come out of, and it was standing on the far bank where we had crossed, at the edge of the timber, in the gray rain, that tall, wrong, upright shape, watching us across the floodwater it would not cross, and it lifted one long arm, and it brought it down against the trunk of a great cedar, and the knock of it carried across the roar of the river. One last time, knock, and it was not a threat, I have come to believe. It was a period at the end of a sentence. It was the forest saying that is, far enough, you are out, do not come back. And then it turned, and it went up into the green gloom of that valley, unhurried, and the trees took it, and it was gone, and I have not seen it since, and I will go to my grave being glad, and being haunted in equal measure that I saw it at all. We got Kira Sundberg out. It took the rest of that day and into the night, down the flooding river trail in the storm, and a helicopter could not fly in the weather. And so we walked her out, Mose and I trading her weight, and we reached the trailhead near midnight and got her into an ambulance, and she lived. Her body healed. The rest of her did not. She spent a long time in care, and the last I heard she lives quietly now with family, far inland, far from any deep forest, and she does not talk about what happened up that valley, and the people who love her have learned not to ask. She is the only person I know of who went up past the last bend, and came back alive, and she came back so broken that I am no longer sure that came back is the right way to say it. We recovered Brody Lund's body when the storm passed and the river dropped. A team of us, in daylight, and we wrote it up the way it had to be written. A backpacker who died of a fall in rough terrain in a storm. His partner found injured and hypothermic. A tragic accident in the backcountry. The river, the rain, the dark, all true, all a fraction of the truth. I did not write about the knocking, or the rock, or the smell, or the thing on the far bank that brought its arm down against the cedar like the closing of a door. There was no place to write it. I signed the report, and I have signed others like it since, for the upper valley keeps taking the occasional one who pushes too far, and they are always the river, and the river never says a word. I went to see Mose Tyndall when it was over, to thank him, because he had saved my life and Kira Sundberg's both in that river, an 80-year-old man who had no business in that valley and went anyway. He was on his porch with his ravens. He did not say much. He never did. But he said one thing I have kept. He said, "You took the warning in the end, Garrett. Late, but you took it. That is why you are sitting on my porch. Brody Lund did not take it, and Kira would not leave him, and that is the whole of the difference, in that valley and every valley like it. The warning is always given. The rock and the knock and the smell and the sight, it always gives the warning first. It is the most patient teacher there is. The only question is whether you are the kind of fool who turns around when you are told, or the kind who pushes on to prove something to a forest that was old before your whole bloodline was born." And then he fed a raven from his hand, and we did not speak of it again, and Mose Tyndall passed in his sleep the following spring. In his cabin at the edge of the forest he had spent 90 years learning, and the ravens, the people in town said, came to his porch for a week and called, and then they stopped, and I believe that, because I have learned to believe stranger things. Here is the part one have never put in a report, the part that is the reason I am telling you all of this tonight. I still ranger that forest. I cannot leave it. The great dripping green quiet of it is the love of my life, and always will be, and most of it. The trails and the river bars and the elk in the morning mist and the 1,000-year-old trees is the most beautiful country God ever made, and I will work it until my body quits. But I do not go up the river past the last bend, and I have made sure in the quiet ways a man in my position can, that the permits steer people away from that upper valley. And when a strong young backpacker comes to me with that particular light in their eyes and asks what is up there past the trail, I look them in the face and I tell them the flat lie that has kept more of them alive than the truth ever would. I tell them there is nothing up there, just more trees, not worth the walk. And every November, when the big storms come in off the ocean and the rivers rise and the forest goes to that deep, wet green twilight in the middle of the day, I think about that valley, and the knock trading back and forth across it, and the tall, wrong shape on the far bank bringing its arm down against the cedar. And once, 2 autumns ago, patrolling a trail miles from that valley, in country I trusted, in the gray rain, I heard it, far off in the timber, a knock, a single hard crack of wood on wood, deliberate, and then, from across the way, an answer. And I stood there in the rain with my heart going, and I did not go to look, and I did not knock back. And after a moment I turned and I walked out the way I had come. And I have wondered ever since whether it was only my mind, or whether the thing that owns the upper valley sometimes comes down to remind the one man who got away that it remembers him, and that it could have herded him to his death the same as Brody Lund, and chose for reasons I will never know to let him carry the warning out instead. So if you take one thing from a tired old rainforest ranger tonight, take this. If you are ever deep in some great old forest, far past the end of the trail, where the trees are giants and the quiet is the kind that swallows your own footsteps, and you hear a knock, a hard crack of wood on wood answered from across the valley, and then a stone cuts the air and lands near you out of timber where you can see no one, then you must understand that you are being spoken to, in the oldest language there is, and the thing it is saying is this: you have come far enough. Go back. Do not push on to prove you are not afraid. Do not go up to see what threw the stone. Turn around, while it is still asking and not yet telling, and go home, and be the kind of fool who lives. Because the forest is older than all of us, and there are valleys in it that are not ours, and were never ours, and the thing that keeps them is patient, and fair in its way. It warns you first, it always warns you first. The rock, and the knock, and the smell, and one glimpse of itself, standing in the gloom, watching to see what kind of person you are going to be. And the only ones who come home are the ones who answer it the way Most Tyndall taught me to answer it: too late but not too late, which is to lower your eyes and turn your back and walk down out of its valley, and never, as long as you live, go up past the last bend again. I never believed in monsters, not really. Growing up in Boise, Idaho, the scariest thing I'd faced was the stack of medical bills after my daughter Emma's surgery last year. That fear was real, the kind that kept you up at night, calculating interest rates and wondering if you'd lose the house your grandfather built with his own hands. I worked construction before this, 12-hour days pouring concrete, framing houses, anything to keep food on the table. My wife Sarah worked 2 jobs. We loved camping, hiking the Sawtooth Range on those rare weekends when we could afford gas money. Emma would collect pine cones and tell us stories about forest fairies. She was 8, believed in magic. I believed in overtime pay. Then William found me. I'd known William Harker since our Army days, 20th Infantry Division, Iraq, back when the world made a different kind of sense. We'd lost touch after discharge, the way soldiers do. So when he showed up at the construction site in November, I barely recognized him. Same hard eyes, but something else there now. Something tired. "Mason needs men," he said, buying me coffee at the diner across from the lumberyard. "Good men. Soldiers." "I'm not a soldier anymore, Will. I'm a contractor with a mortgage." He slid an envelope across the table. I didn't open it right away. Just looked at him. "30,000, he said quietly. "Per assignment. Sometimes more." I opened it. The check inside had more zeros than I'd seen in 5 years. "What's the catch?" "Wilderness search and recovery. People go missing in remote areas. Michigan, Oregon, Pennsylvania, places like that. We find them. Or we find out what happened." He leaned back. "It's a private contract. Government adjacent. Quiet work." "What do you mean, what happened?" William's jaw tightened. "Sometimes we find them. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes," he trailed off, staring at his coffee. "Look, I can't tell you everything. Not until you're in. But it's dangerous, and it's strange, and you'll see things that don't make sense, things that shouldn't be real. I thought about Emma's hospital bills, the second mortgage, Sarah's exhausted face when she came home from her night shift at the grocery store. When do I start? 3 weeks later, I was in a military transport flying toward northern Wisconsin. The cabin was cold and loud, packed with men I didn't know. William sat beside me, reviewing files on a tablet. "Team's small," he said. 12 of us total, plus command. "You'll meet James at the base. He runs operations. Good man. Fair. Follows protocols." "What kind of protocols?" "The kind that keep you alive." Across from us, a younger guy with a buzz cut was cleaning a rifle with methodical precision. He looked up and nodded. "Aiden Torres, you're the new guy." "Colton Reed." "Welcome to the circus." He didn't smile. "Stick close to William. He's been doing this longer than anyone except James." The plane touched down on a private airstrip surrounded by endless pine forest. Snow was falling, thick and silent. A convoy of black SUVs waited on the tarmac. James Garrett was exactly what you'd expect from someone running a secret military operation. Late 40s, gray threading through his hair, eyes that missed nothing. He shook my hand with a grip like iron. "Reed, William speaks highly of you. We need reliable men." He gestured to the others gathering around the vehicles. "You'll meet everyone else at the briefing. For now, just know this. What we do here stays here. No phones, no outside contact during operations. You signed the NDA. Break it, and prison is the least of your worries." The compound was hidden deep in the woods, a cluster of prefab buildings behind electrified fences and surveillance towers. Inside the main structure, a dozen men in tactical gear were assembled around a conference table covered in maps and photographs. "Gentlemen," James began, "we have a situation in Iron County, Michigan. 6 people missing over the last 2 months. Last known locations form a pattern." He pointed to red markers on the map. "All within a 10-mile radius of Lake Superior shoreline. All experienced outdoorsmen. All vanished without a trace." A stocky man with gray stubble spoke up. "Local SAR find anything?" "Nothing, Frank. No bodies, no clothing, no equipment. Just gone." James pulled up photos on the screen. "But there's something else." The images showed trees, dozens of them, deep in the forest. Each one had markings carved into the bark, symbols I didn't recognize, intricate patterns that made my eyes hurt if I looked too long. "These showed up 3 weeks ago," James continued. "Locals say they've never seen anything like it. Some of the elders remember stories, old stories, but won't talk to outsiders." "What kind of stories?" I asked. James looked at me. "The kind people don't tell around campfires anymore, Reed. The kind that got forgotten for a reason." Beside me, a thin man with nervous hands spoke in a thick accent. "My grandmother was Ojibwe. She told me things. About the woods. About what walks there when the ice forms." He looked around the room. "She said names have power. Said some names should never be spoken." "Thank you, Chase," James said. "But we deal in evidence, not folklore." "Do we?" William's voice was quiet. "How many operations now, James? How many missing persons we never found? How many things we've seen that have no explanation?" The room went silent. I felt the weight of something unspoken, something everyone here knew except me. James nodded slowly. "Fair point. Which is why we're careful, why we follow protocols, why we work in teams, and we never, ever split up after dark." He looked at each of us in turn. "Hunter will lead Team 1. Reed, you're with him. Ryder leads Team 2. Logan, you've got Team 3. We deploy at first light. Questions?" I had 1,000 questions, but I kept my mouth shut. First day on the job, you watch and learn. That night, I lay in my bunk staring at the ceiling. Through the thin walls, I could hear the wind howling through the pines. It sounded almost like voices, almost like screaming. I thought about Emma, safe at home with Sarah. Thought about the check already deposited in our account. Thought about William's words, things that shouldn't be real. Outside, something crashed in the woods. Alarms stayed silent. No one came running. Just another sound in the forest. Just the wind. I told myself that until I fell asleep. Hunter Doyle was ex-Special Forces Delta, from what I'd gathered, and he moved through the forest like he'd been born there. Our team consisted of me, William, and 2 others, Jackson Park, a comm specialist who never stopped talking, and Robert Chen, a tracker who rarely spoke at all. We'd hiked 6 miles into the Iron County wilderness by the time the sun reached its peak. Robert led us to the first marked tree. Jesus, Jackson whispered. The symbols were worse up close, carved deep into the bark, weeping sap that had frozen in crystalline patterns. The designs spiraled inward, drawing the eye down into the wood grain until you felt dizzy. Don't stare at them, Hunter said sharply. Robert, photographs. Jackson, mark the GPS coordinates. What are we looking for exactly? I asked. Hunter crouched, examining the ground. Anything unusual? Tracks, disturbed soil, signs of struggle. But mostly, he pointed to the symbol. We're mapping these, seeing if they form a pattern. And if they do, then we'll know where to go next. We found 7 more marked trees over the next 3 hours, each one deeper in the woods. The forest grew darker, the canopy thicker, snow fell in lazy spirals, muffling sound until the world felt wrapped in cotton. Robert stopped suddenly, raising his fist. We froze. Smell that? He whispered. I did. Something sweet and rotten, like flowers left too long in a vase. It made my stomach turn. Hunter signaled us forward. 50 yards ahead, we found them. Clothes, laid out in a perfect circle around another marked tree. 6 sets. Pants, shirts, jackets, boots, arranged with eerie precision, as if the wearers had simply stepped out of them and walked away naked into the snow. No blood, Robert observed, kneeling. No tears, no signs of violence. Jackson was backing away. This is wrong. This is really wrong. Reed, Hunter said. Check the perimeter. William, help him. We circled the area, weapons drawn. The forest was silent. No birds, no wind, just that smell, growing stronger. Will, I said quietly. What the hell is this? Don't know, but I've seen similar before. Oregon, 2 years ago. We found clothing arranged around a stone circle. Never found the bodies. He checked his watch. We need to move. Sun's dropping. When we returned to the circle, Hunter was photographing everything. Command needs to see this. We're marking this location and pulling back to establish base camp before. Robert's radio crackled. Team 3 to all units. We found something. Coordinates transmitting now. What is it? Hunter responded. Static. Then Logan's voice, strained. You need to see this. Just come now. Logan's team had found a cabin. A hunting shack by the look of it, maybe 60 years old, half collapsed. But the door was new, reinforced steel, padlocked from the outside. Was locked when we got here, Logan explained. He was a big man, but his hands shook as he held his rifle. Grayson cut the lock. Anyone inside? Hunter asked. We didn't go in. We waited for you. Smart man. Hunter and William approached first, weapons ready. I followed with Aiden from Team 2. The door swung open with a metallic shriek. The smell hit us immediately, that same sweet rot, concentrated and overwhelming. I pulled my shirt over my nose and stepped inside. The cabin was empty, no furniture, no supplies, just bare walls and a dirt floor. But every surface, walls, ceiling, floor, was covered in those symbols. Thousands of them, carved and scratched and burned into wood and earth. Mother of God, Aiden breathed. In the center of the room, a hole, maybe 4 feet across, descending into darkness. The edges were worn smooth, as if something had been sliding in and out for years. Wade from Team 3 was taking measurements. Goes down at least 30 feet. Can't see the bottom. Do we go down? I asked. No, Hunter said immediately. Absolutely not. We document, we report, we wait for James to decide next steps. That's when we heard it. From the hole, rising up from those depths. Singing. Not words, nothing human. Just melody, high and sweet and wrong, like crystal chimes played in a minor key. It made my teeth ache. Made something deep in my brain scream danger. Everyone out, Hunter ordered. Now. We didn't argue. Outside, the sun was setting fast. The forest had darkened, shadows pooling between the trees like spilled ink. Team 1, establish defensive perimeter, Hunter was saying into his radio. Team 2, you're with us. Team 3, the singing grew louder. It wasn't coming from the cabin anymore. It was coming from everywhere. From the trees themselves, from the ground, from the air around us. A dozen voices, 100, all singing that terrible melody. Lights! Someone was shouting. Where's the fucking light? The sun was gone. Not setting. Gone. As if someone had flipped a switch. The forest plunged into absolute darkness. And in that darkness, things moved. I saw them in the beam of my flashlight. Glimpses. Fragments. Tall and thin. Moving between the trees with impossible grace. Their skin, if it was skin, was pale as birch bark. Their faces were wrong. Too long. Too many angles. Do not fire unless fired upon, Hunter commanded. Maintain formation. We move back to the extraction point. Go. We ran. I've been in combat. I know fear. But this was different. This was primal. Every instinct screaming at me that we were prey, that we'd stumbled into something's hunting ground. Jackson fell. I grabbed him, hauled him up. Behind us, that singing grew louder, joyful almost. They were playing with us. "Half a mile," William gasped. "Half a mile to the vehicles." Something brushed past me in the dark. So close I felt the cold radiating off it. Heard breathing that wasn't breathing at all. More like wind through hollow reeds. A scream. Behind us. Short and sharp. Then silence. "Keep moving," Hunter roared. We broke through the tree line into the clearing where we'd parked. The vehicles were there. So was James, along with the rest of our unit, forming a defensive circle with lights blazing into the woods. "Count off," James shouted. We did. 12 men. Everyone accounted for. Except Brooke, Team 3, the scream we'd heard. "Get in the vehicles," James ordered. "We're moving back to base." "We can't leave him," Wade protested. "He's gone. I'm not losing anyone else. Move." As we piled into the SUVs, I looked back at the forest. In the glow of our lights, I saw them, standing at the tree line, not hiding anymore. 7 figures, impossibly tall, impossibly thin, watching us with eyes that caught the light, like an animal's. One of them raised its hand, not waving, beckoning. Then the lights went out, and there was only darkness. Base camp was on lockdown. James had called in reinforcements, another team from the Pennsylvania unit. Guys I hadn't met, hard-eyed men who'd clearly seen whatever we'd seen before. The new team leader's name was Thomas, older than James, with white hair and scars that ran down the left side of his face. He looked at our mission reports and nodded slowly. "Wendigo protocol," he said. "Should have been implemented immediately." "It's not a Wendigo," Chase insisted. "Wrong region, wrong behavior. This is something else." "Does it matter what we call it?" Ryder snapped. "Brooke's dead. Those things are out there. What do we do?" James spread a map across the table. "We find the source. Every time we've encountered these entities, there's been an origin point, a place where the veil is thin. Find it, seal it, and they lose their power." "Seal it how?" I asked. "Fire," Thomas said simply. "Ancient method, but effective. We burn whatever's anchoring them here. Then we salt the earth and we never come back." William was staring at the symbol photographs. "Look at the arrangement, the way they're positioned." He started marking points on the map. "They're not random. They form a spiral. And the center..." We all leaned in. "That cabin," William said. "That hole. That's the center. They sent us in at dawn. Full team, 20 men, armed with more than just rifles now. Flamethrowers, thermite grenades. Enough firepower to level a small building." James led the way, with Thomas beside him. I was in the middle of the formation with William and Jackson. Behind us, Caleb and Jace carried the fuel tanks. The forest was different in daylight. The symbols on the trees seemed to pulse, seemed to breathe. The air was thick with that sweet rot smell, stronger than before. "Movement," Robert said quietly. 11 o'clock. We all saw it. Just a flash, something pale sliding behind a tree. Then another, to our right. Another, behind us. "They're circling," Hunter observed. "Let them," James said. "We're not here for them. We're here for the source." The cabin stood where we'd left it. In daylight, I could see how wrong it was. The angle of the walls defied geometry. The door frame was trapezoidal, impossible to build without the structure collapsing. "Clint, Knox, secure the perimeter," James ordered. "The rest of you, with me." Inside, the symbols seemed to move in the light of our torches. The hole yawned like a mouth. Thomas peered down into it. Deeper than we thought. Can't see bottom. "We pour fuel. We light it. We go, James said. Simple. But nothing was simple. As Caleb stepped forward with the first fuel tank, the singing started. That same terrible melody, rising from the depths. And this time there were words, not English, not any language I'd heard. But somehow, I understood them. Come down. Come home. Come deep. Come down. Caleb screamed, dropped the tank, started walking toward the hole. William grabbed him, wrestled him back. Snap out of it. But Caleb's eyes were glassy, unfocused. They're calling me. Can't you hear? They're calling. Everyone with earplugs, use them now, James shouted. I fumbled for the foam plugs in my vest, jammed them in. The singing became muffled but didn't stop. Worse, I could still feel it, vibrating through my bones. George and Easton grabbed Caleb, dragged him toward the door. He fought them, sobbing, reaching back toward the hole. Do it now, Thomas ordered. Jace and Frank poured fuel into the hole. The liquid disappeared into darkness, but we heard it splash far below. Again and again they poured until both tanks were empty. James pulled a thermite grenade. Everyone out, 3 seconds. We ran. Behind us the grenade detonated with a sound like thunder. Heat washed over us, singeing the back of my neck. Through the cabin's windows I saw flames, white and fierce, roaring down into that hole like water down a drain. The singing became screaming. Not the creatures. The earth itself. The ground shook. Trees swayed. And from the forest, they came. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Pouring from between the trees like pale floodwater. Those things, those wrong thin things, rushing toward us with inhuman speed. Fire at will, James roared. The forest erupted in gunfire. I aimed, squeezed off 3 round bursts, saw them fall. But they kept coming. Finn was beside me, his flamethrower spraying liquid fire in an arc. The creatures shrieked, burning, but still they came. Fall back, Thomas was yelling, fighting retreat to the vehicles. We moved as a unit, covering each other, firing until our magazines were empty, reloading, firing again. The creatures were fast, but they didn't understand tactics. They just charged, mindless with rage. One got past our line, grabbed Axel by the shoulder. I saw its face up close, smooth as porcelain, featureless except for a mouth that opened too wide, revealing row upon row of needle teeth. Axel's scream was cut short as those jaws clamped down. Henry hit it with a shotgun blast at point-blank range. It exploded in a shower of something that looked like white flower petals. They're not solid, Henry shouted. There's something else. Behind us, the cabin was an inferno. Black smoke poured into the sky, thick and oily. The flames had a greenish tint, wrong colors that hurt to look at. We reached the vehicles, piled in. The drivers gunned the engines. As we pulled away, I looked back. The creatures weren't following anymore. They stood at the tree line, watching. Slowly, one by one, they began to fade. Not dying, just becoming translucent, like fog in morning sun. Is it over? Jackson asked. Look at the trees, William said. The symbols were fading too, peeling away like old paint, flaking into nothing. As we drove, I saw them vanish from every tree we passed. We did it, someone said. We actually did it. But James was quiet. So was Thomas. And when I looked at their faces, I saw something that worried me more than the creatures had. They looked disappointed, like they'd expected more, like this had been too easy. That night, back at base, we counted our losses. Brooke and Axel, 2 men gone, but everyone else had made it. I called Sarah from the secure phone line, told her I was safe, that the job was almost done, that I'd be home soon. Emma misses you, she said. She keeps asking when you're coming back. Soon, I promised. Real soon. After I hung up, I found William on the roof of the main building, smoking a cigarette and staring at the forest. You did good today, he said. Kept your head. Will, what James said earlier, about sealing the source. Have you done that before? He took a long drag. 4 times. Oregon, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Montana. And it worked? Every time, he flicked ash into the wind. But there's always another one, Colton. Always another place where the veil is thin. Always another group going missing. He looked at me. This job, it doesn't end. It just moves. Why keep doing it then? He smiled. but there was no humor in it. Because someone has to, and because once you've seen what's really out there, you can't unsee it, can't go back to normal life pretending the world makes sense. I thought about that. About Emma and Sarah. About whether I could go home and pretend I'd never seen those things in the forest. Get some sleep, William said. James wants us in Oregon next week. Another situation. I left him there and went to my bunk, but sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hole, that darkness, heard that singing. Come down, come home, come deep, come down. 3 days later, we were in the Cascade Mountains. Rain hammered down in sheets, turning the forest into a gray blur. Our team had grown, now 15 men strong, with reinforcements from the Carolina unit. The new guys brought stories. Edward from Charlotte told us about a cave system in the Appalachians where 6 geologists had vanished. Levi from Raleigh described symbols carved into rock faces, older than the trees, older than memory. It's spreading, he said. Whatever these things are, they're becoming more active, more aggressive. We were hunting another pattern, 7 hikers missing over 3 weeks. Last seen near a place called Whisper Creek, a name that made Chase visibly uncomfortable. Bad name, he muttered. You don't name a place Whisper unless you've heard things you shouldn't. James led us through the downpour to a staging area, an abandoned logging camp that looked like it hadn't been used since the 70s. The buildings were rotting, overtaken by moss and ferns. Teams of 5, James ordered. Logan, take the north quadrant. Mason, you have east. Blaze, you're west. I'll take south with William and Reed. We spread out into the forest. The rain made everything harder. Poor visibility, mud underfoot, our gear soaked through within minutes. But it also muffled sound, which meant we could move quietly. James led William and me along a creek bed. The water ran fast and brown with runoff. He was checking his GPS when William grabbed his arm. Sir, look. On the far bank, a figure, small, child-sized. It stood motionless in the rain, watching us, too far away to make out details. But something about its posture was wrong, too still, too patient. Hello? James called. The figure didn't respond, just stood there, water streaming off it. One of the missing? I asked. No children reported missing, James said. But we'll check it out. Weapons ready. We crossed the creek, boots slipping on wet stones. When we reached the far bank, the figure was gone. Spread out, James ordered. 5-meter intervals. We moved through the underbrush, calling out. The rain was easing slightly, turning to mist. I could see maybe 20 feet ahead. That's when I found them. Dolls, hanging from tree branches. Dozens of them, crude things made from sticks and moss and strips of cloth. Each one had something wrong with it. Too many limbs, faces painted in ash, symbols carved into their wooden torsos. Contact, I said into my radio. I've got something. Grid reference Alpha 79er. James and William appeared beside me. William made a sound low in his throat. Offerings, he said. Someone's been leaving offerings. To what? I asked. He pointed. Beyond the hanging dolls, I saw a structure, not natural. A frame of branches woven together, forming a dome maybe 10 feet tall. Inside, darkness. That's a lodge, James said quietly. Traditional construction. Very old style. So what? Someone's living out here? No. William approached cautiously, light cutting through the gloom. It's empty. But look. The interior was covered in those symbols. But these were different. Painted in something dark that could have been mud or blood. They spiraled inward toward a central point. In the center of the lodge, a pit. Not as large as the one in Michigan, but similar. And from it, that smell. Sweet rot. Flowers and decay. We found another one, James said into his radio. All teams converge on Alpha 79er. Bring everything. By the time the others arrived, the rain had stopped. The forest dripped and steamed in sudden sunlight breaking through the clouds. Thomas examined the lodge carefully. Traditional structure, but corrupted. Look at the binding. Those knots aren't ceremonial. They're containment. Containing what? Mason asked. Not containing. Chase knelt by the pit, summoning. This is a gateway, built to call something through. Who would build this? Logan demanded. Someone who knew the old ways, Chase said. Someone who thought they could control what came through. Obviously they couldn't, Thomas muttered. Frank, Easton, fuel. Same protocol as Michigan. We set up quickly, efficiently. By now we knew the drill. Perimeter guards, fuel prep, extraction route planned and clear. But this time felt different. The air was too still, the forest too quiet. Anyone else feel like we're being watched? Aiden asked. We all did. As Frank poured fuel into the pit, the singing started. But this time it was different. Angrier. The melody was sharp, discordant, making my head throb. And then they came. Not from the forest this time. From the pit, rising up from those depths like smoke. More of them than in Michigan. They poured out, pale and terrible, their two long faces turning toward us with something like hunger. Light it, James shouted. A thermite fell. Fire roared down into the darkness. The creatures screamed, but they didn't stop. They kept coming, even as flames engulfed them. Coming for us with single-minded fury. We fired. Flamethrowers roared. The forest became a war zone. I saw Colton go down. 3 of them on him. Saw John empty his magazine into the mass. Saw the creatures dissolve under sustained fire, turning to that white petal substance and blowing away. They're not stopping, someone screamed. They will, Thomas roared back. Hold the line. The lodge was burning now, flames climbing into the canopy. The pit vomited smoke, black and green and purple, colors that shouldn't exist. And then, suddenly, silence. The creatures stopped coming. The ones still standing froze mid-stride, turned translucent, faded to nothing. The pit's fire guttered out. The smoke cleared. We stood there, panting, covered in soot and that white petal substance. Count off, James ordered hoarsely. 13 voices answered. We'd lost 2, Colton and Finn. I realized with a sick feeling. I'd served with a Colton, had the same name. Now he was gone. Bag the bodies, James said quietly. We're done here. But as we turned to leave, Chase grabbed my arm. Wait, look at the pit. I looked. The fire was out, but in the depths, something gleamed. Metal. There's something down there, Chase said. Leave it, James ordered. What if it's important? What if... Leave it. But Chase was already lowering himself into the pit, rope around his waist. 5 seconds, I just want to see. He descended into the darkness. His light swept across walls of packed earth. Then, oh God, what is it? James called down. Bones. Dozens of them. And his voice changed. There's writing. On the walls. I can't read it, but... The rope went taut. Chase? James pulled. The rope came up empty. Chase? From the pit, that singing started again. Not angry now. Satisfied. Happy. Get back. Thomas was already throwing another grenade. We ran as the explosion rocked the forest. The pit collapsed in on itself, earth and stone filling the void. When the dust settled, there was just a crater. No pit, no lodge, no trace. Except the symbols, carved into the trees around us. Still there, still watching. Pack it up, James said. His voice was flat. Dead. We're leaving. Nobody argued. That night, on the plane back to base, William sat beside me. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Finally, he said, "You thinking about quitting?" I thought about the check that would hit my account. Thought about Emma's college fund. About Sarah's smile when I told her we could afford a real vacation. No, I said. You? No. Why do we do this, Will? He looked out the window at the darkness below. Because someone has to. Because if we don't, more people disappear. More families lose someone they love. Even though we can't really stop it. Just slow it down. Yeah, he closed his eyes. Even though. I wanted to believe him. Wanted to believe we were making a difference. But in my head I kept hearing that singing. Kept seeing Chase's light disappear into darkness. Kept thinking about what he'd said. There's writing on the walls. What had it said? What had Chase seen in those last moments? I didn't know. And somehow, I knew I never would. The job didn't give answers. Just more questions. Just more darkness. And somewhere out there, in forests we'd never seen, in places we'd never been, more pits waited, more voices sang, more people disappeared. The work never ended. It just moved. I'd been home for 3 weeks when the call came. 3 weeks of pretending everything was normal, of watching Emma play in the backyard, of lying beside Sarah at night, staring at the ceiling, jumping at every sound. The check had cleared. We'd paid off the medical bills, bought Emma that bicycle she wanted. Sarah cried when I gave her the vacation brochure, a real trip, somewhere warm, just the three of us. "When do you leave again?" she'd asked. "Not for a while," I'd lied. James called on a Tuesday. "North Carolina. Situation's escalated. We need everyone." I packed my gear in silence. Sarah watched from the doorway. "You don't have to keep doing this," she said. "I know." "Then why?" I couldn't tell her. Couldn't explain what I'd seen. What waited out there in the dark places. How could I go back to pouring concrete, knowing what I knew? "The money's good," I said. She didn't believe me, but she kissed me goodbye anyway. Emma hugged my legs. "Bring me back a pine cone," she said. "A big one." Deal. The Carolina unit was in chaos when we arrived. Base camp looked like it had been hit by artillery, buildings damaged, equipment scattered. James met us at the gate, looking 10 years older than the last time I'd seen him. "What happened?" William asked. "They attacked us," James said. "First time they've come after the base itself. Killed 3 men, wounded 7 more." Inside, the briefing room was packed. I recognized faces from previous missions. Robert, Jackson, Hunter, new faces too. Ryder from Michigan, Grayson from Oregon, Wade from Pennsylvania. And then there was a man I didn't know. Old, Native American, wearing traditional dress. He sat in the corner, watching us with eyes that had seen too much. "This is John Littlebear," James said. "Elder from the Cherokee Nation. He's agreed to help us." "Help us how?" Mason asked. John stood slowly. "By telling you what you're fighting. What you've been fighting all along." He moved to the map table. "You call them entities, things, creatures, but they have names, many names in many languages. My people called them the Nunhi, the people who live anywhere." He pointed to the marked locations. "They exist in the space between life and death, between earth and sky, between what is and what should not be." "How do we kill them?" Thomas asked. "You can't, not permanently. You can only close the doors, seal the pathways they use to enter our world." John's finger traced a pattern on the map. "But there are many doors, more than you know, and someone has been opening them." The room went silent. "What do you mean, someone?" James asked quietly. "The structures you found, the cabin, the lodge, those aren't natural formations. They were built by someone who knew the old ways, who knew how to break the barriers." John looked at us. "And they're still out there, opening more doors, leading people to the places where the veil is thin." "Why?" I asked. "Power, knowledge, madness." John shrugged. "Does it matter? The result is the same." James pulled up new satellite imagery. 3 days ago, we identified a structure in the Pisgah National Forest, larger than anything we've seen before, and there's activity. 15 people missing in the last month, all last seen heading toward this location. The image showed a clearing deep in the mountains. In the center, a massive structure, not wood this time, but stone, ancient stone, arranged in circles. "That's a medicine wheel," John said, "but corrupted, twisted. Whoever built this knows what they're doing." "Then we'll take them down," Thomas said. "All of us, full force." "It won't be enough," John said softly, "but you'll try anyway." We deployed at dawn, every man we had, 23 soldiers, armed to the teeth. James, William, Mason, Logan, Robert, Jackson, Hunter, Aiden, Thomas, Edward, Levi, Grayson, Wade, Henry, George, Easton, Jace, Knox, Frank, Blaze, Ryder, myself, and John, who insisted on coming despite his age. The hike took 6 hours. 6 hours through dense pine forest, elevation climbing, the air growing thin. None of us spoke. We all felt it, the weight of what was coming. When we reached the clearing, the sun was high overhead, but the light seemed wrong here, filtered, weak. The stone circle dominated the space. Massive rocks, each one 15 feet tall, arranged in a perfect wheel with paths radiating outward. At the center, a pit. Of course, always a pit. But this one was different. It was huge, 30 feet across, maybe more, and from it rose voices, not singing, speaking. whispering, thousands of words in thousands of languages, all talking at once. Formation, James ordered. Teams Alpha through Delta, secure the perimeter. Echo Team, with me. I was Echo Team. Me, William, Mason, and Thomas. The Suicide Squad. We approached the center carefully. The whispers grew louder. I could almost make out words now. Almost understand. Come down. Come see. Come know. Come down. Inside the circle, symbols covered every stone surface. These weren't carved. They were burned in, scorched deep into the rock. Who did this? Mason breathed. I did. We spun around. A woman stood at the edge of the circle, maybe 40, with gray-streaked hair and eyes that reflected light like a cat's. She wore hiking gear covered in mud and blood. I'm Lieutenant Sarah Cross, she said calmly, former Special Operations. I served in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria. I saw things there, things that made me question everything. Step away from the circle, James ordered, weapon trained on her. She laughed. Why? You can't stop this. I've already opened the door. The Nunhai are coming through. They've been trapped for so long. They deserve to be free. You're insane, Thomas said. Am I? You've seen them. You know they're real. Everything you thought you knew about the world is a lie. She spread her arms. They've shown me such wonders. They've taught me their language, their ways. You've led people to their deaths, I said. I've led them to transcendence, to transformation, to something greater than this mundane existence. Her smile was terrible. And now you'll join them. The whispers became screams. From the pit they came, hundreds of them, more than we'd ever seen. They poured out like water, like smoke, like nightmares given form. Fire, James roared. The clearing erupted in gunfire, flames, explosions. We threw everything we had at them, but there were too many. Far too many. I saw Henry go down, then Jace, then Knox. Fall back! Thomas was screaming. Everyone fall back! But Lieutenant Cross was laughing, standing in the center of the chaos, arms raised to the sky. The creatures flowed around her like she was a stone in a stream. John Littlebear walked forward, slowly, deliberately, chanting in Cherokee words that hurt to hear. The creatures hesitated. What's he doing? William shouted. Closing the door, John called back. But I need time. Everyone on Littlebear, James ordered. Protect him at all costs. We formed a circle around the old man, fired outward in all directions. The creatures pressed in, testing our defenses, looking for weakness. John's chanting grew louder. The symbols on the stones began to glow. Not the sickly green we'd seen before, but red, hot, angry. No, Lieutenant Cross shrieked. No, you can't. The stones exploded. Not physically, but I felt it. A concussive wave of energy that knocked us all flat. The creatures screamed. They were being pulled back, drawn toward the pit against their will. Cross was screaming too, fighting against the pull. You don't understand. They promised me. She fell, pitched forward into the pit. Her scream cut off abruptly. The last creature vanished into the darkness. The whispers stopped. John collapsed. William caught him. Did it work? Mason asked. John nodded weakly. For now. The door is closed. But what? There are other doors. And other people like her. People who've been touched by the Nunehai. Changed by them. He looked at James. This isn't over. It's just beginning. We lost 8 men that day. 8 good soldiers. Their bodies were airlifted out, delivered to families with cover stories about training accidents. The stone circle was destroyed with explosives. The pit filled with concrete, the forest cordoned off and declared a restricted military zone. But John was right. 3 weeks later, reports came in from Montana, then Alaska, then Maine. More missing people, more structures, more doors opening. James called us all together one last time. We stood in that briefing room, fewer now than we'd been, exhausted, traumatized. I'm not going to order anyone to continue, he said. This job, it changes you, takes pieces of you that you don't get back. If anyone wants out, there's no shame. Your service has been exemplary. No one moved. I'm in, William said. Me too, said Mason. One by one, we all agreed. Jackson, Robert, Logan, Aiden, Thomas, Grayson, Wade, George, Easton, Ryder, Blaze, and me. Then we keep fighting, James said quietly. We close every door we find, save everyone we can, even though we know more doors will open, even though this war never ends. Why? I asked, the question I'd been holding back for months. Why keep fighting when we can't win? James looked at me. Because the alternative is letting people disappear, letting those things take whoever they want. At least this way we have a chance. We slow them down. We save some lives. He paused. It's not much, but it's something. I'm writing this from a hotel room in Boise. Tomorrow I go home. I'll see Emma, hold Sarah, pretend for a few days that the world is normal. Then the phone will ring. James will have a new location, a new structure, a new door to close. And I'll pack my gear, kiss my family goodbye, head back into the woods. Because John was right. This is just the beginning. The Nunhai have been trapped for centuries, millennia, and they're patient. They'll keep finding ways through. Keep finding people like Lieutenant Cross, people broken enough, desperate enough, to open the doors. And we'll keep closing them. It's not heroic. It's not glorious. It's just necessary. Someone has to stand between the darkness and the light. Someone has to walk into the forests where the veil is thin. Someone has to fight the things that shouldn't exist. Might as well be us. Sarah asked me last night if I'd quit. I told her I couldn't. She asked why. I thought about Emma, about all the other children out there, about the hikers and the campers and the people who just wanted to experience the beauty of nature without knowing what waited in the deep woods. Because someone has to, I said. She cried, but she understood. Tomorrow I go home. I'll take Emma to the park. I'll help Sarah with the garden. I'll fix that fence I've been meaning to repair. And when the phone rings, I'll answer it. Because this is my life now. This is my war. And unlike most wars, this one never ends. The doors keep opening, and we keep closing them. One at a time. I never thought I'd end up hunting things that shouldn't exist. Back in Montana, I had simpler problems. A mortgage I couldn't pay, a truck that needed new brakes, and a daughter starting college with no scholarship money in sight. I loved fishing the Madison River on weekends, loved the quiet of the mountains, loved the life I'd built after my discharge from the Army. But loving something doesn't keep the lights on. That's why when James Hartwell showed up at my door on a Tuesday morning in March, I listened. He wore a suit too expensive for our neighborhood, and carried a briefcase that probably cost more than my monthly salary at the hardware store. His credentials said Department of Interior, but his eyes said something else entirely, something harder. Mr. Wade, he said, extending his hand. I'm here about a job opportunity. May I come in? I should have said no. Should have closed the door and gone back to my coffee and the stack of overdue bills on my kitchen table. Instead, I stepped aside. James sat at my table like he owned it, declined my offer of coffee, and opened his briefcase. Inside were files, photographs, maps marked with red circles, and annotations I couldn't quite read from where I stood. Your service record is impressive, he began. 2 tours in Afghanistan, decorated for valor, expert marksman, survival training instructor. You know how to operate in hostile territory with limited support. That was a long time ago, I said, settling into the chair across from him. The skills don't fade. He pulled out a photograph and slid it across the table. It showed a dense forest, the kind that swallows light. We have a situation, multiple situations actually. People go missing in wilderness areas, more than the public knows about, more than natural causes can explain. I picked up the photograph. Something about the tree line made my skin prickle. Search and rescue isn't usually a federal matter. It is when the disappearances follow patterns, when they cluster around specific dates, specific locations, when the people who do come back, he paused, choosing his words carefully. When they come back wrong. The way he said wrong made me think of Afghanistan, of things I'd seen in mountain villages that I'd learned not to talk about, things that made veteran counselors uncomfortable when you brought them up. What exactly are you offering? A position with a specialized unit. We call it the Hollow Echo Protocol. Your team would respond to incidents in wilderness areas across 5 states: Michigan, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. You'd have full federal authority, unlimited equipment resources, and compensation of $200,000 annually, plus benefits. I nearly choked. That was more than 4 times what I made at the hardware store. What's the catch? James smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The catch is that you'll see things that challenge your understanding of reality. The catch is that some of your team won't come home. The catch is that you can never, ever talk about what you do. He leaned forward. But your daughter gets her college paid for. Your house stays yours, and you get to do what you were trained for, protect people. I thought about Sarah, about the acceptance letter from Portland State she'd taped to the refrigerator, about the loans we'd have to take out that would bury us both for decades. I thought about the hollow feeling I'd carried since leaving the service, like I'd left part of myself in those mountains overseas. When do I start? Pack for 2 weeks in the field. A car will pick you up tomorrow at 0600. Welcome to Hollow Echo, Wade. After he left, I sat at that table for an hour, staring at the photograph of those dark trees. Somewhere deep in my gut, I knew I'd just made a deal I didn't fully understand. But the bills were still sitting there, and Sarah's future was still hanging in the balance, and sometimes a man does what he has to do. I spent that evening packing my gear, and trying to figure out how to explain this to Sarah without explaining anything at all. In the end, I told her I'd gotten a contractor position with the government. Decent pay, some travel. She hugged me and said she was proud, and I felt like a liar, even though technically I hadn't lied. That night, I dreamed of forests where the trees grew in impossible directions, and of something watching from just beyond the firelight. The facility didn't exist on any map. Somewhere in the mountains of North Carolina, accessible only by a dirt road that wound through miles of nothing, sat a compound that looked like a hunting lodge from the outside. Inside was something else entirely. Briefing rooms with satellite feeds, an armory that would make a military base jealous, medical facilities with equipment I didn't recognize, and barracks that housed the strangest collection of people I'd ever met. James introduced me to the team over breakfast in the mess hall. Aidan Knox sat at the head of the table, a man in his 40s with silver threading through his dark hair and scars that suggested a violent past. Team lead, James explained, former Delta, 15 years with Hollow Echo. If he tells you to run, you run, no questions. Aidan nodded to me, his gray eyes measuring. Montana, good country. You hunt? When I can. Good. You'll need those instincts here. Hunter Blaze was next, a lanky man with nervous energy who couldn't seem to sit still. Tech specialist, James said. He monitors feeds, runs our databases, tracks the patterns. Hunter gave me a brief wave, his attention already back on the tablet in his hands. John Mason looked like he could break me in half. 6'5", built like a linebacker, with a handshake that tested my bones. Heavy support, former Marine EOD. If we need something blown up or something held down, John's your man. William Colton was the medic, quiet and intense, with careful hands and a manner that suggested he'd seen too much. I'll patch you up, he said simply. Try not to need it too often. The others filed in as breakfast continued. Robert Chase, sharp-eyed and suspicious, former FBI. Charles Easton, who moved like a cat and spoke rarely. Thomas Finn, who told dark jokes that nobody laughed at. Edward Caleb and George Clint, brothers who'd served together and joined Hollow Echo together, finishing each other's sentences in a way that was both comforting and unsettling. But it was Logan Ryder who caught my attention. He sat apart from the others, methodical in his eating, eyes always scanning. When James introduced us, Logan's handshake was brief and cold. Logan runs point on extractions, James explained. Best tracker we have. Tracks what? I asked. Logan's smile was thin. Things that don't want to be found. Things that don't want you to leave. After breakfast, Aidan took me to the briefing room. The walls were covered with maps, each marked with symbols and dates. Red circles clustered in specific areas, with lines connecting them in patterns that made my head hurt if I looked too long. Welcome to the real world, Aidan said, gesturing to the maps. This is what they don't tell you. What they can't tell the public because mass panic isn't useful. What am I looking at? Disappearances. 374 in the last 18 months across our operational zones. Park rangers find abandoned campsites, cars left running, tents with people's belongings still inside but no people. Sometimes they find remains. Sometimes they find survivors who don't remember what happened, or who remember too much and spend the rest of their lives in psychiatric facilities. He pulled up a file on the computer. But that's not the strangest part. The strangest part is the consistency. Every disappearance happens within a quarter-mile of old-growth forest. Every disappearance happens during specific lunar phases. And every location has historical records of folklore, local legends, indigenous warnings, settler stories, different cultures, different time periods, but similar themes. What themes? Aiden's jaw tightened. Things in the woods. Things that take people. Things that have been here longer than us, and don't appreciate our presence. I wanted to laugh, to tell him this was ridiculous, but his face was serious, and I remembered James's words. Challenge your understanding of reality. You're telling me we're hunting folklore? I'm telling you that folklore exists for a reason. Our ancestors saw things, encountered things, and they created stories to warn their children. We just forgot to keep listening. He closed the file. You'll get 2 weeks of training. Learn the protocols, learn the signs, learn how to survive. Then we deploy to Michigan. There's a situation near Pictured Rocks that needs immediate attention. 4 hikers went missing last week. We have a narrow window to find them. And if we don't, then we find what's left and make sure it doesn't happen again. The next 2 weeks were the hardest training I'd experienced since basic. We learned signs to watch for, trees that grew in spirals, clearings where nothing lived, stones arranged in patterns that hurt to look at. We learned protocols for different entities, different threats. We practiced movements for dealing with things that didn't follow normal physics. And we lost people in the simulations. Virtual scenarios where team members disappeared, where radios went dead, where the forest itself seemed to turn against us. 20% casualty rate, John told me one evening as we cleaned weapons. That's our average over 5 years. Some missions, everyone comes home. Others, he trailed off, checking the action on his rifle. Just follow Aiden's orders. He's kept more people alive than anyone else. On the 13th day, Hunter pulled me aside in the computer lab. You should know something, he said, his fingers dancing across keyboards. Every person who joins Hollow Echo, we run full background checks. Financial history, psychological profiles, everything. Okay? Your daughter, Sarah, Portland State. We paid her tuition already. Full ride, all 4 years. Scholarship from a foundation that doesn't officially exist. He looked at me with something like pity. They buy us, Wade. They find what we need and they buy us, and then we owe them. Just remember that when things get bad out there, remember what you're working for. I wanted to be angry, but mostly I felt relieved. Sarah was taken care of. Whatever happened to me, she'd be okay. The next morning, Aiden gathered us in the briefing room. Michigan deployment in 8 hours. 4 missing hikers, last seen on the Chapel Loop Trail near Pictured Rocks. Local search and rescue found their campsite abandoned. Food still cooking on the camp stove. No signs of struggle, no blood, no tracks leading away. But there were tracks leading in. He pulled up a photograph on the screen. Footprints in soft dirt, but wrong. Too many toes, too long, the stride suggesting something that moved on 2 legs but wasn't human. What is that? I asked. That, Aiden said quietly, is what we call a Wendigo marker, and it means we're running out of time. We flew into Marquette, Michigan on a gray morning that promised rain. The shore of Lake Superior stretched gray and restless beside us as we drove north, the trees growing denser and darker as we left civilization behind. 5 vehicles, 12 personnel, enough gear to wage a small war. Aiden briefed us as we drove. Wendigo legends are Algonquian in origin, a spirit of hunger, of winter, of cannibalism and endless consumption. Modern cryptozoology tries to rationalize it. Misidentified bears, mass hysteria, isolated cases of actual cannibalism creating legends. But we know better. How? I asked from the back seat. Because we've encountered 3 confirmed entities over the last 5 years. 1 in Wisconsin, 1 in Minnesota, 1 in Ontario. Each time people went missing in clusters. Each time we found the remains weeks later, miles from the disappearance site, partially consumed. And each time someone on the team saw it. He glanced back at me. Logan was on the Wisconsin operation. He's the only one who got close enough for a clear sighting. Logan, driving the lead vehicle ahead of us, didn't respond over the radio. We established base camp 2 miles from the last known position of the hikers. The Rangers had evacuated the area under the pretense of a bear threat, giving us operational freedom. As we unloaded gear, I noticed how quiet the forest was. No birds, no insects, just wind in the branches and the distant rush of the lake. 12-hour sweeps, Aiden instructed. Teams of 4. William, you're with me. Wade, you're with Logan, Caleb, and Clint. Hunter stays at base monitoring communications. John and Robert take the southern quadrant. Mason and Chase take the western approach. We're looking for any signs of passage, any evidence of the missing hikers, and any Wendigo markers. What exactly constitutes a marker? I asked. Trees stripped of bark in vertical patterns. Bones arranged in deliberate formations. Areas where the temperature drops suddenly for no reason. And sounds, if you hear something that sounds like a person calling for help but wrong somehow, do not investigate alone. Call it in and wait for support. We geared up in silence. I'd been issued specialized equipment, a rifle loaded with rounds that William said were blessed by a Catholic priest and a Ojibwe medicine man, which should have been funny but wasn't. Flares that burned white hot, supposedly effective at driving back certain entities. A radio with encryption protocols that would make the NSA jealous. And a knife, simple and sharp, that Aiden said was forged from meteoritic iron. Legends say iron from the sky disrupts spiritual entities, he'd explained. Legends are sometimes right. Logan's team moved out at 1400 hours. We walked in a loose diamond formation, Logan on point, Caleb and Clint on the flanks, me taking rear guard. The forest closed around us like a fist. We'd been walking for maybe an hour when Logan held up his fist, the signal to freeze. We all stopped, weapons ready, scanning the trees. I couldn't see anything wrong, but something felt wrong. The silence was too complete. Logan pointed to a tree 20 feet ahead. The bark had been stripped away in long, vertical gouges, revealing pale wood underneath. The marks were too regular to be natural, too deep to be made by any animal I knew. Marker 1, Logan whispered into his radio, proceeding with caution. We found the second marker 10 minutes later. Bones arranged in a circle around the base of an ancient oak. Small bones, maybe from rabbits or squirrels, placed with deliberate care. The arrangement suggested ritual, intention. Something had made this, and something had wanted us to find it. This is a warning, Caleb said softly. Territory marker. Or a lure, Clint added, drawing us deeper. Logan studied the bones, his expression unreadable. Command, we're at marker 2. Coordinate Delta 79er. Requesting additional support. Aiden's voice crackled over the radio. Negative. We're tracking multiple marker sites. This thing is creating a perimeter. Hold position and... The radio dissolved into static. Not the normal static of interference, but something that sounded almost like words, like someone screaming from very far away. Command, repeat, Logan tried. Nothing but that horrible static that wasn't static. Communications are down, Clint said, checking his radio. All channels. A sound echoed through the forest, a voice calling from the north. Help! Please, someone help! We all heard it. A woman's voice. Desperate and afraid. It sounded exactly like someone in trouble. Exactly like the kind of thing you'd respond to without thinking. That's not human, Logan said flatly. Do not respond. Do not move toward that sound. The voice came again, closer now. Help me. It's got me. Please. I felt the pull of it. The instinct to help, to respond, to move toward that plea. Beside me, Caleb took a step forward before Clint grabbed his arm. It's mimicry, Logan said. Wendigo can imitate human speech. They use our compassion against us. He pulled out one of the white flares. We're moving south, back toward base camp. Combat spacing. Wade, watch our 6. We started moving. Faster now. The forest seeming to press in around us. The voice followed, changing. Becoming male, becoming young, becoming old. Always crying for help, always just ahead. Then I saw it. Just a glimpse through the trees, maybe 50 yards out. Something tall and impossibly thin, moving between the trunks with a grace that defied its size. For just a moment it turned toward us, and I saw its face, or the suggestion of a face, all wrong. Stretched and hungry and ancient. Contact, I breathed into my radio knowing it was useless. Northeast, 50 yards. Logan spun, saw what I was seeing and popped the flare. White light blazed through the forest, harsh and clean. The thing recoiled, disappearing into the shadows with a sound like wind through dead leaves. Run, Logan said. Now. We ran. through underbrush and over fallen logs, weapons ready but not stopping to shoot, because some things you can't fight, you can only escape. Behind us that voice kept calling, kept pleading, and beneath it was another sound, footsteps that were too long, too fast. The sound of something that had been chasing humans for a very long time, and knew exactly how to catch them. We burst back into base camp 30 minutes later, gasping and wild-eyed. Hunter looked up from his equipment, saw our faces, and grabbed his weapon. "Everyone back," Aiden ordered over the radio. "All teams return to base immediately. We've got active contact." As the other teams filtered back over the next hour, we compared notes. Everyone had found markers, everyone had heard voices, and Robert's team had found something else, a torn piece of fabric that matched the description of what one of the missing hikers had been wearing. "They're still alive," Robert said. "Or they were an hour ago." Aiden studied the maps marking where each team had encountered markers. The pattern formed a rough circle, maybe 2 miles in diameter, with our base camp just inside its southern edge. "It's hurting us," he said finally, "pushing us toward the center. The question is why?" "Because that's where the missing hikers are," Logan said, "and it wants us to find them, wants us to come looking. It's a trap." "Of course it's a trap." Logan's smile was cold. "But we're going anyway, aren't we?" Aiden was quiet for a long moment, weighing lives and mission and duty. Finally he nodded. "We go at first light. Full team, heavy weapons, every flare we've got. We find those hikers and we get them out, and if that thing gets in our way, we put it down." That night I took first watch, staring out into the forest while the others slept. The darkness was complete, oppressive, and somewhere in that darkness, something was waiting, something that had been here long before us, and would be here long after. I thought about Sarah, about Montana, about fishing the Madison River. I thought about simple problems like mortgage payments and truck repairs. I thought about how much easier life had been when the monsters stayed in stories where they belonged. But they'd never been just stories. We'd just forgotten how to see them. We moved out at dawn, 12 of us in a tight formation, following the trail of markers deeper into the forest. The temperature dropped as we walked, our breath misting in air that shouldn't have been that cold in April. Frost crackled under our boots where none should exist. "We're getting close," Aiden said quietly. "Environmental distortions like this indicate proximity to an active entity. Stay sharp." The voices had stopped. That should have been a relief, but somehow the silence was worse. It felt expectant, waiting, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Logan found the first body around 0900 hours. One of the missing hikers, a young man maybe 25, sitting upright against a tree. At first glance he looked asleep. At second glance you saw that his eyes were open and empty, his skin gray, his lips pulled back in a rictus of terror. And he was missing pieces, careful pieces, surgical almost, as if something had been sampling. William checked for vitals, already knowing what he'd find. Dead maybe 18 hours. Hypothermia, probably. Combined with shock and blood loss. He paused. This was deliberate, methodical. Whatever did this took its time. "Where are the others?" Robert asked. We found them over the next hour. 3 more bodies, scattered in a rough triangle maybe 100 yards apart, all dead the same way, sitting upright, frozen in terror, partially consumed. It was like something had been saving them, rationing them, making the meal last. "Wendigo behavior," Logan confirmed. "They don't just kill, they savor, they make it last." He studied the positions of the bodies, and they display their prey. This is intentional, a message. "What message?" I asked. "That this is its territory. That we're next." Aiden considered the scene, his jaw tight. "We document, we recover the bodies, and we leave. This investigation is..." The scream cut him off. Human, female, coming from the north. Not a mimicry this time. Something about the raw terror in it said this was real. "That's not one of ours," Robert said, checking his roster. "All teams accounted for." Another scream, closer, desperate. "Help! Oh God, please help me!" "It's a survivor," Caleb said. "Has to be. Maybe someone else went missing recently, someone not on the official report. Or it's exactly what Logan said. Mimicry," Aiden countered. "A lure." But the screaming continued, ragged and terrified. And I saw the same conflict on everyone's faces. We were here to help people. if there was even a chance someone was alive out there. John, Mason, Chase, with me, Aiden ordered. Everyone else holds position. We investigate, confirm, and return. No heroics. They moved north, weapons ready, disappearing into the trees. The rest of us formed a defensive perimeter around the bodies, waiting. The screaming continued for another minute, then cut off abruptly. Silence. Command. Report. Hunter tried on the radio. Static. 5 minutes passed. 10, 15. Something's wrong, William said. They should have reached the source by now. Logan's expression was grim. It's happening. The taking, just like Wisconsin. What do you mean? I demanded. In Wisconsin, we lost 4 people. They went to investigate sounds, disappeared one by one. We found them later, miles from where they vanished, arranged just like these bodies. It took them right out from under us. Then we go after them. That's what it wants. We go after them, we spread out. We get taken too. It's hunting tactics. Separate the herd, pick off the stragglers. But we couldn't just leave them. These were our teammates, our people. I looked at the others. Caleb, Clint, William, Hunter, Robert, and the handful of other operators I'd trained with. Good people, brave people, people who'd signed up to help others. We split into pairs, I said. Nobody goes alone. We move in a sweep pattern, maintain visual contact between pairs. If anyone sees anything, they fire a flare and everyone converges. Logan studied me for a moment, then nodded slowly. You're right. We can't abandon them. But we do this smart. He raised his voice. Listen up. Pairs. Caleb and Clint together. William and Hunter. Robert with Finn. Wade with me. We move in a spoke pattern from this position. Each pair takes a compass direction. 200 yards out. Then we circle back. Any contact, any sign, any problem. Flare and fall back here. Nobody plays hero. We synchronized watches, double-checked equipment, and moved out. Logan and I took north, following the path Aiden's team had taken. The forest seemed to grow darker as we walked, despite the morning light. The trees pressed closer together, their branches interlocking overhead like skeletal fingers. We found John's rifle first, just lying in the trail, no sign of struggle, no blood, like he'd simply set it down and walked away. This is wrong, Logan whispered. John wouldn't abandon his weapon, ever. 50 yards further, we found Mason's pack, then Chase's tactical vest, a trail of equipment leading deeper into the forest, like breadcrumbs meant to draw us onward. It's definitely a lure, I said. We should... Logan grabbed my arm, his grip iron tight. He pointed silently to the left. Through the trees, maybe 30 yards out, I saw movement, something tall and pale, moving with that impossible grace I'd glimpsed before, and it was carrying something. No, someone. The figure was limp, unconscious or dead, draped over the entity's shoulder like a sack of grain. As we watched, 2 more of the things emerged from different directions, each carrying a body. They moved in complete silence toward what looked like a clearing ahead. 3 of them, Logan breathed. Jesus, there are 3. We followed at a distance, moving tree to tree, using every bit of fieldcraft we'd learned. The clearing opened up before us, and what I saw there would haunt me for the rest of my life. The clearing was maybe 50 feet across, ringed with those ancient oaks. In the center was a pile of bones, decades worth, maybe centuries, picked clean and arranged in a mound that rose 6 feet high. And around that mound, the 3 Wendigo stood with our teammates. Aiden, John, Mason, and Chase were unconscious but alive, propped against trees at the clearing's edge. The Wendigo moved between them with an almost ceremonial patience, touching each in turn, making soft sounds that might have been words in a language older than human speech. They were impossibly thin, these creatures, their skin stretched over bones that seemed too long and too many. Their faces were vaguely human but wrong in every proportion, with mouths that opened too wide and eyes that reflected light like an animal's. Antlers sprouted from their skulls, massive and branching, crowned with frost that never melted. They're preparing them, Logan whispered. This is a feeding site. Ancient, judging by the bones. They bring prey here. Keep them alive until... He didn't finish. We can't fight 3 of them. No. But we can make them scatter. He pulled out every flare he carried. 6 in total. On my mark, we ignite all of these at once. The light will drive them back temporarily. We grab our people and run. We won't get everyone, but we might save some. And then? Then we call in an airstrike, burn this whole section of forest, and hope that's enough. He saw my expression. This is the job, Wade. This is what we do. Save who we can, eliminate the threat, move on to the next one. I thought about Sarah, about the price of this work, about men like Aiden who'd been doing this for 15 years and still went into the darkness. I thought about the 4 hikers we'd found dead, and wondered if we could have saved them if we'd been faster, smarter, braver. Do it, I said. We lit the flares. White light blazed through the clearing, harsh as a sun, and the Wendigo shrieked, a sound like ice cracking, like trees splitting, like the wind at the end of the world. They recoiled, their forms seeming to distort and shimmer in the flare light, and in that moment we ran. Logan went for Aiden while I grabbed Chase, the nearest body. The man was unconscious but breathing, his pulse weak but steady. I hauled him over my shoulder and turned to run, and that's when I saw it. One of the Wendigo hadn't retreated far enough. It stood between us and the forest edge, its head tilted at an angle that hurt to look at, studying us with eyes that held intelligence and hunger in equal measure. When it spoke, its voice was the voice from the forest, the voice that had called for help, the voice of every person who'd ever died in these woods. "Run," it said in Aiden's voice. "Run, little hunter. Run and tell them we are still here. Tell them this land remembers. Tell them we will always be here. Waiting, hungry, eternal." The flares were burning out. Darkness rushed back in. Logan fired his rifle, the blessed rounds punching into the Wendigo's chest. It staggered but didn't fall, black ichor leaking from wounds that should have been fatal. Behind it, the other 2 were recovering, moving toward us with increasing speed. "Go!" Logan shouted, firing again. "Get Chase out. I'll cover." I ran through the forest with Chase bouncing on my shoulder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming, running toward the sounds of other team members, running toward safety that might not exist. Behind me, I heard Logan's rifle barking, heard his voice shouting something that might have been a prayer or a curse, heard the Wendigo shrieking their ancient rage. I burst back into the defensive perimeter where the bodies were. William rushed forward to take Chase from me, checking his vitals while I gasped for air. "Where's Logan?" Robert demanded. "Where's Aiden?" The flare I'd kept went up, arcing into the sky. The emergency signal, the call for everyone to fall back to base camp. Around me, I heard answering shots, saw other pairs of operators emerging from the forest, some supporting wounded teammates, all looking terrified and defeated. "They have Aiden," I managed between breaths. "Logan stayed to cover our escape. There are 3 of them. 3 Wendigo. They have a feeding ground, old bones. They're..." But I couldn't finish. We'd walked into something beyond our training, beyond our equipment, beyond our understanding. We'd lost people, good people, to things that shouldn't exist but did. As we fell back toward base camp, I looked over my shoulder one last time. Through the trees I saw movement, tall shapes following at a distance, patient, knowing we couldn't run forever, knowing that this was their forest, their hunting ground, their territory earned through centuries of taking. We'd come to help the missing. Instead, we'd learned that some people can't be helped. Some people are already gone, and some places don't want to be saved. We lost 7 people in the Michigan operation. Aiden Knox, team leader, John Mason, heavy support, Logan Ryder, tracker, and 4 others whose names I'll carry until I die. The official report called it a wildlife incident, a pack of aggressive predators that had established territory near pictured rocks. The area was sealed off, designated as a permanent wilderness preservation zone with no public access. 3 days later, an airstrike destroyed 10 square miles of old-growth forest. The official explanation was a lightning-caused wildfire. In reality, it was thermobaric weapons and white phosphorus, enough heat to sterilize the earth. Hunter monitored satellite feeds, looking for signs that anything survived. "We might have gotten 2 of them," he told me in the debriefing room, his voice hollow. "Thermal signatures disappeared after the first strike, but the 3rd, it moved too fast, cleared the blast radius before impact. It's still out there." I thought about the Wendigo's words, spoken in Aiden's voice. "We will always be here." James Hartwell visited me in the medical bay where they'd treated my minor injuries, cuts, bruises, exposure. He looked older than he had in my Montana kitchen, the weight of knowledge pressing down on him. You did well, he said. You saved Chase. You confirmed the threat. You made it possible for us to respond. 7 people died. 7 people died doing what they chose to do, knowing the risks. He sat down heavily. I won't lie to you, Wade. This is the job. We lose people. We always lose people. Because what we're fighting is older than civilization, older than nations, older than the stories that try to explain them. Our ancestors knew. They created rules, taboos, warnings. Don't go into the forest alone. Don't follow strange sounds. Don't camp in the places that feel wrong. We forgot those rules. We forgot there are things in the wild places that see us as prey. So what now? Now you decide. You can walk away. We'll set you up with a new identity, a stipend. Sarah's education paid for. You'll forget this, eventually. Convince yourself it was trauma, a hallucination, stress. Most people who leave do that. The mind protects itself. Or you stay. You learn from this. You join the next operation. We have a situation in Oregon, a family camping trip that went wrong. Familiar patterns. You keep fighting because someone has to. Because there are people out there who don't know what's waiting in the darkness, and they need someone standing between them and it. I thought about Logan firing his rifle at something that shouldn't exist, buying time for others to escape. I thought about Aiden, 15 years in this shadow war, never backing down. I thought about the hikers we'd found, frozen in terror, and all the others we'd never find, taken by things with infinite patience and hunger. The Oregon situation, I said. When do we deploy? James almost smiled. 48 hours. New team lead is bringing in some specialists from the Pennsylvania unit. You'll like them. Finn Easton survived a Wendigo encounter in 21, knows their patterns, and we're implementing new protocols based on what happened in Michigan. No more small teams. No more split operations. We go in heavy, we stay together, and we extract at first sign of active hunting behavior. Will it be enough? Probably not. But it's what we have. Over the next 2 days, I met the new team. Finn Easton was exactly as advertised. A survivor, scarred but unbroken, who'd seen what I'd seen and kept coming back. Blaze Hunter stayed on as tech support, though he never quite made eye contact anymore. William Colton continued as our medic, his hands still steady despite everything. And there were new faces. Jace from the Wisconsin unit, Henry and Colton from Pennsylvania, Mason Ryder, who was Logan's brother and wanted revenge. We trained harder, learned new formations, new signals, new ways to move through hostile territory. We studied reports of other encounters, not just Wendigo but other things. The Hollow Echo protocol covered dozens of entities, each with its own patterns, its own rules, its own territory. They're all over, Finn explained one evening as we reviewed maps. Skinwalkers in the southwest, black-eyed children in the Midwest, the knot deer in Appalachia. Things that were here before us and adapted as we spread. Most of them avoid us now. Too many humans, too much noise, too much light. But in the wild places, the old places, they still hold territory. And when people wander in unprepared, we clean up the mess. We try to. Sometimes we save people. Sometimes we just document what killed them and try to make sure it doesn't spread. It's not glamorous work, Wade. It's hard and it's bloody and it stays with you. But it matters. The Oregon operation launched on a gray Tuesday morning. We flew into Eugene and drove into the Willamette National Forest, following the trail of a missing family, parents and 2 kids, last seen near Cougar Reservoir. Rangers had found their campsite torn apart, but no blood, no bodies, no signs of where they'd gone. This time we went in prepared. 20 personnel, heavy weapons, thermal imaging, drone support. We weren't hunting this time. We were at war. I carried Logan's meteorite knife, a gift from William who'd recovered it from the Michigan operation. He'd want you to have it, William had said. He thought you had potential, said you had the right instincts. As we moved into the forest, I felt those instincts prickling. The wrongness in the air, the silence that shouldn't be there, the sense of being watched by something patient and hungry and ancient. But this time, we weren't running. This time, we had a plan. This time, we'd learned from our losses. And somewhere in the forest ahead, something was waiting. Something that had been waiting for a very long time, secure in its territory, confident in its superiority, certain that humans were nothing but prey. It was about to learn that prey can evolve, prey can adapt, prey can become predator. The hollow echo protocol was moving forward, and we were done running. 6 months later, I sat on the Madison River with a fishing rod in my hands, watching the water flow past. Sarah was doing well at Portland State, calling every Sunday to tell me about her classes. The mortgage was paid off. The truck had new brakes. Life in Montana was everything I'd wanted it to be. But I carried secrets now. Scars, both visible and not. Knowledge of things that moved in the darkness, of forests that hunger, of protocol and procedure for dealing with threats that officially don't exist. My phone buzzed. A text from James. Pennsylvania situation. Possible black-eyed children cluster. Deploy in 24 hours? I looked at the peaceful river, the quiet mountains, the simple life I'd briefly reclaimed. I thought about Logan and Aiden and all the others who'd gone into darkness and not returned. I thought about the families we'd saved in Oregon, alive because we'd been there, because we'd learned, because we'd refused to let the monsters win. I texted back, "I'll be ready." The rod went back in its case. The peaceful day ended, and I headed back to pack my gear, to prepare for another deployment, to return to the shadow war that most people would never know existed. Because someone has to stand in the darkness, someone has to face the things that shouldn't be, someone has to remember that folklore exists for a reason, and that the old warnings still matter. The hollow echo protocol continues, the mission never ends, and somewhere in a forest in Pennsylvania, something is waiting. But so are we. Late October of 1986 found me sprawled on my living room couch, eyes fixed on the television screen as Sunday night football highlights flickered in the dim light. The house was quiet except for the announcer's voice and the occasional creak of settling wood. I'd been a deputy U.S. Marshal for nearly 4 years by then, working out of the Eastern Washington District, and I'd learned to appreciate these rare peaceful evenings. When the phone rang at 10:47 p.m., I knew immediately that peace was over. Nobody called that late unless something serious was brewing. I reached across the armrest and lifted the receiver, my gut already tightening with anticipation. The voice on the other end belonged to my supervisory deputy, and his tone was all business. Federal Courthouse. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp. Task force briefing. No pleasantries, no explanation, just the essential information delivered in that clipped, efficient manner that told me everything I needed to know. We had a major fugitive apprehension coming up, and it was going to be dangerous. "I'll be there," I said, but he'd already hung up. I sat there for a moment, receiver still pressed to my ear, listening to the dial tone. The football highlights continued playing, but I wasn't watching anymore. My mind had already shifted into work mode, running through possibilities. Task force meant multiple agencies. Multiple agencies meant either a high-value target or someone particularly dangerous. Given the late notice and the urgency in my supervisor's voice, I suspected both. I replaced the receiver and stared at the dark window across the room, seeing my own reflection ghosted in the glass. Tomorrow would bring answers, but tonight brought only questions and the familiar pre-operation tension that settled like a weight in my chest. Sleep came late that night, and when it did, it was restless. Morning arrived cold and gray, typical for Spokane in late October. I arrived at the federal courthouse 15 minutes early, my breath forming clouds in the parking lot as I made my way to the entrance. My supervisory deputy met me at the door, his expression grim beneath his worn baseball cap. "Second floor, conference room B," he said, jerking his thumb toward the stairs. The building had that particular smell of old government facilities, floor polish, aged paper, and bitter coffee. My boots echoed on the marble steps as I climbed to the second floor. The conference room door stood open, and I could already hear the low murmur of voices inside. The room was filling up fast. I recognized several fellow marshals from our district, along with an FBI special agent I'd worked with on a previous case. As the minutes ticked by, more personnel filtered in. Additional marshals from the Seattle office, state troopers in their tan uniforms, and 2 detectives from the Spokane Police Department wearing rumpled suits and tired expressions. By 8 o'clock, we had roughly 20 men packed into that conference room, the air thick with coffee fumes and nervous energy. Conversations died instantly when the chief deputy marshal entered, accompanied by an assistant U.S. attorney carrying a leather briefcase. The chief deputy was a barrel-chested man in his mid-50s, with iron gray hair and a face weathered by decades of hard work. He set his coffee cup on the podium with deliberate care, consulted a folder, and began speaking without preamble. "Gentlemen, we have a high-priority fugitive apprehension. This individual is extremely dangerous, and I want everyone in this room to understand that going in." He paused, letting that sink in before continuing. "The target's name is Raymond Ridgway, 42 years old, stands 6'2", lean build, red hair, dark brown eyes. He's got burn scars on both palms and extensive tattoos on his hands and fingers. He's wanted on 4 counts of homicide, 2 in Idaho, 2 in Oregon. More critically, he's wanted for the murder of 2 FBI agents who were ambushed during an attempted apprehension last year." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. "Killing federal agents put you in a special category of dangerous," the chief continued, his voice hardening. "Ridgway will be armed. He has demonstrated zero hesitation in firing on law enforcement. But don't let his willingness to shoot fool you into thinking he's just another violent criminal. This man is intelligent, calculating, and methodical. He survived multiple manhunts, evaded federal custody twice, and has consistently stayed ahead of us for 18 months. He's dangerous because he's smart." The assistant U.S. attorney began distributing folders as the chief moved to an overhead projector. Someone dimmed the lights, and suddenly the wall behind him displayed a topographical map, all contour lines and elevation markers. "Our intelligence places Ridgway in the Petan Wilderness, approximately 15 miles south of the Canadian border. That's roughly 700,000 acres of forest, mountains, and absolute middle-of-nowhere terrain. However, we've managed to narrow the search area considerably." He pointed to a red circle on the map, highlighting a peak that rose sharply from the surrounding landscape. "This is Ula Peak, elevation 8,500 feet. A hunter reported suspicious activity in this area 3 weeks ago. Campfire smoke where there shouldn't be any. Movement near the summit. The FBI conducted an aerial reconnaissance flight, and their analysts believe Ridgway has established a shelter on this shelf, here." His pointer tapped a relatively flat area just below the peak's summit. "There are 3 caves in this location. We believe he's using the largest one as his primary shelter. The position is highly defensible. Steep approaches from all sides, excellent sight lines, and multiple escape routes if he needs them. He's had time to prepare, to set up, to dig in, and gentlemen, the weather is turning. We've got snow starting, which means our window of opportunity is closing fast." The chief switched off the projector. When the lights came back up, I could see the tension in every face around me. "This is a joint operation," the chief continued. "U.S. Marshal Service is taking lead, but we've got FBI support for jurisdictional matters, state troopers providing regional backup, and Spokane PD detectives who've connected Ridgway to a safe house he used here last month. We're going in with full tactical gear, long guns, body armor, the works. We'll have helicopter support on standby for extraction or medical evacuation." He leaned forward, gripping the sides of the podium. "The warrant authorizes apprehension or neutralization. That means dead or alive. Raymond Ridgway has killed 6 people, including 2 federal agents. He will not escape this time. Am I understood?" A chorus of acknowledgments filled the room. The assistant U.S. attorney stepped forward, adjusting her glasses. She looked young, maybe early 30s, but her voice carried absolute authority. "From a legal standpoint, you're completely covered. We have a federal warrant issued through the Eastern District of Washington. Murder charges are filed, and the Attorney General's office has explicitly authorized lethal force should Ridgway engage. You have probable cause, witness statements, and ballistic evidence linking him to all 6 homicides. He represents a clear and present danger to public safety and law enforcement personnel. You are authorized to use whatever force is necessary to effect this apprehension. Just ensure your actions are justified and proportional to the threat." The chief deputy nodded and resumed control of the briefing. "We stage out of Winthrop. That's the closest town to the wilderness boundary, about 40 miles from here. The terrain makes helicopter insertion impossible, so we're driving to the forest access point and then humping it on foot. It's a 10-mile approach to the base of Ula Peak. Once there, you'll divide into 3 teams. Alpha team takes point for the summit approach. Bravo team flanks east to cut off potential escape routes. Charlie team holds the perimeter and provides support if needed. Weather is our clock, gentlemen. We move at first light tomorrow. Questions?" A marshal from the Seattle office raised his hand. He was younger than most of us, maybe late 20s, with the eager intensity of someone who hadn't seen enough hard action yet. "Sir, What exactly happened to those two FBI agents? The room went quiet. The chief deputy exchanged a glance with the assistant U.S. attorney, who gave him a slight nod. He cleared his throat. Two agents tracked Ridgway to a remote cabin outside Boise. They called in to report they'd found a woman at the location, but she refused to leave with them. According to their final transmission, she became physically resistive when they attempted to remove her from the property. She was protecting him? Someone asked. Unclear, the chief replied. What we know is that while the agents were dealing with the woman, Ridgway ambushed them. Both agents were shot multiple times from close range. The woman disappeared, and we've never located her. The weight of that information settled over us like a heavy blanket. Two agents dead, a missing witness, and a fugitive who'd proven himself willing and able to kill federal law enforcement without hesitation. Any other questions? The chief asked. Silence. Good. Gear up, brief your individual teams, and get some rest tonight. I want everyone in Winthrop by dawn, ready to execute. Dismissed. We filed out of that conference room with the grim determination of men who understood the stakes. This wasn't going to be a routine apprehension. This was going to be a hunt. Dawn broke gray and cold the following morning as our convoy assembled in the courthouse parking lot. 5 black SUVs and 2 state trooper trucks, engines rumbling in the pre-dawn darkness. I loaded my gear into the lead vehicle: tactical vest, rifle, spare magazines, medical kit, radio, water, and energy bars. Everything I'd need for a long day in rough terrain. We rolled out at 6:15 a.m., headlights cutting through the morning mist as we headed west on Highway 20. The road was wet from overnight rain, and the windshield wipers beat a steady rhythm as we drove. The North Cascade Mountains loomed ahead of us, dark shapes against a darker sky. Nobody talked much during the drive. Each man was lost in his own thoughts, running through procedures, checking equipment, preparing mentally for what lay ahead. I stared out the window, watching the landscape transition from civilization to wilderness. Houses became sparse, then disappeared entirely. Pavement gave way to gravel. 60 miles from Spokane, we turned onto a Forest Service road that climbed steadily upward through dense stands of pine and Douglas fir. The road deteriorated rapidly. Rutted, muddy, barely wide enough for our vehicles. Branches scraped against the sides of the SUV as we pushed deeper into the forest. The radio crackled occasionally with position updates from the other vehicles, but otherwise the only sounds were the engines laboring and the crunch of tires on loose rock. At the 20-mile mark, the road simply ended at a trailhead, nothing more than a dirt clearing with a weathered wooden sign marking the entrance to the Pedon Wilderness. We parked in a rough line and stepped out into the cold morning air. Ula Peak was visible now, rising sharply above the surrounding terrain, its upper slopes already dusted with fresh snow. Low clouds clung to the summit, obscuring the top third of the mountain. It looked forbidding, unwelcoming, like a place that didn't want visitors. The team leaders gathered for a final briefing while the rest of us checked our gear one last time. Weapons were loaded and safe-tied. Radios were tested. Maps were studied. Then we split into our assigned teams, and the march began. The trail started deceptively easy, a relatively flat path through a valley floor thick with undergrowth and scattered with fallen logs. Our boots squelched through mud and standing water left by the previous night's rain. The forest closed in around us, dense and claustrophobic, blocking out what little daylight filtered through the clouds above. After the first mile, the terrain began to climb, gradually at first, then more steeply. The trail transformed into a series of switchbacks that carved their way up the mountainside, and with each turn the elevation increased and the air grew thinner and colder. 2 hours in, we stopped for our first break. My legs were burning, my back ached from the weight of my gear, and sweat ran down my temples despite the frigid temperature. Looking back down the trail, I could see we'd already climbed several hundred feet. Looking up, I saw nothing but more forest and the mountain looming above us. The radio crackled with check-ins from the other teams. Everyone was on schedule, making good progress despite the difficult terrain. We drank water, ate energy bars, and then continued climbing. By mid-morning, the forest began to thin as we approached the timberline. The trees became sparse and stunted, twisted by constant wind and harsh winters. The ground changed from soft soil to loose shale and frost-crusted grass. Snow appeared in patches at first, then became continuous, a thin white blanket that crunched beneath our boots. The temperature continued dropping. I could see my breath with every exhalation, great clouds of vapor that dissipated quickly in the wind. My fingers were numb despite my gloves, and my face felt raw from the cold. Ula Peak's summit drew closer, a dark mass of rock and ice emerging from the clouds. The slopes grew steeper, more treacherous. We slowed our pace, taking care with each step, aware that a fall on this terrain could result in serious injury. It was just past noon when we reached the base of the peak's final approach, a steep, rocky face that rose sharply toward the summit. We gathered in a sheltered area behind an outcropping of boulders, checking equipment and preparing for the final push. That's when the first member of my team noticed something wrong. "Hey, look at this," Torres said, pointing down at something near his feet. I stepped closer and saw a bird lying motionless on the frozen ground. It was a small brown and white songbird, maybe a junco or a sparrow. It lay on its side, wings slightly spread, completely still, no obvious injuries, no blood, just dead. "Huh," I said, not thinking much of it initially. "Must have frozen." "There's another one over here," called another team member, pointing to a spot 15 feet away. Then I started seeing them everywhere, birds scattered across the ground like fallen leaves. Not just one or two, but dozens of them, different species. Sparrows, thrushes, jays, all dead, all lying where they'd fallen, with no apparent cause of death. "What the hell?" Torres muttered, crouching down to examine one more closely. But it wasn't just birds. As we looked around, we began spotting other small animals among the rocks and snow. Ground squirrels, their small bodies frozen in death. A marmot, its mouth open as if it had died mid-breath. All scattered across the landscape in a rough perimeter around the base of Ula Peak. I pulled my radio from my tactical vest, pressing the transmit button. "Bravo. This is Alpha Lead. You seeing anything unusual at your position? Over." Static crackled for a moment before the response came through. "Alpha, Bravo Lead. Yeah, we've got dead wildlife all over the east flank. Birds, rodents, couple of marmots. No visible trauma on any of them. It's like they just dropped dead where they stood. You got the same thing? Over." I looked around at the carpet of small corpses surrounding our position. "Affirmative, Bravo. We've got dozens of them on the west slope. No signs of predation or injury. They all look recently deceased. No significant decomposition. Any theories? Over." A longer pause this time. When the response came, the voice sounded uncertain. "Negative, Alpha. No idea what could cause this. We flagged it to Charlie Team, but orders from command are to proceed with the mission. Target is still priority. You good to continue? Over." I stared at the nearest dead bird, a jay with brilliant blue feathers now dulled by death and frost. Something about this whole situation felt deeply wrong, set off alarm bells in the back of my mind that I'd learned over 4 years to never ignore. But we had a job to do, and Raymond Ridgway was waiting somewhere above us. "Roger that, Bravo. We're proceeding to the summit. Keep us updated if you get any information from command. Alpha out." I clipped the radio back to my vest and turned to my team. They were all staring at me, waiting for direction, their faces showing varying degrees of unease. "Stay alert," I said. "Watch where you step, and don't touch any of the dead animals. We'll report this properly once we've secured Ridgway. For now, the mission continues. Let's move." We started climbing again, but the mood had changed. Every man was tense now, hyper-aware of our surroundings. We moved more slowly, more carefully, each of us wondering what could have killed so many creatures, so quickly and so completely. The dead animals continued appearing as we climbed. Every few yards, another small body lying motionless in the snow. The higher we went, the more frequent they became, as if we were approaching some invisible epicenter of death. Nobody spoke. The only sounds were our labored breathing, the crunch of boots on snow and rock, and the wind whistling across the barren slopes. The summit was close now, perhaps only a few hundred feet above us, shrouded in those persistent low clouds. My hands were shaking, and I told myself it was from the cold. But I knew better. Something was wrong on this mountain. Something that had nothing to do with the dangerous fugitive we'd come to apprehend. Something that killed indiscriminately and left no trace of its passage except these small, silent bodies scattered across the frozen ground. We kept climbing, toward whatever waited for us at the top. We crested the final rise onto a shelf of relatively flat ground approximately 200 yards from Ula Peak's true summit. The wind lessened here, blocked by a ridge of jagged rock that rose behind us. The clouds pressed close, reducing visibility to maybe 50 feet in any direction. Everything was gray and white and cold. Ahead, partially obscured by a massive slab of granite, I could see the dark mouth of a cave, a ragged opening in the rock face about 10 feet wide and roughly 6 feet tall. The entrance yawned like an open wound in the mountainside. My team spread out automatically, weapons raised, moving with the practiced precision of professionals. We advanced slowly, carefully, every sense on high alert. The only sound was the wind and the soft crunch of our boots on the frozen ground. Movement to my right, Charlie team emerged from the murk, their rifles tracking across our field of fire. Their team leader caught my eye and gave me a slight nod. We were all in position. Bravo team would be circling around to cover the far side, cutting off any potential escape route. We had Ridgway boxed in, if he was indeed inside that cave. I signaled my team to halt about 20 feet from the entrance. We formed a loose semicircle, covering the opening from multiple angles. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, adrenaline singing through my bloodstream. This was it, the culmination of months of investigation, coordination, and planning. "Federal agents," I shouted, my voice echoing off the rocks. "Raymond Ridgway, come out with your hands visible." No response, just the wind and the oppressive silence of the mountain. I waited 30 seconds, then repeated the command. Still nothing. Charlie's team leader gestured to his men, and they began moving toward the cave entrance, weapons at the ready. My team followed, maintaining our formation. At the entrance, I activated my flashlight, and the beam cut through the darkness, illuminating rough stone walls that glistened with moisture. The cave wasn't particularly deep, maybe 30 feet from entrance to the back wall. It narrowed significantly as it went deeper, the ceiling lowering and the walls closing in. The air inside was cold and damp, and it carried a strange, unpleasant odor that I couldn't quite identify. Not decay, not exactly. Something else, something sour and organic. We advanced slowly, flashlight beams crisscrossing as we checked every shadow, every crack in the rock. Water dripped somewhere deeper in the cave, a steady rhythmic sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the enclosed space. Then, about halfway into the cave, I saw him. A figure sat with his back to us at the cave's deepest point, shoulders hunched, head bowed. Even from behind, I could see the telltale red hair, matted and dirty, plastered against the back of his skull. He was thinner than the photographs had shown, gaunt almost, but there was no doubt about his identity. He was rocking slowly back and forth, a gentle swaying motion that seemed almost hypnotic. "Raymond Ridgway!" I shouted, my voice too loud in the confined space. "United States Marshals, put your hands behind your back and lie face down on the ground. Do it now." He didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge our presence, just continued that slow, rhythmic rocking motion. "Ridgway," Charlie's team leader barked. "Down on the ground, hands behind your back. This is your final warning." Still nothing. No reaction whatsoever. It was as if he couldn't hear us, as if he existed in some private world that our words couldn't penetrate. I could see my team members exchanging nervous glances. This wasn't normal. Fugitives usually reacted when confronted. They either surrendered, tried to escape, or fought back. This complete lack of response was deeply unnerving. Torres, standing to my left, let his rifle hang from its sling and began moving forward slowly, carefully, one hand extended toward Ridgway's shoulder. "Come on," Torres said quietly, almost gently. "Let's not make this harder than it needs to be. Just lie down." And Torres's hand made contact with Ridgway's shoulder. What happened next occurred so quickly that my brain struggled to process it. The instant Torres touched Ridgway, his entire body went rigid, not a flinch, not a jerk, a complete, instantaneous lockup, as if every muscle in his body had simultaneously contracted. His eyes went wide, so wide I could see white all around the irises. His mouth opened in a silent scream. Then he collapsed. Torres hit the cave floor hard, limbs spasming violently. His head snapped back and forth, cracking against the stone. His boots scraped and drummed against the ground in an arrhythmic tattoo. Foam began forming at the corners of his mouth, and a terrible gurgling sound came from his throat. "God!" someone shouted. "He's seizing." Charlie's medic rushed forward, dropping to his knees beside Torres's convulsing form. The rest of us stood frozen, weapons still trained on Ridgway, unsure what to do, what had just happened. And then Ridgway moved. His head whipped around, and for the first time we saw his face. Dark brown eyes, wild and confused, darting between us like a trapped animal trying to understand its situation. His mouth worked soundlessly for a moment before words came out. "What? Where?" "On the ground," I shouted. "Face down, hands behind your back. Do it now." His expression shifted rapidly through confusion, recognition, and then, impossibly, something that looked almost like a smile. Not a happy smile. Something else. Something unsettling. "Down!" multiple voices shouted simultaneously. This time he complied, slowly lowering himself to the cave floor, that strange smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. We moved fast, zip-tying his wrists behind his back with practiced efficiency, patting him down for weapons. He didn't resist, just lay there, that smile fixed on his face, staring at nothing. Behind us, Torres's seizures were intensifying. The medic had managed to get him on his side to prevent aspiration, but his body continued spasming violently. His pulse, when the medic checked it, was racing dangerously fast. "I need that helicopter now," the medic shouted into his radio. "We've got a medical emergency. Possible status epilepticus. Patient is non-responsive and actively seizing. We need immediate evacuation." The radio crackled with acknowledgement. The helicopter, which had been on standby at a lower elevation, would be here in less than 20 minutes. We hauled Ridgway to his feet, keeping him restrained between two marshals. He didn't struggle, didn't speak, just kept staring ahead with that unsettling smile, as if he knew something we didn't, as if something amusing was happening that only he could perceive. Torres's seizures finally began to slow as the medic administered emergency medication. His convulsions reduced to occasional twitches, then stopped entirely, but he didn't wake up. He lay there, breathing shallowly, completely unresponsive, while the medic monitored his vital signs with growing concern. "Pulse is 145, the medic reported. "Blood pressure is 180 over 110. He's burning up. Temperature feels like it's spiking. We need to get him off this mountain immediately." We moved as quickly as we safely could, carrying Torres on an improvised stretcher fashioned from our gear while keeping Ridgway secured and under guard. The descent from the cave took agonizing minutes, every second feeling like an eternity as Torres remained unconscious. The helicopter arrived 17 minutes after the emergency call, rotors thundering as it settled onto the most level patch of ground the pilot could find. We loaded Torres first, still unconscious, the medic accompanying him. Then Ridgway, cuffed and secured, flanked by two marshals who would ride with him. As the helicopter lifted off, rotors whipping snow and frozen debris into a stinging cloud, I stood watching it disappear into the gray sky. My hands were shaking, and this time it definitely wasn't from the cold. "Alpha League, you all right?" I turned to find one of my team members looking at me with concern. "Yeah," I said, not entirely truthfully. "Yeah, I'm fine. Let's clear this site and head down." But I wasn't fine. None of us were. Something had happened in that cave, something that defied explanation. Torres had touched a man and immediately suffered what looked like a severe seizure. Ridgway had been non-responsive, then suddenly alert. And all around us, dozens of small animals lay dead with no apparent cause. We conducted a cursory search of the cave, finding minimal supplies, some canned food, a sleeping bag, water containers. Nothing unusual, nothing that explained what had happened. As we began the long hike back down Ula Peak, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were leaving something important behind, something unanswered, something dangerous. We reached Winthrop by nightfall, exhausted, cold, and deeply unsettled. The debriefing happened in a meeting room at the local sheriff's office, cramped, overheated, smelling of stale coffee and old paperwork. The chief deputy looked pleased. We'd apprehended Raymond Ridgway without firing a shot, and he was now in federal custody awaiting trial. From an operational standpoint, the mission was a complete success. But the questions hung over us like a storm cloud. "What about Torres?" I asked. The chief consulted his notes. "Still unconscious. They've got him in intensive care at Sacred Heart Medical Center in Spokane. The doctors induced a coma to control the seizures. They're running tests, but no diagnosis yet." "And the dead animals?" The chief shrugged. "Probably hunted for food. Ridgway was up there for weeks. He had to eat something." "Sir, those animals showed no signs of being killed. No trauma, no blood. They just looked." "Deputy, we got our man. That's what matters. The rest is details for the after-action report." And that was it. The conversation moved on to logistics, paperwork, and operational procedures. The dead animals became a footnote. Torres's seizure became a medical anomaly. Ridgway's strange behavior became just another quirk of a disturbed mind. Torres woke up a week later with no memory of the operation. The last thing he remembered clearly was driving out toward the Patan wilderness, then nothing. The entire raid had been wiped from his mind like someone had taken an eraser to a chalkboard. The medical reports called it a sudden neurological event of unknown origin. The doctors theorized about epilepsy, about stress-induced seizures, about a 1 in a million coincidence of timing. They ran every test imaginable and found nothing conclusive. Eventually, they labeled it idiopathic, cause unknown, and moved on. Torres never returned to active duty. He took a desk assignment for 6 months, then transferred to another district. I heard through the grapevine that he left the service entirely a year later. I never spoke to him again. The warrant execution report that was filed barely mentioned the dead wildlife. One sentence, buried in the environmental conditions section. Numerous deceased wildlife observed near suspect's location, likely hunted for sustenance. Nobody investigated further. Nobody collected samples or performed autopsies. Nobody tried to determine what had actually killed those animals. The bodies were left on the mountain to rot, their deaths unexplained and unmourned. Ridgway himself remained silent. He was arraigned, processed, and held in federal detention awaiting trial. Prison guards reported that he spent most of his time sitting on his bunk, rocking slowly back and forth, just like he'd been doing in that cave. He refused to speak to attorneys, investigators, or psychiatrists. The few times he did speak, his words made no sense, disconnected fragments that suggested either mental illness or something else entirely. His trial was brief. The evidence against him was overwhelming. He was convicted on all counts and sentenced to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. The last I heard, he was in a maximum security facility in Colorado. Still rocking, still silent, still smiling that unsettling smile. I continued working as a deputy U.S. Marshal for another 15 years after Ula Peak. I participated in dozens of high-risk apprehensions. I was involved in shootouts, manhunts, and situations where violence erupted suddenly and without warning. I saw terrible things and witnessed human nature at its worst. But nothing ever matched the eerie quality of what happened on that mountain. The dead animals haunt me most. Dozens of creatures, all dead within what must have been a short time frame, showing no signs of trauma or disease. They just died, as if something invisible had swept through that area and extinguished life indiscriminately. And Torres, the way his body locked up the instant he touched Ridgway, the immediate onset of violent seizures, the complete loss of memory. None of it made medical sense, but the official reports filed it away under coincidence and moved on. I've had almost 40 years to think about it now. I'm retired, living in a small house outside of Tucson, spending my days writing these memoirs and trying to make sense of a long career in law enforcement. Most of the cases blur together after so many years, but Ula Peak remains crystal clear in my memory, every detail sharp-edged and precise. I've developed theories, of course. Late at night, when sleep proves elusive, I lie awake and run through possibilities. Maybe there was something in that cave, some natural gas or toxin that affects brain function. Maybe that's what killed the animals and what triggered Torres's seizure when he got too close. But wouldn't the rest of us have been affected? Wouldn't the medics have detected something? Maybe Ridgway did something to those animals deliberately, some kind of poison or chemical agent. But why? And how would that explain Torres's reaction to simply touching him? Maybe it really was just a series of strange coincidences. Animals dying of natural causes, Torres having an undiagnosed seizure disorder that manifested at the worst possible moment. Maybe there's no mystery at all, just my mind searching for patterns where none exist. But I don't believe that. I've learned to trust my instincts over nearly 2 decades in law enforcement, and my instincts tell me that something happened on Ula Peak that defied conventional explanation. Something was present in that cave, or in Ridgway himself, that we didn't understand and still don't. The easy answers never satisfied me. The official reports, with their clinical language and bureaucratic dismissals, feel like lies of omission. They acknowledge the facts while carefully avoiding any implications that might prove uncomfortable or unexplainable. What bothers me most is the deliberate lack of curiosity, A federal agent suffers a violent, inexplicable seizure during a high-profile apprehension, and nobody seems interested in understanding why. Dozens of animals lie dead with no apparent cause, and nobody investigates. It's as if there was an unspoken agreement to simply move on, to not ask questions that might not have acceptable answers. I think that's what truly stuck with me about the whole incident. Not the strangeness itself, but the institutional response to it. The way it was all filed away, minimized, forgotten. The way uncomfortable truths were buried under bureaucratic language and professional indifference. It made me realize something that I'd probably always known but never articulated. The same agencies that protect us from dangerous people also protect us from dangerous knowledge. And sometimes, maybe often, they decide it's better for everyone if certain things remain unexplained. I think about Torres sometimes, wondering if he's grateful for the memory loss or frustrated by it. Does he lie awake at night knowing that something significant happened to him but unable to remember what? Or has he moved on completely? The blank space in his memory just another mystery in a mysterious life. And I think about Ridgway, still alive, still imprisoned, still rocking back and forth in his cell somewhere in Colorado. What does he know that we don't? What happened to him during those weeks alone on Ula Peak? What was he doing when we found him? And why did Torres's seizure seem to break whatever trance he'd been in? These questions have no answers. They'll likely never have answers. That bothers me more than any of the dangerous situations I faced during my career. You can train for violence. You can prepare for confrontation. You can learn to handle fear and uncertainty. But you can't prepare for the inexplicable. You can't train yourself to accept that some things will simply never make sense, no matter how much you think about them. So I write it all down, every detail I remember, knowing that it probably won't help anyone and certainly won't provide the closure I'm seeking. But maybe someone, somewhere, will read this account and recognize something I missed. Maybe someone with more knowledge or better resources will see a pattern I couldn't identify. Or maybe it will just remain another mystery. One more unexplained incident in a world full of things we don't understand. That's what keeps me up at night even now, decades later. Not the danger I faced or the violence I witnessed. Not even the eerie quality of finding those dead animals or watching Torres collapse. What haunts me is the certainty that something important happened on Ula Peak. Something that might happen again to someone else. And we deliberately chose not to understand it. We caught our fugitive. We closed our case. We filed our reports and moved on to the next assignment. And somewhere in Colorado, Raymond Ridgway sits in his cell, rocking slowly back and forth, smiling at secrets we'll never know. My name is Dr. Fernando Castillo, and for 17 years I served with the National Parks Administration here in Argentina. During that time I was stationed across our vast country, but the majority of my career was spent in a region known as Gran Chaco. The Chaco Plains, as some English speakers call them, stretch across several South American nations, a sprawling expanse of semi-arid lowlands that contains an extraordinary diversity of ecosystems. Within this single region, you can find everything from thorny scrublands and savannas to subtropical forests thick with humidity, palm groves that rustle in the hot wind, and wetlands that teem with life both beautiful and dangerous. Gran Chaco is home to thousands of species found nowhere else on Earth. The forests there hold jaguars, tapirs, giant anteaters, and countless birds whose calls echo through the canopy at dawn and dusk. It is one of the most magnificent places I have ever known. But since the 1970s, this paradise has been under siege. Illegal logging operations have carved deep wounds into the forest, felling ancient trees for profit. Cattle ranchers, hungry for more grazing land, deliberately set fires that consume thousands upon thousands of hectares each year. In my final year of service alone, Gran Chaco lost an area of forest larger than some European countries. I witnessed the devastation firsthand, the blackened stumps where century-old trees once stood, the displaced wildlife wandering through ash-covered clearings, the streams choked with silt and debris. The greed of men had transformed sections of this wilderness into a wasteland. But as heartbreaking as that destruction was, I would come to learn that human greed had scarred Gran Chaco in ways far worse than environmental damage. I would discover that the forest held secrets that made illegal logging seem almost innocent by comparison. Of all the things I witnessed during my time in Gran Chaco, one discovery haunts me more than any other. It visits me in the quiet hours before dawn, when the world is still and my mind cannot distract itself with the business of the day. It returns to me in nightmares that leave me gasping for breath, my sheets soaked with sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs as if trying to escape my chest. This is the story of what I found in those woods during the late summer of 1991. It was February when I set out that morning, and the heat was already oppressive by the time I left Puerto Esperanza. The sun bore down on the dirt road as I drove my all-terrain vehicle northward, following coordinates I had marked on my survey map the previous week. My mission was straightforward: travel approximately 20 miles north to inspect a section of forest that satellite imagery suggested might be intact, verify its condition, and document any signs of illegal logging activity. The journey took me across terrain that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The scrubland here was flat and desolate, broken only by the occasional twisted tree that had somehow found enough water to survive. The ground was hard-packed earth mixed with thorny brush that caught at my boots whenever I stopped to check my compass. The landscape shimmered in the heat, creating mirages that danced along the horizon. Several times I thought I saw water ahead, only to watch it dissolve into nothing as I approached. When I finally reached the forest edge, the relief was immediate. The temperature dropped noticeably as I entered the shade of the canopy. This section of Gran Chaco was dominated by algarrobo trees, their twisted trunks and spreading branches creating a dense overhead cover. Interspersed among them were pink trumpet trees, their bark smooth and their branches reaching upward like skeletal fingers. The algarrobo trees were particularly valuable to illegal loggers. Their wood was prized for furniture and flooring, which made them constant targets. That was precisely why I needed to verify this forest's condition. I killed the engine of my ATV and sat for a moment in the sudden quiet, listening to the sounds of the forest awakening around me. Birds called from hidden perches, insects hummed in the undergrowth. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the distinctive howl of a monkey, probably a black howler, judging by the deep, guttural sound that seemed to reverberate through the trees themselves. I pulled out my notebook, checked my equipment, and began walking into the forest proper. The ground here was uneven, covered in fallen leaves, twisted roots and branches in various states of decay. There were no established trails, no clear paths worn by human feet. This was exactly what I wanted to see, evidence that the forest remained largely undisturbed by loggers. My work required me to travel through such untouched areas regularly, documenting their condition and marking them on official maps so they could be properly protected. For the next hour, I moved through the forest methodically, pausing every few meters to make notes about the tree's condition, the density of the canopy, and any signs of human activity. I photographed several particularly impressive algarrobo specimens, their trunks so thick that 3 men standing with linked arms could not have encircled them. I marked waypoints on my map, creating a detailed record of the forest's layout and composition. Everything appeared to be in excellent condition. There were no fresh stumps, no tire tracks, no discarded equipment or trash that would indicate loggers had been working in the area. The forest was healthy and thriving, exactly as it should be. Satisfied with my survey, I began making my way back toward where I had left the ATV. The return journey was when it happened. Gran Chaco's forests are wild and untamed, lacking the convenience of maintained trails. Even experienced rangers like myself occasionally lose their footing among the maze of roots, rocks, and fallen timber that litter the forest floor. I had stumbled many times before. It was simply part of the job. Usually, I would catch myself with an outstretched hand, or at worst, suffer a scraped palm or bruised knee. But this time was different. I had just hopped over a thick branch that had fallen across my path, when my boot caught on something hidden in the knee-high grass beyond. I was completely off balance, my weight already committed to the jump, with no way to catch myself. I pitched forward, my arms windmilling uselessly as I fell face first toward the ground. The sound when I landed was wrong. It was not the soft thud of impacting dirt and vegetation. It was a sharp, brittle crunch, the sound of something breaking, splintering under my weight. The impact drove the air from my lungs and sent jolts of pain shooting through my forearms and elbows as I instinctively tried to break my fall. I lay there for several seconds, stunned and gasping for breath. My first concern was my own injuries. I pushed myself up carefully and examined my arms. The sleeves of my shirt were torn, and underneath I could see fresh scrapes oozing blood. My elbows throbbed, and I could already feel bruises forming. but nothing seemed seriously damaged. I had been fortunate. Only then did I look down to see what I had landed on. At first, my mind refused to process what my eyes were seeing. The objects beneath me were pale, almost white, scattered among the dark earth and green grass like fragments of driftwood. But they were too smooth to be wood, too deliberately shaped. As my vision cleared and my brain finally accepted the reality before me, the truth crashed down on me with the force of a physical blow. Bones. I had landed on human bones. I scrambled backward, my boots digging into the soft earth as I pushed myself away from the remains. My hands were shaking. I could see them trembling in front of me as if they belonged to someone else. I crossed myself, whispering a prayer under my breath. An automatic response drilled into me since childhood, but the prayer did nothing to steady my nerves or slow my racing heart. The bones were scattered across an area about 2 meters in diameter. Many were partially buried, half swallowed by the earth and overgrown with moss and lichen. The grass had grown up through and around them, creating a grotesque natural display. I could see clearly now what I had landed on, a rib cage, its curved bones cracked where my weight had come down on them. Nearby lay an arm bone, and beyond that, partially hidden in the vegetation, I spotted the unmistakable curve of a human skull. Its empty eye sockets seemed to stare directly at me. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to calm the panic that threatened to overwhelm me. I had seen human remains before, twice in fact, during my years with the Parks Administration. Both times had been during official search operations, looking for missing persons who had wandered into the wilderness and never returned. Both times the bodies had been relatively fresh, identifiable and expected. This was entirely different. These bones were old, clearly having lain here for years. The skull was discolored, covered in patches of moss that grew in the empty sockets and nasal cavity. The jaw hung at an odd angle, some teeth missing, others blackened with age. Tatters of clothing still clung to some of the bones. I could see what looked like the rotted remains of a shirt or jacket, and near the feet a boot, its leather cracked and worn, had somehow survived the years of exposure to the elements. I stood on shaking legs and began to carefully flatten the grass around the skeleton, trying to see its full extent. As I worked, moving slowly and methodically to avoid disturbing the remains further, I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. How had this person died out here? Had they been lost, like the others I had helped search for? Had they suffered some accident or medical emergency that left them unable to call for help? Then my boot came down on something hard. I lifted my foot slowly, already knowing, already dreading what I would find. More bones protruded from the earth where I had stepped. Another skeleton, this one lying just 3 meters from the first. My stomach twisted into a knot so tight I thought I might vomit. 2 sets of remains, both in advanced states of decomposition, both lying within meters of each other in the middle of an isolated forest. The fear that gripped me then was primal and overwhelming. My hands would not stop shaking. My mouth had gone completely dry. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, to flee this place as fast as my legs could carry me. Whatever had killed these people might still be here. I imagined unseen eyes watching me from the shadows between the trees, waiting for the right moment to strike. But I could not run. Not yet. I needed to understand what I was looking at. I began walking in a slow circle around the 2 skeletons, my eyes scanning the ground carefully with each step. The forest floor here was relatively flat, covered in the same knee-high grass and scattered debris as everywhere else in Gran Chaco. But as I walked, as I looked more carefully, I began to see them everywhere. A third skeleton lay 5 meters to my left, this one almost completely buried, with only the dome of a skull visible above the grass and dirt. A fourth was 7 meters ahead, sprawled in an unnatural position, limbs scattered as if the body had been torn apart. A fifth, a sixth, a seventh. They were everywhere. In every direction I looked, I found more remains. Some were relatively intact, lying in positions that suggested they had simply fallen and never risen. Others were scattered across wide areas, bones separated and strewn about as if by animals or the simple passage of time. Skulls stared up at me from their earthen graves. Hands reached toward the sky, frozen in final gestures of desperation or prayer. The realization of what I was standing in the middle of hit me like a hammer blow. This was not an isolated tragedy. This was not 2 or 3 unfortunate souls who had somehow met their end in the same location. This was a massacre, a killing field, a cemetery without markers, without prayers, without anyone to remember the dead. I counted at least 15 distinct sets of remains within a 100-meter radius, and I knew there must be more hidden deeper in the undergrowth, beneath the accumulated layers of leaves and soil, waiting to be discovered. Some of the skeletons had remnants of modern clothing still clinging to them. Sneakers with rubber soles that had resisted decay, belt buckles corroded green with age, the rusted zipper of a jacket lying next to a collection of ribs. These were not ancient remains. These people had died in living memory, probably within the last few decades. They had been wearing modern shoes, modern clothes. They had been alive when I was alive, breathing the same air, living in the same world. And now they were here, abandoned and forgotten, left to rot in the wilderness like they had never existed at all. My hands clutched at the notebook I carried, my knuckles white from the force of my grip. The terror I felt was beyond anything I had experienced before. It crawled up my spine like insects, made my skin prickle with cold despite the humid heat of the forest. I wanted to scream, to break the oppressive silence that seemed to press down on me from all sides, but I could not make a sound beyond my own ragged breathing. I had to leave. I had to get out of this place immediately, before whatever evil had been done here could claim me too. But I forced myself to move carefully, to watch each step, terrified of disturbing more remains. The last thing I wanted was to step on another skull, to hear that horrible crunch again, to look down and see more empty eye sockets staring up at me accusingly. The walk back to my ATV felt like it took hours, though it could only have been minutes. Every shadow seemed to hide something sinister. Every crack of a branch made me flinch and spin around, expecting to see someone, or something, approaching from behind. The birds had gone quiet. The monkey calls had ceased. Even the insects seemed to have fallen silent, as if the entire forest was holding itself in stillness, waiting to see what would happen next. When I finally reached the ATV, I climbed on with trembling hands and fumbled with the ignition. The engine roared to life, sounding impossibly loud in the quiet forest, and I did not waste a second before turning the vehicle around and accelerating back toward Puerto Esperanza. I drove recklessly, faster than was safe on the rough terrain, branches whipping past my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I did not care. All that mattered was putting distance between myself and that terrible place. The image of those skeletons was burned into my mind. I could still see them when I blinked, the scattered bones, the empty skulls, the rotted remnants of clothing that proved these had been real people with real lives. The sheer number of them overwhelmed me. 15, maybe 20, possibly more. How many families had grieved for these missing people? How many mothers had waited for children who would never come home? How many questions had gone unanswered for years? By the time I reached Puerto Esperanza, the sun was beginning to set. The town was small, home to perhaps 2,000 people, built around the intersection of two dirt roads that ran through Gran Chaco. Our Parks Administration station was located on the northern edge of town, a modest building that served as headquarters for our regional operations. I parked the ATV outside and stumbled into the office, my clothes torn and dirty, my arms still bleeding from the fall, my face probably white as a sheet. The station chief, a man named Gustavo Hernandez who had worked for the administration even longer than I had, looked up from his desk with immediate concern. "Fernando? What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost." His words struck me as darkly appropriate. In a way, I had seen ghosts, or at least the remains they left behind. I told him everything. The survey of the forest, the fall, the bones, the horrifying discovery that they were not alone but surrounded by more remains. I described the scene in as much detail as I could manage, though my voice shook throughout the entire account. Gustavo listened in growing horror, his expression transforming from concern to shock to grim determination. When I finished, he stood up immediately. "Show me." "What?" "I need to see this for myself, Fernando. If what you're describing is real, and I believe you, then we have a responsibility to report it properly. We need to document the location, the number of remains if possible, any identifying details. The authorities will need all of that information." I did not want to go back. The thought of returning to that forest, to that killing field, filled me with dread so intense I felt physically ill. But Gustavo was right. This was our duty. Those people deserved to be found, to be identified, to be returned to their families if possible. They deserved better than to lie forgotten in the wilderness forever. We drove back in Gustavo's vehicle, arriving at the forest as twilight was giving way to true darkness. I led him to the site, moving more confidently now that I knew what to expect, but still feeling that same cold fear settling over me as we approached. Gustavo brought a powerful flashlight, and we used it to examine the scene. His reaction mirrored my own: shock, horror, and a deep sadness that seemed to settle over both of us like a heavy blanket. We moved carefully through the area, counting what we could see, taking notes, marking the approximate locations on a map. By the time we finished our preliminary survey, we had identified at least 22 distinct sets of remains. Before we left, Gustavo suggested we pray. We stood there in the darkness, surrounded by the dead, and recited a prayer for their souls. I am not an especially religious man, but in that moment, it felt necessary and right. These people had died alone, afraid, forgotten. The least we could do was acknowledge their existence, their humanity, before leaving them once more to the forest. After that night, the investigation passed into the hands of the federal police, Argentina's equivalent to what Americans call the FBI. In coordination with our Parks Administration, they launched a full forensic examination of the site. It took weeks to carefully excavate and recover all the remains. In the end, they found 28 complete or partial skeletons scattered across that section of forest. What they discovered about how those people died still haunts me. From roughly 1975 to 1983, the Argentine government participated in a coordinated program with several other South American nations called Operation Condor. The official purpose was to combat communism and left-wing movements in the region. The reality was far darker. Security services across the continent engaged in widespread kidnapping, torture, and murder of anyone deemed politically undesirable: activists, students, union organizers, journalists, teachers, even some who had done nothing more than attend a protest or sign a petition. Among the tactics employed by Argentine security forces was something they called Los Vuelos de la Muerte, the death flights. Prisoners would be loaded onto military aircraft or helicopters, flown out over remote areas like Gran Chaco, and then thrown alive from the aircraft to fall to their deaths. It was a systematic program of murder disguised as disappearances. Thousands of people died this way. Their bodies were never meant to be found, their fates never meant to be discovered. But time and chance have a way of revealing even the most carefully hidden secrets. Those people I found had been thrown from an aircraft sometime in the early 1980s, based on the dating of the remains and the items found with them. They fell from the sky, alone and terrified, and died on impact in that isolated forest. For years, their families had no idea what happened to them, where they had gone, whether they were alive or dead. The federal police were able to identify some of the remains through dental records and personal effects. Families were notified. Some of the dead were finally returned home for proper burial. It was small comfort, I suppose, but at least those families finally had answers, finally had closure after decades of not knowing. As for me, I continued working for the Parks Administration for several more months before finally retiring. I had given 17 years to protecting Gran Chaco's forests and wildlife, and I was proud of that work. But after that day, something changed for me. The forest no longer felt like the sanctuary it once had. Every time I walked among the trees, I wondered what other secrets they held, what other horrors might be hidden beneath the leaf litter and undergrowth. Even now, years later, the nightmares come. I dream of falling through darkness, wind rushing past me, the ground approaching impossibly fast. I dream of empty eye sockets staring up at me from beneath the grass. I dream of voices calling out in the darkness, voices that belong to the dead, voices asking why they were forgotten, why they were left to rot alone in the wilderness. I helped bring some of those lost souls home. I helped give their families the closure they desperately needed, and for that I am grateful. But the price was high. The images I saw that day in Gran Chaco are etched into my memory forever. The terror I felt, standing in that killing field, surrounded by the evidence of systematic murder, wondering if I would be next, is something I will carry with me until my own death. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I wonder how many more remain unfound. How many other forests hide similar secrets? How many other families still wait for answers that may never come? These questions haunt me more than any nightmare ever could. God rest their souls, all of them. The crisp Wyoming air bit at my face as I stepped out of my truck at the Bighorn National Forest Ranger Station. It was October 1977, and after 4 months on the job, I still couldn't believe this was my life now. The vast wilderness stretched before me, a patchwork of deep greens and golds as autumn took hold of the landscape. My name is George Williams, and this is the story of how my dream job became a nightmare. I'd grown up in Chicago, where the closest thing to wildlife was the occasional raccoon digging through garbage bins. The constant symphony of car horns and elevated trains had been my lullaby for 28 years. But something had always called me to the wilderness, a yearning I couldn't explain. When I saw the job posting for a park ranger position in Wyoming, I didn't hesitate. The other rangers had welcomed me warmly enough, though I could tell they were waiting to see if I'd make it through my first winter. Kevin Harrow, a veteran ranger with 15 years under his belt, had taken me under his wing. He was the kind of man who seemed to know every tree in the forest by name, every animal track by sight, and every weather pattern by heart. "Morning, George," Kevin called out as I entered the station. He was hunched over a map, his coffee leaving rings on the worn wooden desk. "Got some reports of illegal hunting up near Crazy Woman Canyon. Mind checking it out?" I nodded, grateful for the assignment. The canyon had become one of my favorite spots in the forest, despite its peculiar name. "Any particular areas I should focus on?" Kevin traced a path with his finger along the map. "There's been activity around these old campsites here and here. Probably just some yahoos thinking they can get away with hunting out of season, but better safe than sorry." I gathered my gear methodically: radio, first aid kit, binoculars, and my standard-issue rifle. The weapon felt heavy against my shoulder, a constant reminder of the responsibility that came with the badge. In 4 months, I'd never had to use it for anything more threatening than warning shots to scare off aggressive wildlife. The drive to Crazy Woman Canyon took about an hour, the dirt road winding through increasingly remote territory. The radio crackled occasionally with updates from other rangers, their voices providing a tenuous link to civilization. As I drove deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to press in closer, their branches creating a canopy that filtered the morning light into ghostly patterns on the ground. I parked at the trailhead and began my patrol on foot. The air was unusually still that morning, the typical chorus of birdsong notably absent. My boots crunched on fallen leaves, the sound seemingly amplified in the unnatural quiet. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. The first campsite showed signs of recent use: a fire pit with warm ashes, empty beer cans, and food wrappers scattered about. I documented the scene with my camera and collected the trash, making mental notes for my report. It wasn't until I reached the second site that things took a turn I never could have anticipated. The stillness was broken by a rustling in the underbrush. I turned, expecting to see a deer or perhaps a black bear, common enough sights in these parts. What I saw instead would haunt my dreams for years to come. He stood at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by the shadows of the pine trees. At first glance, he appeared to be just a man, tall and gaunt, but something about him was fundamentally wrong. His skin had an almost translucent quality, like paper held up to light, and his eyes. God, his eyes were too large, too dark, seeming to absorb the morning light rather than reflect it. My training kicked in automatically. "Sir, this is a restricted area. I need to see your camping permit." My voice sounded hollow in the still air. He didn't respond, didn't blink, didn't move, just stood there, staring at me with those impossible eyes. His clothes hung in tatters from his frame, not the typical gear of a hiker or hunter. They looked ancient, as if he'd been wearing them for decades. I took a step closer, my hand instinctively moving to my rifle. "Sir, I need you to respond. Are you all right?" The movement was so fast I almost missed it. One moment he was standing at the edge of the clearing. The next he was directly in front of me, his cold hand gripping my rifle. The speed was inhuman, impossible. His touch sent waves of ice through my body, a bone-deep cold that seemed to freeze my very thoughts. We struggled for the weapon, but his strength was overwhelming. Up close, I could see that his skin wasn't just pale. It had a gray, mottled quality that made my stomach turn. His breath, when it hit my face, carried the musty sweetness of decay. Through sheer desperation, I managed to wrench the rifle free and stumble backward. My heart hammered against my ribs as I raised the weapon. "Stay back," I shouted, my finger trembling on the trigger. He tilted his head slightly, the movement jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on strings. Then his mouth opened, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. No sound came out. I ran. I'd like to say I stood my ground, that I followed procedure, that I handled the situation with the professionalism my badge demanded. But in that moment, facing something that shouldn't exist, all my training evaporated. I ran back to my truck, falling twice in my panic, the sound of my own ragged breathing drowning out everything else. Only when I was inside the vehicle, doors locked and engine running, did I reach for my radio with trembling hands. "Base, this is Williams. I've got a situation at Campsite B in Crazy Woman Canyon. Need backup immediately." Kevin's voice crackled back, concern evident even through the static. "What kind of situation, George? Over." I hesitated. How could I describe what I'd seen without sounding crazy? Possible hostile individual. Attempted to grab my weapon. Request immediate assistance. "Copy that. Stay put. We're sending help." I kept my eyes on the trees, scanning for any movement. The man, if that's what he was, had vanished as quickly as he'd appeared. By the time backup arrived 20 minutes later, there was no trace of him. No footprints in the soft earth. No broken branches marking his passage. Nothing to prove he'd ever been there at all. The following days blurred together in a haze of questioning and paperwork. My fellow rangers searched the area thoroughly but found nothing. No tracks, no traces, no evidence that anyone had been there besides me. I could see the doubt in their eyes, the way they exchanged glances when they thought I wasn't looking. "Look, George," Kevin said one evening as we sat in the station after hours. "I've been doing this job for 15 years. Sometimes the forest, it plays tricks on your mind. The isolation, the silence, it can get to you." I stared into my coffee, now cold and bitter. "I know what I saw, Kevin. This wasn't some trick of the light or my imagination running wild. He was real. Whatever he was real." Kevin leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking under his weight. Maybe it was a homeless guy. We get them sometimes, living off the grid in the deeper parts of the forest. They can look pretty rough after a while. But I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, that impossible speed, the otherworldly wrongness of his movements. No homeless person could move like that. No person could. The other rangers started treating me differently. They paired me up more often, claimed it was for safety, but I knew they were worried about me. I heard whispers about stress leave, about how the job wasn't for everyone. I started doubting myself, questioning my memories. Maybe they were right. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. Then the dreams started. Every night I'd see him standing at the foot of my bed, those black eyes boring into mine. I'd wake up gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, the room temperature seemingly dropped by 20 degrees. Sometimes I'd find my windows open, though I was sure I'd locked them before going to bed. I started keeping a journal, documenting everything, the dreams, the temperature drops, the strange sounds I'd hear at night. I needed proof, something concrete to show I wasn't losing my mind. It was Kevin who found it first. A crisp morning in late October, the kind where frost crunches under your boots and your breath hangs in the air like smoke. The radio crackled to life just as I was finishing my morning patrol. "George?" Kevin's voice was tight, controlled. "I need you to come to the old Miller campsite, now." I knew from his tone that something was wrong. The drive seemed to take forever, though it couldn't have been more than 15 minutes. When I arrived, I found Kevin standing at the edge of the clearing, his face ash gray. The body lay scattered across the campsite like pieces of a grotesque puzzle. The victim had been torn apart with impossible strength, limbs wrenched from their sockets, flesh shredded by something sharper than any animal's claws. The ground was saturated with blood, yet there were no tracks, no signs of struggle. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, fighting down the bile rising in my throat. Kevin radioed it in while I secured the perimeter. As we waited for the authorities, I saw something that made my blood freeze. There, at the edge of the trees, a familiar figure, watching us with those bottomless black eyes. "Kevin!" I grabbed his arm, pointing, but by the time he turned, the figure was gone. The victim was identified as James Morrison, a local hunter who'd been reported missing a week earlier. The official investigation pointed to an animal attack, possibly a grizzly, though no one could explain the lack of tracks or the peculiar way the body had been dismembered. I knew better. The pattern of destruction, the surgical precision of some of the cuts. This was no animal attack. This was something else entirely. The sightings increased after that. I'd catch glimpses of him everywhere, between the trees during patrols, in the reflection of my truck's windows. standing in the shadows of the station at dusk. Each time he'd vanish the moment someone else looked. My colleagues' concern turned to worry, then to fear. They saw the dark circles under my eyes, the way I jumped at shadows, how I'd stopped eating in the break room, preferring to keep my back to a wall and my eyes on the windows. I started carrying my rifle everywhere, even off-duty. I installed extra locks on my doors and windows, bought security cameras for my small cabin. The footage would often glitch around 3 a.m., showing static for exactly 7 minutes before returning to normal. One night, reviewing the footage, I saw him, standing perfectly still in my yard for hours, head tilted at an impossible angle, staring directly into the camera. When I ran outside with my rifle, he was gone. But the grass where he'd stood was frozen solid despite the warm summer night. I tried to find patterns, some logic to his appearances. I pored over local history books, searching for similar stories. In the deepest archives of the local library, I found mentions of similar sightings dating back to the 1800s, stories of a tall, pale figure seen before disappearances, of hunters found torn apart, of children who vanished into the woods never to return. The more I discovered, the more he appeared. It was as if my knowledge of him somehow drew him closer, made him stronger. It ended where it began, in a way. I was home, trying to lose myself in mindless television when the power went out. The temperature dropped suddenly, my breath visible in the darkness. I knew he was coming. I grabbed my rifle and waited. The security cameras had gone dead, but I didn't need them. I could feel his presence, like a weight pressing against my skull. When I saw him standing in my yard, I didn't hesitate. I went outside to face him, knowing this had to end one way or another. "What do you want?" I shouted into the darkness. "Why are you doing this?" He moved then, faster than ever before, closing the distance between us in an eye blink. His hand closed around my throat, cold as the grave, strong as steel. Up close, his face was even more horrible than I remembered. Not just pale, but somehow wrong, as if someone had tried to craft a human face without ever having seen one. I struggled against his grip, feeling my consciousness fading. This was it, I thought. I was going to end up like Morrison, another mysterious death in the forest. The gunshot rang out like thunder. The creature's grip loosened as it staggered backward, black liquid seeping from a wound in its chest. I fell to my knees, gasping for air. Kevin stood at the edge of my property, his rifle still raised. "I've been following you," he admitted as he helped me up. I knew something was wrong, really wrong. I just didn't know what until now. We both watched as the creature retreated into the darkness, leaving a trail of black fluid that seemed to evaporate as it hit the ground. It never made a sound. I left the ranger service the next week. Kevin tried to convince me to stay, said we could face this thing together, but I'd had enough. I moved to Arizona, where the desert's stark openness felt safer than the close darkness of the forest. The official report listed the Morrison case as an unsolved animal attack. My encounter was explained away as stress-induced paranoia. Kevin never told anyone what he saw that night, though he sends me updates every few months, keeping me informed of any unusual incidents in the forest. Sometimes, on cold nights when the wind howls just right, I think I see a tall, pale figure standing in the distance. But I've learned to look away, to not acknowledge it. Perhaps that's why I survived when others didn't. I learned when to stop looking, when to walk away. The Bighorn National Forest still stands, beautiful and mysterious as ever. Tourists still camp there, hikers still wander its trails, and rangers still patrol its vast expanses. But if you go there, and if you see something strange in the shadows, something that moves too fast or stands too still, don't look too long. Don't try to understand it. Just walk away. Because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, and some watchers should remain in the woods. The manila folder landed on my desk with a dull thud. Inside were photos of mangled livestock, missing person reports, and grainy trail camera footage that showed only shadows. Another assignment, another horror waiting in the wilderness. But this one would be different. This one would be my last. My name is Robert Johnson, and for 15 years I worked for a classified government unit that investigates unexplained phenomena. We operate in the shadows, cleaning up messes that would shatter the public's perception of reality. Most of our work involves debunking hoaxes or explaining away natural phenomena. But sometimes, we find something that defies explanation, something that shouldn't exist. The briefing was held in a windowless room deep within a nondescript government building in Washington, D.C. Deputy Director Morrison, a tall woman with steel gray hair and eyes that had seen too much, laid out the situation. Pine Hollow, Maine, population 847. In the past 6 months, 3 hikers have vanished without a trace. 7 cattle mutilations. 2 search and rescue teams reported hearing unusual sounds before their equipment malfunctioned. She paused, letting the information sink in. Local authorities are overwhelmed. The mayor is talking to reporters. We need this contained before it draws national attention. I studied the photos spread across the table. The cattle hadn't been eaten. They'd been torn apart, as if by something testing its strength. The missing hikers were experienced outdoorsmen, not amateur tourists who might have gotten lost. Something was wrong in Pine Hollow, and we were being sent to fix it. Our 4-person team assembled at Bangor International Airport on a humid August afternoon. I'd worked with each of them before, trusted them with my life. Eric Barnes, our technology specialist, was already setting up his equipment in the back of our unmarked SUV. His fingers moved across keyboards with practiced precision, but I noticed they trembled slightly. He'd lost his partner on our last mission in the Ozarks. Lisa Murray, our biologist, was examining satellite maps of the area. Her academic background gave her an air of detachment, but I'd seen her face down things that would send most people running in terror. She'd specialized in predator behavior before joining the unit, though nothing in her studies had prepared her for what we actually hunted. Sam Torres completed our team. Former Marine Force recon, he carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen combat but didn't feel the need to talk about it. He methodically checked our weapons, standard issue M4 carbines and Sig Sauer sidearms. We never knew what we might encounter, so we came prepared for anything. The drive north took us through increasingly remote territory. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then dirt. Cell service disappeared. The GPS showed only empty spaces between the trees. Pine Hollow wasn't just off the beaten path. It was barely on the map. The town itself was a collection of weathered buildings clustered around a single main street. A few pickup trucks were parked outside the general store, their rust patterns suggesting they'd been there for years. An American flag hung limply from the post office, its colors faded by sun and rain. We checked into the Pine Hollow Inn, a 2-story building that had seen better days. The owner, Mrs. Henderson, was a widow in her 70s who seemed relieved to have paying customers. "Not many tourists these days," she said, her voice carrying a hint of worry. "Not since the disappearances started." I asked her about the missing hikers. Her face tightened. Good people, knew these woods better than anyone. Whatever took them? She stopped herself, shaking her head. "You be careful out there. The forest, it's different now." We spent the first day interviewing locals and examining the sites where the cattle had been found. The pattern was clear. All the incidents had occurred within a 5-mile radius of an area the locals called the dead zone, where even the hardiest hunters refused to go. Eric's equipment picked up unusual electromagnetic readings. "It's like something's interfering with the natural magnetic field," he said, frowning at his instruments. "I've never seen patterns like this before." Lisa found tracks that didn't match any known species. "The stride length suggests something big," she explained, measuring the distance between prints. "But the impression pattern is all wrong. It's like it's walking on 2 legs. But the weight distribution is impossible for any known bipedal animal." As dusk approached, we made camp near the edge of the dead zone. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. The silence pressed against our ears like a physical presence. The rhythmic thumping started at midnight. At first it was barely noticeable, a low vibration you felt more than heard, but it grew stronger, more insistent, like a massive heart beating beneath the earth. Our equipment began to malfunction, screens flickering with static. "Movement, 200 meters north," Sam whispered, his thermal scope scanning the tree line, but whatever he saw vanished before the rest of us could confirm it. The thumping grew louder, closer. Tree branches swayed without wind. The air became thick, making it difficult to breathe. Then we heard the scream. Not human, not animal, but something in between. It echoed through the forest, setting our teeth on edge. Eric's hands flew across his keyboard, getting massive electromagnetic spikes. "Whatever it is, it's..." His words cut off as something large crashed through the underbrush behind him. In the beam of our flashlights, we caught a glimpse of dark fur, gleaming eyes, and teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. The attack was swift and brutal. Eric never had a chance to run. The creature moved with impossible speed, its massive form defying physics. One moment Eric was there, the next he was gone, leaving only a spray of blood across his equipment. The next 24 hours became a desperate game of survival. We abandoned most of our gear, taking only weapons and essential supplies. The creature toyed with us, herding us deeper into its territory. We'd hear the thumping from one direction, only to have it suddenly appear behind us. Lisa tried to analyze its behavior. "It's intelligent," she said as we took shelter in a ravine. "It's not just hunting us, it's studying us, learning our patterns." Her scientific detachment was cracking, fear showing through the professional facade. Sam's military training kept us alive through the second night. He set up defensive positions, laid false trails, did everything by the book. But the creature didn't play by any rules we understood. It came for him during his watch, moving so fast our bullets seemed to pass right through it. His last words were a warning: "Run." Then the darkness took him, his screams mixing with the sound of breaking bones. We found the cabin just before dawn, an old ranger station, long abandoned. Lisa's hands shook as she helped me barricade the doors and windows. We were running on adrenaline and fear, our minds struggling to process what we'd seen. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Nothing moves like that. Nothing should be that strong." I had no answers. In 15 years of hunting monsters, I'd never encountered anything like this. The reports, the photos, nothing had prepared us for the reality of what stalked these woods. The creature came for us as the sun set. The thumping grew until the whole cabin shook, dust falling from the ceiling. Lisa fired through a window, the muzzle flash illuminating a shape that seemed to shift and change in the darkness. The thing that burst through the wall was nightmare-made flesh. Its fur absorbed light, its eyes held an intelligence that was terrifying in its alienness. Lisa's bullets struck it, drawing blood that seemed to evaporate before it hit the ground. I fought with everything I had, but it was like fighting a force of nature. The creature threw me across the room with casual strength. Through blurred vision, I saw it take Lisa. Her screams faded into the forest, leaving me alone with the knowledge that I had failed to protect my team. The official report lists it as a bear attack. 3 federal agents killed in the line of duty while investigating wildlife disturbances. My testimony was quietly buried, along with any evidence that might suggest something more sinister. I left the unit after that, opened a small bookstore in Vermont, surrounded myself with stories that make sense, that have beginnings and endings. But the memories of Pine Hollow haunt me. Sometimes, late at night, I hear a familiar thumping in the distance. The locals here tell stories about missing hikers, about strange sounds in the woods. I wonder if it followed me, if it's still out there, watching, waiting. Or maybe there are more of them, spreading slowly across the dark places of our world. The thought keeps me awake at night, staring at the ceiling, remembering the look in its eyes, ancient, hungry, and terrifyingly aware. The government still sends teams to investigate strange occurrences in remote places. I've heard whispers of similar incidents in other forests, other small towns, but I won't go back. I've seen what lurks in the shadows, and I know that some mysteries are better left unsolved. Yet sometimes, when the wind blows through the trees and the shadows grow long, I find myself reaching for my old gear, checking my weapons, because deep down, I know the truth. The creature of Pine Hollow is still out there, and one day, it might come looking for the one who got away. My name is James Jones, and this happened to me on August 14th, 1998. I was 32 years old at the time, working as a search and rescue officer in a small town called Pinecrest, Maine. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, tucked away in the dense forests, near the Canadian border. Nothing much ever happened in Pinecrest, which is probably why I took to my job with such dedication. But let me tell you, nothing could have prepared me for the horrors I witnessed that summer. The day started like any other. I was at the station sipping on a stale cup of coffee and trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. Our team was small, just me and my partner Tom Halloran, along with a handful of volunteers we could call on if needed. Tom and I had been working together for years, and we had a good rhythm. We knew the forests around Pinecrest like the back of our hands, or so we thought. Around 10 a.m., a call came in about a missing hiker. A woman named Claire Donovan, age 28, had gone out for a hike the previous morning and hadn't returned. Her husband Hank was frantic with worry. Claire was an experienced hiker, he told us over the phone. She knew the trails well. It wasn't like her to just disappear. Tom and I met Hank at the trailhead. He was a tall, wiry man with a thick beard, and the dark circles under his eyes told me he hadn't slept a wink. "She's done this hike a dozen times," he kept saying, his voice strained with anxiety. "She knows the area like the back of her hand." We assured Hank that we'd do everything we could to find his wife. Tom and I set out, calling in a couple of volunteers to help with the search. The trail was one we were familiar with, a moderately challenging hike that led up through dense pine forest and then along the edge of a steep ridge. It was a beautiful area, but treacherous if you didn't know what you were doing. We figured Claire might have twisted an ankle or gotten turned around. It happens, even to experienced hikers. The first few hours of the search were uneventful. We called Claire's name until our voices were hoarse, scanned the thick underbrush for any sign of disturbance, checked the trail for footprints or broken branches, but there was nothing. It was as if Claire had simply vanished into thin air. By late afternoon, a sense of unease had settled over our small search party. This was longer than any search should have taken, especially on a trail we knew so well. Hank was beside himself with worry, pacing at the trailhead like a caged animal. We had to gently but firmly tell him to stay put. The last thing we needed was another person getting lost in the forest. As the sun began to sink lower in the sky, painting the trees in shades of gold and crimson, Tom and I made the decision to push deeper into the woods. We left the main trail, following a narrow game path that snaked through the undergrowth. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees pressing close, their branches intertwined overhead until only slivers of the fading light penetrated the canopy. It was then that we found the first sign of Claire. It was a scarf, a bright splash of red against the muted greens and browns of the forest floor. It had snagged on a broken branch, fluttering forlornly in the breeze. Tom and I exchanged a look. Hank had mentioned Claire was wearing a red scarf when she set out. "Over here," I called to Tom, my voice sounding muffled in the heavy air. He jogged over, his boots crunching on the carpet of pine needles. We both stared at the scarf, a sense of foreboding settling over us like a shroud. "Think she just dropped it?" Tom asked, but there was doubt in his voice. I wasn't sure. "Maybe, but let's keep moving. We're on the right track." We pressed on, calling Claire's name, the sound echoing back to us from the indifferent trees. The light was fading fast now, shadows pooling beneath the pines. About an hour later, as we were fighting our way through a particularly dense patch of underbrush, we found another clue. It was a water bottle, half buried in the soft loam. Tom picked it up, turning it over in his hands. There was a name scribbled on the side in black marker. Claire. A jolt of excitement mixed with apprehension shot through me. We were close now. I could feel it. But it was the next discovery that stopped us cold. We stumbled into a small clearing, and at first glance it appeared to be an ordinary campsite. But something was off. There were no tents, no sleeping bags, no cheerfully crackling campfire. Instead, there was a haphazard circle of stones, the ashes inside them long cold. Scattered around were a few forlorn-looking belongings, a tattered backpack, a single hiking boot, a rusted pocket knife. Tom and I stood there, the hair on the backs of our necks standing up. This was no ordinary campsite. It looked like it had been abandoned in a hurry, and a long time ago. But the most unsettling thing was the silence. The forest was always quiet, but this was different. It was a heavy, oppressive silence, like the trees themselves were holding their breath. And then we saw it, partially hidden beneath a drift of leaves, almost as if it had been placed there deliberately, was a shoe, a woman's hiking boot, the mate to the one we'd seen earlier. Tom picked it up gingerly, as if it might bite him. He turned it over in his hands, his face grim. "This is Claire's, isn't it?" he asked, although it wasn't really a question. "I think so," I said. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, thin and strained. "But what the hell is this place?" Neither of us had an answer. A glance at the sky told us night was fast approaching. It wasn't safe to keep searching in the dark, not in this part of the forest. Reluctantly, we decided to make camp nearby and resume our search at first light. We pitched our small two-man tent in a spot that gave us a clear view of the strange campsite. As Tom said about building a fire more for comfort than warmth in the muggy August night, I radioed back to the station. I told them what we'd found, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. They promised to send out additional search parties in the morning to widen the search radius. Hank, they told me, was still at the trailhead, refusing to leave. That night was one of the longest of my life. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the tent ceiling, my mind whirring. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, had me jerking upright, my heart pounding. Tom seemed to be faring no better. I could hear him tossing and turning, his breathing heavy in the darkness. At some point I must have drifted into a fitful sleep, because I woke with a start. It took me a moment to realize what had woken me. It was a scream, distant but unmistakable, echoing through the trees. Beside me, Tom sat bolt upright, his eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I was already scrambling out of my sleeping bag, fumbling for my boots. It sounded like it came from the north. We burst out of the tent, flashlights in hand. The scream came again, louder this time, and filled with terror. It was a woman's voice, Claire's voice. "This way," I yelled, plunging into the trees. Tom was right behind me, his breathing harsh in the still night air. We ran, heedless of the branches that whipped at our faces, the roots that tried to trip us. The screams grew louder, more desperate, urging us onward. And then, as suddenly as they had started, they stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the screams. We burst into another clearing, and the scene before us was like something out of a nightmare. Claire was there, her body sprawled on the forest floor. But she wasn't alone. Crouched over her was a creature straight out of a horror movie. It was humanoid, but larger than any man I'd ever seen. Its skin was a sickly grayish green, covered in what looked like scales, but it was its face that I'll never forget. It had no nose, just two slitted nostrils. Its eyes were large and black, reflecting the light of our flashlights, and its mouth, it was wide and gaping, filled with rows of needle-like teeth. The creature looked up as we entered the clearing, and let out a hiss that sent shivers down my spine. It moved, faster than I would have believed possible for something that size, and vanished into the trees. For a moment we stood frozen, our minds struggling to process what we had just seen. Then a low moan from Claire snapped us out of it. We rushed to her side. She was alive, but barely. Her clothes were shredded, and her body was covered in deep, vicious-looking gashes. She stared up at us, her eyes glassy with shock and pain. It came out of nowhere," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I couldn't. Her eyes rolled back in her head and she went limp. For one heart-stopping moment I thought we'd lost her, but then I saw the shallow rise and fall of her chest. She was still breathing, but she needed medical attention, and fast. We carried her out of those woods, taking turns when our arms grew tired. It was a brutal hike, made all the more difficult by the darkness and our growing fear. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every sound made us jump. By the time we reached the trailhead, we were both exhausted, physically and mentally. Hank was there, pacing under the harsh glare of the floodlights. When he saw us, Claire's limp form cradled in Tom's arms. He let out a sound I'll never forget, half sob, half scream. He ran to us, his hands hovering over his wife's still form, afraid to touch her. The next few hours passed in a blur. An ambulance came, whisking Claire away to the hospital. Hank went with her, his face a mask of grief and fear. Tom and I gave our statements to the local police, trying our best to describe what we'd seen without sounding completely insane. I could tell by the looks on their faces that they didn't believe us. Not really, but the evidence of the attack on Claire was undeniable. Something had hurt her, something that definitely wasn't human. In the days that followed, a sense of dread settled over Pinecrest. More people went missing, hikers and campers who ventured into the woods and never came out. Search parties were sent out, but they found nothing, no trace of the missing people. It was as if the forest had swallowed them whole. Claire miraculously survived her ordeal, but she was changed, and not just physically. She was haunted, jumping at every sound, every unexpected movement. She spoke of the creature in the woods, the thing that had attacked her, but no one believed her. They put it down to trauma, to the stress of her ordeal. Only Tom and I knew the truth. We had seen it with our own eyes. We tried to hunt it, to track it down. We spent days combing the woods, setting traps, following trails that always seemed to lead nowhere. It was like the creature was toying with us, always one step ahead, and with each passing day the fear in Pinecrest grew. People started locking their doors at night, keeping their children inside. The woods, once a place of beauty and tranquility, became a place of terror. And then, just when we thought things couldn't get any worse, they did. We found a body, or what was left of one. It was a hiker, a man named Ethan Boyd. He had been torn apart, his body scattered across a small clearing deep in the woods. It was a scene of unimaginable horror, and it broke something inside me. I knew then that we were dealing with something far beyond our understanding, something evil. The attacks escalated from there. More bodies were found, each one more gruesome than the last. People started leaving Pinecrest, packing up their lives and fleeing in the middle of the night. Those who remained lived in a constant state of terror, jumping at every shadow. The town was dying, and we seemed powerless to stop it. And then, one night, the creature came for me. I was at home, trying to catch a few hours of restless sleep, when I heard a sound outside my window. At first I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again, a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. I grabbed my gun, my hand shaking so badly I could barely load it. I crept to the window, my heart pounding in my ears, and there it was, crouched in the shadows of my yard. Its black eyes seemed to bore into me, and I swear I saw something like amusement in them, as if it knew how terrified I was. I don't know what would have happened if Tom hadn't shown up when he did. He burst into my house, his own gun drawn. Together we managed to drive the creature back into the woods, but I knew it wouldn't be gone for long. It would be back, and it would keep coming back until it got what it wanted. What that was, I didn't know. All I knew was that we had to stop it, before it destroyed everything and everyone I cared about. The final confrontation happened deep in the heart of the forest, in a place even the most experienced hikers avoided. Tom and I, along with a handful of the bravest men and women of Pinecrest, tracked the creature to its lair. It was a place of darkness and death, the ground littered with the bones of its victims. The battle was brutal. The creature was strong, stronger than anything I had ever faced. It moved with a speed and agility that defied belief, and its claws cut through flesh like a knife through butter. We lost good people that day, friends and neighbors, people I had known my entire life. But in the end, we prevailed. The creature lay dead at our feet, its black blood staining the earth. But even in death, it seemed to mock us, because we never found out what it was or where it had come from. Some said it was a mutation, a product of the toxic waste that had been illegally dumped in the woods years before. Others claimed it was something older, something that had always been there, waiting in the shadows. I didn't know what to believe. All I knew was that it was over, and Pinecrest could start to heal. But for me, there was no healing. The horrors I had seen, the friends I had lost, they haunted me. I left Pinecrest not long after, unable to stay in the place that held so many painful memories. I drifted for a while, trying to find somewhere I belonged, but I never could quite shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me in the darkness. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I swear I can hear it, that low, guttural growl that still sends shivers down my spine. And I wonder, is it really over, or is it still out there somewhere, waiting for its next victim? I pray I never find out, but in my heart I know the truth. Evil like that never really dies. It just waits, biding its time, until it can strike again. I'm John Anderson, 79 years old now, and what I'm about to tell you happened to me back in 1987. I was just a regular guy then, working as an electrician in Philadelphia. Nothing fancy about my life, just work, beer on Fridays, and weekends spent either fixing things around the house or watching the Eagles play. My wife, Marla, was pregnant with our first kid, and money was tight. So when my buddy Calvin offered up his family's cabin in the Poconos for a week, I jumped at the chance. A week away from the city sounded like heaven, and maybe some time alone would give me the clarity I needed about becoming a father. Calvin couldn't make it himself. Some last-minute work thing came up, but he gave me the keys and directions. Before I left, I promised Marla I'd be back before she even started to miss me. She just laughed and said, "Just don't forget to call me every day." The drive was uneventful, just me and the open road, winding through dense forests and up into the mountains. The cabin was a rustic little place, perched on the edge of a small, serene lake. It had a wraparound porch, a stone fireplace, and that musty smell of old wood and dust that you can only get in places like this. It felt like stepping back in time, and I loved it. I spent the first couple of days fishing, hiking, and reading old magazines I found in the cabin. It was nice to be away from the noise and stress of the city, to just breathe in the fresh air and let my mind wander. I even made a campfire one night and tried to remember how to play the guitar, which I hadn't touched since high school. It was the kind of simple, peaceful existence I hadn't realized I'd been missing. On the third day, things took a turn. I was out on the porch, sipping a beer and watching the sunset when I saw movement in the tree line across the lake. It was too far to make out any details, just a dark shape slipping between the trees. I squinted, trying to get a better look, but it disappeared before I could figure out what it was. Probably just a deer, I told myself, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It moved too quickly, too smoothly. That night I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing noises outside, branches snapping and the occasional rustle of leaves. The kind of sounds you'd expect in the woods, sure, but they seemed too close, too deliberate. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching. The next morning I found tracks around the cabin. They were big, too big to be any animal I was familiar with, and definitely not human. Deep, wide prints that seemed to have claws at the ends. I took a few photos with the disposable camera I'd brought and tried to convince myself it was some kind of bear, even though I knew it didn't make sense. Bears don't move like that, and their tracks don't look like these. I decided to head into town, get some supplies, and maybe ask around if anyone had seen anything unusual. The nearest town was about 30 minutes away, a small place called Millvale. It had a general store, a diner, and not much else. I grabbed some groceries and stopped by the diner for a coffee, hoping to strike up a conversation with the locals. There was an old guy at the counter, nursing a cup of black coffee and reading a newspaper. He looked like he'd been around forever, with a weathered face and a trucker hat that had seen better days. "Morning," I said, trying to sound casual. "Morning," he replied without looking up. "I'm staying out at a cabin on Lake Willow," I said. "Been seeing some weird tracks around, big ones. Any idea what they might be?" He looked up then, his eyes narrowing. "Lake Willow, you say?" "Yeah, just across the lake from the old Johnson place." He nodded slowly. "Ain't many folks go out that way no more. Not since the disappearances." That got my attention. "Disappearances?" He sipped his coffee and shrugged. "Couple years back, some folks went missing around those woods. Never found them. Some say it was wild animals. Others think something else. I don't know. But you be careful out there." I thanked him for the warning, but I wasn't sure what to make of it. Disappearances, strange tracks. Maybe there was something to it, or maybe it was just small-town rumors. Either way, it put me on edge. When I got back to the cabin, I double-checked all the windows and doors, making sure everything was locked up tight. I kept the fire going and stayed inside, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, the noises were louder, closer. Something was definitely out there, and it wasn't just my imagination. I decided to stay up, sitting in the dark with a flashlight and a kitchen knife, the only weapons I had. Around midnight, I heard something scratching at the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept closer, trying to see through the peephole. All I saw was darkness, but the scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like whatever it was knew I was inside. I flicked on the porch light, hoping to scare it off, but all it did was reveal a large, shadowy figure standing just beyond the reach of the light. It was tall, hunched over, with long, sinewy limbs and eyes that glowed a sickly yellow in the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as it let out a low, guttural sound that chilled me to the bone. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. I needed to get out of there, but my truck was parked out front, and I'd have to go through the thing to get to it. I grabbed my keys and made a decision. I'd make a run for it. I threw open the door and sprinted towards the truck, not daring to look back. The creature let out a roar and lunged after me. I could hear its footsteps pounding the ground behind me as I fumbled with the keys, trying to unlock the door. I managed to get it open and jumped inside, slamming the door shut just as it reached me. The thing smashed against the side of the truck, its claws raking against the metal, but I didn't stick around to see what it would do next. I gunned the engine and tore out of there, not stopping until I was back in Millvale. I went straight to the police station and told them everything. The sheriff, a grizzled man named Hank Briscoe, listened with a skeptical look on his face. He'd heard stories like mine before, he said, but there was never any evidence to back them up. Still, he agreed to send a couple of deputies out to the cabin to check it out. I spent the night at a motel, jumping at every sound, unable to sleep. The next morning, Sheriff Briscoe called to tell me they'd found the cabin empty. No sign of any creature or strange tracks, just some scratches on the door and the side of my truck. He suggested I head back to Philadelphia and forget about it, chalk it up to an overactive imagination. But I knew what I'd seen, and I couldn't just forget about it. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, somewhere in those woods, waiting. I decided to cut my trip short and head back home. I didn't want to leave Marla alone any longer than necessary, especially not with a baby on the way. I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind, but it wasn't easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those yellow eyes staring back at me. A few weeks later, I got a call from Calvin. He'd finally made it up to the cabin and found my disposable camera. The photos I took of the tracks were still on it, and he had them developed. He sounded shaken, said he was coming over to show me. When he arrived, he handed me the photos without a word. The tracks were clear as day, big and clawed, just like I remembered. But there was one photo I didn't take, a close-up of those yellow eyes, staring right into the camera. We never talked about it again. I kept the photos locked away, a reminder of what I'd seen, but never showed them to anyone else. I tried to move on, focus on my family, and forget about that week in the woods. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear those noises, those scratches at the door, and I wonder if it's still out there, watching, waiting. Years passed, and life moved on. Marla gave birth to our son Jake, and we settled into a routine. I never went back to the cabin, and neither did Calvin. We both made unspoken promises to stay away from those woods. One night, years later, I was watching TV when the news came on about another disappearance near Lake Willow. A group of campers had gone missing, leaving behind their gear and a campsite that looked like it had been attacked by something wild. My heart sank as I listened to the report, knowing deep down that whatever had haunted me all those years ago was still out there. I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to do something, even if it meant facing that creature again. I couldn't let more people disappear without at least trying to stop it. I gathered my things, including the old photos and a hunting rifle I'd bought after that trip, and headed back to the Poconos. When I arrived in Millvale, it was like stepping back in time. The town hadn't changed much, and neither had the old guy at the diner. He recognized me instantly and nodded as I walked in. "Back again, huh?" he said. "Figured you'd stay away after what happened." "I can't," I replied. "People are still going missing. I have to do something." He looked at me for a long moment before nodding. "Be careful out there. Whatever it is, it's dangerous." I thanked him and headed to the cabin. It looked the same as it had all those years ago, maybe a bit more run down. I parked the truck, loaded my rifle, and started a fire in the fireplace. I wasn't planning on sleeping. I was here to confront whatever had been terrorizing these woods. As the sun set, the familiar noises started again. Branches snapping, leaves rustling. Only this time, I was ready. I sat by the fire, rifle in hand, waiting. Hours passed, and just when I was starting to think nothing would happen, I heard it, the scratching at the door. I took a deep breath, stood up and walked to the door. I flicked on the porch light, just like before, and opened the door, rifle at the ready. There it was, the creature from my nightmares. Tall, hunched over, with those same sickly yellow eyes. It let out a low growl and took a step towards me. I didn't hesitate. I fired the rifle, hitting it square in the chest. It let out a scream of pain and stumbled back, but it didn't go down. I fired again and again until the rifle was empty and the creature lay still on the ground. I stood there, breathing heavily, my heart pounding in my chest. It was over. I'd done it. I walked over to the creature, still cautious, and examined it. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. A twisted mix of animal and something else entirely. I took a few more photos, just to be sure, and then dragged it away from the cabin. I called the sheriff the next morning and told him everything. He was skeptical, but when he saw the photos and the body, he couldn't deny it. They took it away for examination, and I never heard what became of it. Life went back to normal after that. The disappearances stopped, and people started returning to Lake Willow. I kept the rifle and the photos as a reminder of what I'd faced, but I didn't dwell on it. I had a family to take care of. and that was more important. Years later, when Jake was old enough, I told him the story. He didn't believe me at first, but when I showed him the photos, he couldn't deny it. I hoped he'd never have to face something like that, but I wanted him to be prepared, just in case. Now I'm an old man, and the memories of that week in the woods are still vivid. I don't know what that creature was or where it came from, but I know one thing. It's gone, and I made sure it would never hurt anyone again. As I sit here telling you this story, I can't help but think about the old guy at the diner and his warning. He knew something was out there, something dangerous, and he was right. So if you ever find yourself up near Lake Willow, be careful. You never know what might be lurking in the woods. And always remember to keep your door locked. The fluorescent lights in the Columbus VA office flickered as I signed my name, Mason Ward, on the dotted line. 3 months behind on rent, my truck repossessed last Tuesday, and the collection calls coming so frequently I'd stopped charging my phone. When a man in a charcoal suit approached me outside the unemployment office with a job offer that paid triple what I'd made as a park ranger in Ohio, I didn't ask many questions. Private military contractor work, he'd said, sliding a business card across the diner table. No company name, just a phone number. Your background in wilderness survival and your Army Ranger training make you ideal. That was 2 weeks ago. Now I sat in a nondescript concrete building somewhere outside Asheville, North Carolina, listening to Commander James Riker brief our unit on what he called recovery operations. 5 states, Michigan, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. 17 missing persons in the last 6 months. All vanished in remote forest areas. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no logical explanation. The media doesn't know about the pattern, Riker said, his weathered face betraying nothing. Local law enforcement has been told to stand down. This is our operation now. Our team consisted of 8 men, all former military with wilderness experience. Aiden Cross sat to my left, methodically cleaning his rifle, a habit from 3 tours in Afghanistan. Hunter Valdez sketched in a notebook, his artist's eye, always catching details others missed. Across from me, John Ryder Patterson tapped his fingers in the rhythm of some song only he could hear, the nervous energy that had kept him alive through countless missions, still burning strong. First deployment is tomorrow, Riker continued. The Hollow, Pennsylvania. 60 miles of uninhabited forest. Rebecca Chen, age 34, Forest Service employee, vanished 5 days ago while conducting a routine survey. Logan Mitchell raised his hand. Sir, what exactly are we looking for? Bears? Serial killer? Riker's pause lasted a beat too long. Unknown hostile elements. Your job is recovery and neutralization of threats. The details are need to know. That night, in our barracks, Colton Hayes voiced what we were all thinking. This isn't normal military contract work. The pay is, Jackson Rivera countered, but his joke fell flat. I lay in my bunk thinking about my empty apartment back in Ohio, about the fishing gear I'd had to pawn, about the camping trips I used to take before everything fell apart. I'd always found peace in the wilderness, even loved collecting old folklore books about the forests of America. Stories my grandfather used to tell about things that lived in the deep woods, things older than the settlements, older than the native tribes even. I should have paid more attention to those stories. The Hollow lived up to its name. Even at noon, the Pennsylvania forest felt drained of life, as if something had sucked the vitality from every tree, every blade of grass. Our unit moved in formation through the understory, combat boots crushing dried leaves that should have been green in early September. Thermal signatures? Riker asked through our earpieces. Negative, reported Grayson Cooper from his position monitoring our drone feed. Nothing larger than a squirrel for 2 clicks in any direction. Wade Torres, our tracker, knelt beside a shallow depression in the earth. Boot print, Forest Service issue, 3 days old, maybe 4. We followed Rebecca Chen's trail deeper into the hollow. The trees grew closer together, their bark blackened as if scorched, though there were no signs of fire. Robert Chen walked point, his rifle sweeping left and right with mechanical precision. Anyone else hearing that? Charles Brennan whispered. We all stopped. There was no sound. That was the problem. No birds, no insects, no wind through the leaves. The silence pressed against our eardrums like water pressure at depth. Thomas Ruiz pulled out his phone. Compass is spinning. GPS showing our location as everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Equipment malfunction, Levi Daniels said, but his voice lacked conviction. The trail led to a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches intertwining overhead like skeletal fingers. In the center stood what looked like a ranger station, but wrong. The angles didn't match, walls meeting at impossible corners, windows that showed different views depending on where you stood. Structure isn't on any map, Edward Park confirmed, checking his tablet. Caleb Morrison approached the building, weapon raised, doors open. Inside, we found Rebecca Chen's equipment. Radio, GPS unit, sample containers, arranged on a table as if she'd just stepped out. But the dust suggested weeks of abandonment, not days. Blood, Brooke Anderson said, pointing to dark stains on the floorboards. The pattern made no sense, droplets defying gravity, running up the walls in delicate spirals. A sound echoed from deeper in the station. Footsteps, but wrong, like someone walking on the ceiling. We moved as a unit down a hallway that shouldn't have existed given the building's exterior dimensions. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in the span of 3 feet. At the end of the hall, a door stood slightly ajar. Through the gap, we could see Rebecca Chen sitting at a desk, writing in a journal. She looked up at us and smiled, her eyes reflecting light that didn't exist. "She's been here all along," she said in a voice like wind through empty bottles. "She never left. None of them ever leave." The Rebecca thing stood, its movements too fluid, as if its bones had been replaced with something else. The hollow keeps what it takes. You should go, before it decides to keep you too. George Pike raised his rifle. "Ma'am, we're here to extract you. Please come with us." She laughed, and the sound made my teeth ache. "I am extracted. I am home. We are all home here." The lights went out. In the darkness, I heard Jace Williams scream, cut short by a wet sound. Emergency lights flickered on, revealing Jace pressed against the ceiling, his body contorted in impossible angles, still breathing but his eyes showing too much white. "Fall back," Riker commanded. We retreated, dragging Jace down, his limbs moving like a marionette's. The station's geometry shifted around us, hallways extending and contracting, doors appearing in walls that had been solid moments before. Knox Bradley kicked through what might have been an exterior wall, and suddenly we were outside, 50 meters from where we'd entered. The station now looking perfectly normal, just an abandoned ranger post. Jace convulsed in Clint Walker's arms, mumbling in a language that predated words. We called for immediate extraction. The helicopter ride back to base was silent except for Jace's whispers. He spoke of roots that ran deeper than the world, of things that wore the forest like skin, of hollows between spaces where lost things gathered to forget they were ever found. He died that night in the medical ward, his body simply forgetting how to be human. The autopsy found his organs rearranged into patterns that hurt to perceive, his bones carved with symbols that predated any known civilization. Rebecca Chen was never found. The station, when a second team investigated, was just ruins, abandoned for decades according to local records. But I kept her journal, the one the Rebecca thing had been writing in. Most of it was gibberish, but one line haunted me. "The trees remember when men were prey." 2 weeks after the hollow, we deployed to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. 3 hikers missing near pictured rocks. But this time, Riker brought additional equipment. Cases marked with symbols I didn't recognize. Electronics that hummed at frequencies that made your bones ache. After the Pennsylvania incident, Riker explained, we're implementing Protocol 7. Nobody asked what Protocols 1 through 6 had been. Our team had been reshuffled. Frank Morrison joined us, a specialist in what he called anomalous phenomena. He carried instruments that looked homemade, copper wiring and crystals arranged in patterns that seemed random but made my folklore-loving brain itch with almost recognition. Easton Willis, our new tracker, found the first sign 3 miles into the forest, a tent, perfectly intact but covered in frost, despite the 60-degree weather. Inside, sleeping bags arranged as if occupied, but filled with pine needles arranged in disturbingly precise patterns. They were taken 2 nights ago, Easton said, studying tracks that ended mid-step, as if the hikers had simply ceased to exist between one footfall and the next. Chase Lawson set up perimeter sensors while Henry Coleman and Finn O'Brien scouted ahead. The forest here was different from the hollow, too alive, everything moving even when the wind was still. Trees groaned without cause, shadows fell at wrong angles, and occasionally, in peripheral vision, the forest seemed to rearrange itself. "Contact," Finn's voice crackled through comms. "You need to see this." We found him standing at the edge of a grove where the trees grew in perfect spirals, their trunks twisted into DNA helixes. At the center, 3 figures stood motionless, our missing hikers, but transformed. Their skin had taken on bark-like texture, fingers extended into root systems that disappeared into the ground, eyes open but filled with ring patterns like tree rings. "They're still alive," Frank whispered, his instruments going haywire, heartbeats at 1 beat per minute. "They're transitioning." "Into what?" Logan asked. Before Frank could answer, the forest moved. Not the trees, the space between them, as if reality was cloth and something massive was pushing through from the other side. The air filled with the smell of earth and copper and something older than both. The hiker trees turned their heads in unison, mouths opening to reveal circles of thorns instead of teeth. They spoke together. "The Watcher tends the garden, meat and wood, bone and bark, all one in the ending that is beginning." Blaze Turner opened fire, bullets sparking off their bark skin. The sound woke something. The ground erupted with roots thick as telephone poles, whipping through the air with purposeful intelligence. One wrapped around Henry's ankle, dragging him toward a suddenly gaping hole in the forest floor. "Cut him loose," Riker ordered. I grabbed my knife, sawing at the root while Henry screamed. The root bled, not sap, but something black and viscous that burned through my gloves. When it finally severed, the root retreated, and the forest shrieked with a sound that came from everywhere and nowhere. "Move, move, move." We ran, the forest pursuing, not chasing, but reforming around us, trying to incorporate us into its pattern. Trees appeared where none had been. Paths vanished, and always that presence, vast and alien, watching from the spaces between. Frank threw one of his devices, and where it landed, reality stabilized, a sphere of normalcy in the chaos. "I can only do that 3 more times," he panted. By the time we reached the extraction point, 2 more men had been touched by the changing forest. Their skin was already beginning to roughen, eyes taking on that distant, ring-patterned stare. We sedated them, but within hours, branches began sprouting from their bodies. The medical team had to amputate the affected tissue, but it kept growing back. Eventually, Riker made the call. They were quarantined, then incinerated. The official report listed them as killed in action, bodies unrecoverable. I started having dreams after Michigan, dreams of roots growing through my veins, of my bones becoming wood, of something vast and patient waiting in the spaces between trees. In the dreams, it spoke to me in the voice of every forest I'd ever walked through, and it said, "You know the old stories. You know what we are." And the horrible thing was, I did know. My grandfather's stories, the folklore I'd collected, they were warnings, maps to something humanity had agreed to forget. But forgetting doesn't make something cease to exist. It just means you're unprepared when it returns. By the time we reached Oregon, half our original team was dead, missing, or retired for psychological reasons. The replacements were younger, eager, unaware of what waited in the deep forests. I wanted to warn them, but the non-disclosure agreements we'd signed came with consequences worse than legal action. Brooke had tried to call his family after Michigan. We found him 3 days later in his apartment, his body covered in symbols that hurt to look at, carved from inside out. The Oregon deployment was different. We were hunting now, not searching for missing people, but for what Riker called the source. 12 people had vanished along the same trail system in the Cascade Range. But unlike our previous missions, these disappearances went back years, decades even. Indigenous peoples avoided this area, Frank explained as our helicopter descended into a valley that didn't appear on any map. The native word for it translates roughly to the place that dreams itself. Wade and Jackson scouted the tree line while the rest of us set up base camp. The protocol had evolved. Iron filings mixed into our equipment, salt lines around our tents, and those strange humming machines Frank tended to like holy relics. On the second night, Aiden saw them first. Lights moving between the trees, too organized to be fireflies, too irregular to be human. They formed patterns that almost made sense, like a language you once knew but had forgotten. "Don't look directly at them," Frank warned. "They're not really lights, they're punctures, places where something else is looking through. Hunter sketched what he saw in his peripheral vision, and when we looked at his drawings later, several men had to be sedated. The images showed vast forms using the forest as camouflage, beings that existed partially in our dimension and partially elsewhere, wearing reality like an ill-fitting costume. On the third day, we found the missing hikers, all of them, all 12, from different time periods, sitting around a fire that burned without wood, their eyes reflecting stars that didn't exist in our sky. They were talking, laughing, sharing meals that consisted of things that weren't quite plants, weren't quite meat. "Welcome," said a woman in 1970s hiking gear. "We've been waiting for you to find us." A man in modern equipment added, "Time works differently here. We've been gone days, years, minutes, centuries. All the same, all now." Levi stepped forward. "We're here to bring you home." They laughed, a sound like wind chimes made of bone. "We are home," a child who shouldn't have been there said. "This is the real forest. What you know, those are the shadows it casts into your world." That's when we saw it, the thing they were really sitting around. Not a fire, but a gap, a wound in the world through which something vast and terrible watched. It had eyes, or things that served the function of eyes, arranged in patterns that spoke of mathematics beyond human comprehension. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" the woman from the 70s said. "It shows you what you really are, beneath the meat and madness. We're all just patterns, vibrations in the flesh of something greater." Thomas raised his weapon, but the bullets passed through them like they were made of fog. They weren't really there, or rather they were there in a way we couldn't affect. "You can join us," the child offered. "It's so much easier than fighting. The forest wants to know you, to take you apart and understand every piece, then put you back together correctly." That's when Knox made the mistake of looking directly into the gap. He screamed, fell to his knees, and when he looked up, his eyes were gone. Not missing, but erased, smooth skin where they should have been. But he could still see, still moved as if guided by vision from somewhere else. "I understand now," he said in a voice full of terrible joy. "We're the dreams it has when it sleeps, and it's waking up." Frank activated one of his devices, and reality snapped back like a rubber band. The hikers vanished, the gap sealed, but Knox remained changed. He led us out of the valley, navigating paths that shouldn't exist. And when we finally reached extraction, he walked into the forest and didn't come back. The official report stated we found no survivors. Riker didn't even pretend to believe it anymore. He just filed it and prepared us for Wisconsin. I stopped sleeping after Oregon. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that gap, that wound in the world, and the thing on the other side that wore forests like clothing. Sometimes, in the corner of my vision, I still see those lights, those punctures where something watches. The worst part is the certainty that we're not investigators or soldiers. We're specimens being tested, categorized, understood by something that exists outside our concept of reality. Each mission isn't a deployment, it's an experiment, and we're both the subjects and the equipment. Wisconsin was where it all came together, where the truth finally showed its face. We'd lost 60% of our unit by then, replaced by men who didn't ask questions, whose eyes already held that 1,000-yard stare that came from seeing too much. The briefing was different this time. Riker looked older, his hair gone gray in the span of weeks, and there were others in the room. People in suits with no names, no badges, just an air of authority that predated governments. 17 sites across the country showing similar phenomena, one of them said, her voice flat as dead water. "We believe Wisconsin is the nexus, the first place it broke through." They showed us photos dating back to the 1800s, loggers who'd vanished, entire settlements found empty, and always the same signs, twisted trees, impossible geometries, and those symbols that hurt to perceive. "There's a location," Riker said, 40 miles north of Rhinelander. The Menominee called it the breath of the earth. Logging companies avoided it. Even the state seems to have forgotten it exists. No roads lead there anymore. Maps skip over it like a blind spot. Our mission was simple: investigate and report. But Frank pulled me aside before we deployed. "I've been researching," he said, showing me documents that looked older than paper should be able to survive. "This isn't random. These things, they've always been here. We're the invaders. Humanity pushed into their spaces, and now they're pushing back." "What are they?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Maybe the real owners of this world, maybe something from outside that found a way in. Or maybe, he paused, maybe they're what happens when a forest dreams too long and too deep and starts to believe its dreams are real. The helicopter couldn't land in Wisconsin. The forest had grown too thick, trees that weren't on satellite images the day before. We rappelled down into green darkness that swallowed sound and light. Chase and Easton took point while Logan and Grayson monitored our equipment. Every instrument was going haywire, compasses spinning, GPS coordinates shifting, radios picking up transmissions from years that hadn't happened yet. 3 miles in, we found the first sign, a logging camp from the 1920s. Perfectly preserved but wrong. The buildings were there, but made of living wood, walls of woven branches, still sprouting leaves. Inside, we found the loggers, or what remained of them. They'd become part of the structure, their bodies integrated into the walls. Still alive, still aware. One of them opened eyes that had been closed for a century. "You're late," he wheezed through lips of bark. "It's been waiting so patiently, but patience has limits, even for the eternal." Finn documented everything while Henry stood guard. But I saw him sketching symbols in his notebook, the same symbols we'd been seeing, copying them with an intensity that worried me. "We need to go deeper," Riker commanded, though his voice shook. The forest grew stranger the further we went. Trees with human faces in their bark, all wearing expressions of rapture. Paths that doubled back on themselves but led to different places each time. Animals that weren't quite animals anymore, evolved or devolved into forms that served different purposes. At the center we found it, a clearing but not empty, full of absence if that makes sense. A place where space had given up trying to exist properly, and in that absence, something vast and patient and older than the concept of age itself. It didn't have a form, not really. It was the forest, and the forest was it. Every tree a neuron, every root a nerve, the entire ecosystem a single vast organism that had learned to think and dream and want. "You brought soldiers," it said without words, the meaning simply appearing in our minds. How quaint, as if violence could affect something that exists in more dimensions than you can perceive. Caleb fell to his knees, weeping. "It's beautiful. God, it's so beautiful." Others followed, one by one overcome by the sheer presence of it. I felt it too, the urge to surrender, to let it remake me into something that could truly appreciate what I was witnessing. But then I remembered my grandfather's stories, the old folklore, iron and salt and fire, the ancient protections humanity had discovered through trial and error, the reasons we'd learned to fear the forest even as we destroyed it. "Frank," I shouted, "the devices, all of them, now." He understood, triggering every piece of equipment he'd brought. Reality convulsed, the absent space writhing as our crude technology forced it to acknowledge the rules of our dimension. The thing screamed, not with sound but with existence itself, a cry that made several men simply cease, erased from reality as if they'd never been. "You cannot stop the reclamation," it said as it retreated, pulling back into whatever space it truly inhabited. "The forests remember, the earth remembers, and memory is all it takes to make something real again." We ran, those of us who were left, who still remembered how to be human. We ran through a forest that tried to digest us, to incorporate us into its pattern. Behind us the clearing collapsed, taking a square mile of forest with it, leaving a crater that would be explained as a meteor strike. Of the 20 men who entered that forest, 6 made it out. Riker wasn't one of them. He'd looked too long into that absence and forgotten which reality he belonged to. I'm writing this from a motel room in Nevada, the only state where I can sleep without dreaming of roots and branches. I was discharged with full pay and a lifetime NDA, but money doesn't matter much when you've seen the truth of the world. The forests are still there, still waiting, still patient. The disappearances continue, but they're explained away. Animal attacks, getting lost, mental breakdowns. The government still sends teams, but they're more careful now, better equipped. They've learned to fight something that exists partially outside our reality, though fighting might be the wrong word. Negotiating maybe, or just delaying the inevitable. I think about my financial problems from before, how important they'd seemed. Now I know that debt and poverty and all our human concerns are just distractions from the real truth. We're not the owners of this world. We're tenants, and the lease is coming up for review. Sometimes I get calls from numbers that don't exist. Voices that sound like wind through leaves offering me answers, offering me peace. Join us, they say. Stop fighting. Remember what you really are. I've started writing down all the old stories, the folklore, the warnings hidden in fairy tales and campfire stories. Somewhere in those ancient fears is the knowledge of how to coexist with what's coming back. Because it is coming back. Every tree is a doorway, every forest a threshold. The watcher tends the garden, and we're just another crop to be harvested when the season is right. But there's hope, small as it is. In my research, I've found others like me, survivors who've seen the truth. We share information, protection symbols, ways to recognize when reality is thinning. We can't stop what's happening, but maybe we can teach others to survive it. My name is Mason Ward. I was born in Columbus, Ohio. I love fishing and camping and the smell of pine needles after rain. I took a job with a secret government program because I was broke and desperate. And I learned that the forests have never forgotten what we've forgotten, that we were prey long before we were predators, and the things that hunted us in the dark spaces between trees are still there, still hungry, still patient. If you're reading this, remember, respect the forests, stay on the paths, don't follow the lights. And if the trees start to look wrong, if the angles don't make sense, if you hear your name called by voices that sound like wind, run, and don't look back. Because looking back means admitting that it's already too late, that you've already been chosen, cataloged, incorporated into a pattern older than human civilization. And once you're part of the pattern, you can never really leave. The trees remember. They always have. They always will. And someday soon, they're going to remind us all.